going on, everybody? Hope everybody is having a wonderful afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. We are live and alive. At least that's how it seems to me. It is. Oh my gosh, chat. We're getting to Christmas time. It is Tuesday, the 23rd of December, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. How am I so thirsty? I swear to God, I've been like drinking the fluids. Oh, thank you, Narwhal. All right, well, I'm ready to go into those Epstein mines again, get into those tranches. I don't know. It is not the most pleasant content to cover, I will say that, but I do think it's important. I do think that Trumpism is a disease, and that the Epstein files are the cure. And that being said, they are vile medicine. And so not the most pleasant, but we're going to be going after some of the other aspects of this today. Some of the criminal angles, intelligence angles, and try to track down the most elusive part of the story, I would say, is the money. It's the following the money trail, right? Because that's the mysterious, that's the mystery of mysteries, is how did this man Epstein become so fabulously rich? Is it okay to call Wexner can we call Wexner a panty magnate? I don't know. Ever since Trump's been talking about panties, it's just, he's gotten that word in my head, you know? They go through your drawers, and then they pull out your drawers. But hers are all nice. They're all folded up and pressed and steamed. I guess for anybody that thought that maybe Trump and Melania's bed life was RIP, I don't know. He still thinks of her panties. That's great to know. That's more insight on their relationship than I really needed. But yeah, Wexner, panty magnate, Lex Wexner. Sorry, Les Wexner. I got it backwards. It's such a weird world. I've never liked it. Yeah, isn't that weird? How like guys wear underwear and women wear panties. They're like feminine pants, except not. Except they're just underwear. But I don't know, panties like imbues them with mystique. Yeah, I guess there's a lot to be uncomfortable with the word too, especially that it's associated so much with, I don't know. I never understood the panty culture, chat. Like, isn't that the original bathwater? Like, is panties, you know, like how, you know, e-girls sell bathwater, right? Wasn't it originally that, like, I don't know, guys would want to get panties as a I don't know what, but it's gotta be similar to the, oh, chat, I'm out on a limb here. Keep thinking the name is Lex Wexner. Me too. Yeah, my brain is mixing it up with Lex Luthor. Yeah, I want him to be some kind of supervillain, but apparently he's like not. He's like the opposite of a supervillain. He's this guy that was like, look, okay, so one thing about Jeffrey Epstein that you got to understand, at least from what I've heard from everybody who knew him, what I've seen, everyone who knew him repeat, is that the guy is incredibly persuasive, incredibly convincing, and that if you aren't you know, because like, I don't know, if you're not somebody that can like draw the line and be like, hey, you know, right, then and you trust him and you think of him as a friend, and he's this spectacular businessman that's giving you all kinds of opportunities, then you just end up going along with them on like all kinds of shit. And that it seems like that's what happened with Wexner. He's also sort of involved in the whole Iran-Contra angle, which, yeah, there's an Iran-Contra angle. Do you know about the Iran-Contra of this all? We all know about the Trump of it all, right? We all understand the Trump of it all, but when you understand Epstein, like, you got to understand the Maxwell of it all, and I don't mean Ghislaine, I mean Robert Maxwell. The CIA of it all. Yeah, it's a deep, dark rabbit hole, chat, and we're gonna go partially down that rabbit hole. I'm not sure how far, I'm not sure how much more I can take. All I know is that, like, I didn't end up covering, you know, everything. Kind of like stuff happened last night, I don't know, too fast. And you like I literally was made aware that there was a new tranche of files available, I don't know, 30 minutes before stream or something like that. And, you know, this, you know, Coffeezilla had come out with his video. By that time, we looked into that. We kind of caught up on some of the discussion around the previous week's release, right? It's all blurring together, isn't it? Look, it's all blurring together, but that's okay. If we need to keep track of things, we'll just check our J drive. I wonder if there's a way that I can get the... Like, I'm looking at the J drive right now, chat. I see a picture of Epstein with a victim. I guess they're a victim because they're redacted, right? I see a tiger. Yes, that's right, chat. An actual tiger. Document. A vibrator. Oh, it's one of those wall... What do you call it? Like a wall unit? It's like the wand that plugs in. Which, Anyway, chat. I'm not gonna get distracted. I'm not gonna get distracted here. We got another document. It looks like a legal paper. And then Epstein playing the piano. And then something that looks like Epstein hanging himself, which, look, if that was real... Oh yeah, this is what I want to start off on. I'm looking at a picture that looks like Epstein unaliving himself. And yet I know that those moments on, you know, were gone from the video file at the prison that he was at, the jail he was being held in, right? Yeah, they just randomly, magically were not recording for those moments, right? So that I'm looking at something that can exist, and indeed, it is. I don't know. Somebody made it like 6 years ago, but it's in the Epstein files. The Trump people released this. Yeah, this fake picture of Epstein, like, you know, choking himself, right? The last moments of Jeffrey Epstein's life. But it, you know, if you look at it, which, you know, I think I came across it. Did I show that on? I don't remember if I showed that on stream. But yeah, it can be confusing, right? Because, you know, if you take it as like, oh wow, that's a smoking gun. That's the actual footage of the dude unaliving himself. I mean, that would actually, you know, if we had video of Epstein doing it, Epsteining himself, right? That would, you know, change a lot of, at least eliminate certain possibilities, let's just say, right? But, you know, it's not real, and it's in there because I guess somebody sent it to the FBI, right? So I'm going to make you aware now, and I want you to keep this in mind, of another type of document or of information that you'll see in the Epstein files. This is stuff that is, you know, reported to the FBI via tip line or whatever, and the FBI has looked at it, and it's not that there's nothing there, right? There's no there, right? That exists. That's in the file, and I suppose, and I'm guessing, like, right, because you'd think that they'd want to put some context in there, like a little, like a header saying, "Warning, this is not a real thing. This is not a real document. This is not a picture of Epstein. This is something the FBI received from somebody, and they determined it to be not authentic, right? They don't have that, and I think the reason for that, chat, is here's the plan. They're gonna put out everything the FBI had, which includes some dead ends, includes some things that like objectively just are not real. And after having, you know, people, you know, find something and be like, holy shit, this is a real thing. Like especially somebody on the left, you know, find something that looks like a smoking gun, holds it up to the light. Look, I got it right here. This proves, you know, XYZ about Trump, right? Then there's going to be a news cycle debunking it of actually, you know, this wasn't true. This person, you know, represented it as true, but it wasn't. And so that the long-term strategy is to maybe allow Trump, if they do find something in there that is suspicious, that casts suspicion on Trump, to make people doubt it, right? That's why that stuff is there. They have thrown in a bunch of, you know, bogus stuff along with the real stuff in order to make it look like, you know, maybe, you know, you can't trust what's in there. Just like Trump said, you know, the Epstein world contains a lot of fake stuff, and I would hate for any innocent people to be swept up. This is one moral panic that Donald Trump actually does not like, when it's a moral panic about the Epstein class. And look, there is a little bit. There are, you know, I even find myself like jumping to conclusions about the people in those files, about the people in those pictures. And which is another thing that they've done, is released like all of a lot of evidence, you know, with people that like Jimmy Buffett, right? This is the example that I go to. I mean, like my dad, this is like one of my dad's favorite musicians. He was a Clinton backer. It looks like he was there with Clinton, and you know, that's when the picture with Epstein was taken. But you know, there's going to be some number of people that are in the file that like they're not co-conspirators, right? There's going to be some number of people that, like Jimmy Buffett, maybe were friends with Bill Clinton, and then Bill Clinton was like, hey, I want to introduce you to my friend Jeffrey, and maybe he didn't know, right? Maybe he did. Maybe Jimmy Buffett's a creep. I don't know. If he is, my dad will never hear the end of it. But anyway, you know, this is all sort of in there to just like seed your mind with the possibility that even though Trump is very much in there, he is so in there, chat. He is so in there that he's in a picture, right? This was the picture that disappeared from the DOJ website last week. A picture of Bill Clinton on Epstein's desk. But yeah, they're going to try to sort of, you know, make you think that, well, you know, it's just like all these other people that were in there and ultimately didn't do anything wrong. Maybe, you know, Trump is just in there coincidentally as well. In there like swimwear, yeah. He must have legendary res. I mean, that's one way to put it, Sai. He's a master manipulator, right? I don't know, but like Riz, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that, right? I can't imagine like looking at Epstein and being like, oh yeah, this guy's great. This guy's awesome. I love this guy. This is my best friend. I don't know. Or like, I don't know, gravitate. Like, I see what you're saying though, for sure. But yeah, there's 10 here. We got to keep our eye on the ball because there's all kinds of tactics that are being used to kind of derail this thing and to maybe portray it as a nothing burger. And it's definitely not, right? After we found out about the co-conspirators, chat, I've got to say, I think the nothing burger narrative has been put to rest. I think it is most certainly a something burger. Quite what is the composition of this burger, I know not, right? But there's something in the burger. There's something in between the buns. And we need to find out what's in there. But yeah, because of the 10 co-conspirators. So, right, you know, they mention wanting to add 10 co-conspirators to the case. Now, we can reasonably assume that one of these co-conspirators, Ghislaine Maxwell, yeah, right? She definitely fits that description. Maybe even another one is I don't know, it could be the dead PDF guy. What's his name? But then there's 8 more. There's 8 more, and we haven't heard shit about them, and we don't know anything about this investigation. And like, you know, if they got warrants, on these people, right? So, you know, the question now is to find out who the other 9 or 8 co-conspirators are and why they were removed. Like, right? Why they were. Is there a rationale to say we thought that Jimmy Buffett might have been doing some bad shit, but it turns out that the whole time that the bad shit was happening, Jimmy Buffett was actually wasting away again in Margaritaville. So he's got an alibi, right? Margaritaville, his restaurant chain where you can drink margarita juice from a giant glowing volcano. It's another one of Jimmy Buffett's songs. It's, you know, a truly, it feels a little bit like, I feel like Hunter S. Thompson, if he was like alive, might have written about Margaritaville. It does have that, like, it's a liminal space to be sure. I think there was a YouTuber, Eddie Burbank, and there's like 2 YouTubers that took a cross-country trip and tried to visit every Margaritaville in the country a few years ago, and I'm sure their lives were cursed ever after. But yeah, how did Epstein get all those people in his orbit, right? That's the question that we got to answer. And how did he get all that money? And I think I've got like some leads on that through DropSite, through some of the coverage that they've done, you know, tying him to intelligence. You know, and this, you know, this may give us some idea of where his money comes from. Just like, so what's another organization that that comes upon money that they're not supposed to have? If you know anything about the CIA, you know that if they were to budget their clandestine activities through Congress, then they wouldn't be very clandestine. They'd be the opposite of clandestine, chat. They'd be anti-clandestine. I don't know. They would be overt, not covert, and that's not how the CIA does things. So how do they fund a you know, how do they fund how do they back like a faction, or you know, fund a dictator, or, you know, whatever they're trying to do? How do they, you know, exchange arms and hostages, and you know, in a lot of cases it is through their own illicit activities, their own you know, what is the name for this, like narco espionage or something? There's like a name for kind of what they do, and so that's why it's got to be tied up with something illicit. Otherwise, you know, they wouldn't be able to hide what they're doing so effectively, right? So and I'm, for what I'm getting from what I've seen in the DropSite journalism that I've read, is that Epstein, you know, has just somehow hung around, like, right, with these intelligence people, and he sort of knows how to procure his own mysterious money. I mean, that and the Les Wexner connection's got to have a lot to do with it, right? Because this guy gave Epstein power of attorney. Trump and the administration need to be forced out immediately. I mean, you really wish that there were more principled Republicans out there. The funny thing, Gooby Records, is that it's not because Republicans love Trump, right? In fact, I'd say they fear him more than they love him. The reason that you can't, yeah. So if you want to get the Trump administration out of there immediately, you know, the way to do that would be to impeach them. You know, this is something that famously happens very rarely. But chat, the things that impeachment has happened, like the closest that, you know, in modern history, at least, that the U.S. got to actually impeaching and removing a president was Richard Milhouse Nixon over Watergate, right? And, you know, just kind of the catalyst for this, I think, was the Saturday Night Massacre, where, you know, they went to multiple lawyers and you know, could not, it ended up firing like multiple attorneys. Trump has dwarfed that, right? Trump has had the equivalent, I don't know if I can, of like at least 100 Watergates. And it hasn't happened because you've got this firewall for Trump, right? Just like remember how Hillary had the firewall supposedly with the industrial states that were going to, you know, vote for her no matter what. Well, Trump's firewall is, you know, the senators and congressmen that are afraid of being primaried by him, afraid of being identified as an enemy of MAGA by him, afraid of maybe being harassed, swatted, even harmed physically by Trump supporters. And thus far, that firewall is held. So even though a lot of the Republicans actually resent Trump, right? He kind of came in to the Republican Party and took over. They're too afraid to really do anything about it. Did you hear some of the redacted files were able to be unredacted? And some of the victims' names were exposed? Sai, are you talking about the format of the PDF? Is that what you mean? Like, so I guess there's two different ways you could save a PDF, and one preserves the layers. So, you know, if you're redacting stuff, like one layer would be the redaction. You know, if you save the PDF as like where it's just all in one layer, right? You can't see what's under there. But the Trump administration, they keep on making boomer mistakes, right? Or just like amateur mistakes, which makes sense, right? Because remember, this is an administration primarily hired for not their competence, not their knowledge of the area of expertise that they're supposed to hold, but rather their loyalty to Donald Trump. That is the prime directive in the Trump administration. And when you get, you know, you could call them sycophants, you could call them toadies, you could call them minions if you're a fan of Despicable Me. Maybe you don't want to call them minions because the minions are actually kind of cool. I've never seen that, chat. Should I see Despicable Me? Isn't that wild? Right? Think about how culturally dominant the minions have been for how many years, you know, and like somehow I've just completely missed out on that. I mean, like I know that there's a Russian guy named Gru and there's minions. And I think that he wants to take over the world or something with the minions. That's how it works. But anyway, whatever you want to call them, they're not the brightest bulbs. They're not the sharpest tools in the shed. To quote another 2000s reference. Some of the PDFs were available to be pasted because they just highlighted the text in black. Oh my god. There we go. Job done, boss. I redacted the files. The other thing too is like, you know, like I said, like it's the administration itself, or like the people like at the top positions that, you know, have a lot of that boomer energy. I mean, maybe it's just the kind of thing. Do you think there could be some malicious compliance going on? Look, here's the whole thing. I don't think a lot of people who deal with Trump actually like him. I don't think a lot of his loyalty is coming from a place of love and adoration. I mean, there's a sufficient amount, right? And certainly with his base, I wouldn't, you know, I think that the MAGA base, obviously, you know, their regard for him is downright messianic, whether it's like in a religious sense where they literally think that God saved him. God turned his head just in time to not get hit by the bullet. Which way did his head turn? I'm trying to remember, chat. Is it this, like that? That turned, the bullet whizzes by, right? They believe in divine providence, and they believe that Donald Trump's unsteady ascent into power is an example, is proof of this divine providence. And so, you know, for that reason, yeah, they're, you know, he is an almost religious figure for them. However, there's a lot of people that are either, you know, in the Republican Party, in Congress. The DOJ lawyers are quiet quitting. Damn. They're addicted to being in power. I mean, like that. Yeah, that's a lot of, you know, that's a lot of who he's got too. So yeah, those, you know, when we're talking about people that are addicted to power, when you're talking about people that are like glazing him, you know, just for clout, just for power, just for prominence, right? Or just for maybe even a pardon. You know what I'm saying? Like, all you got to do now, chat, you know, if you do, you could do the worst crime in the world. I'm not saying you should, because you shouldn't, okay? But one could do like the worst crimes in the world and then complain about being canceled by the woke mind virus and talk about a Democratic judge that put you in jail and you know, send your relative over to Mar-a-Lago to buy a little bit of Trump coin, and you will probably be set free. That is the, you know, that's what's been going on. Isn't Dan Bongino leaving? I thought he left. He's taking his sweet time, isn't he? If he's still there. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have, I know how it's pronounced, Chad, I'm just being silly, have to be really questioning the, no, it's going to ruin their careers as podcasters, right? It is absolutely sacking their credibility. And they're the, out of anyone, I feel like Kash and Dan are the only ones that have really shown a little bit of like Bongino did, like, I think he disappeared. He leaves on January the 1st. Isn't that, when does Marge leave? I think Marge leaves maybe the day that the Congress changes. Well, look, the Trump defectors are becoming more and more, okay? We're seeing more and more Trump defectors. Take that, Twitch. Damn. Wait, what just happened? Oh my God, chat. I need to get my ass in gear, because I got some donos to shout out here. I got some weasels to acknowledge. All right, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to, oh yeah, I gotta set the goal. So the goal is, we'll give it 3 hours to put a butterfly in my hair. You can do the butterfly thing. You can put the butterfly in my hair if you want to, if you like butterflies in my hair. With 10 teal super chats, teal or higher super chats, will get us to butterfly status. Put a butterfly in my hair. Better, chat, I think, than putting a butterfly in the Epstein files, because, you know, who wants to do that? Anyway, there we go. Goal is set. Now I pop out chat. Oh, wait. Okay, so this one goes to 30, and then this one gets the URL. Boom. And now I should be able to... Boom. With my magical finger, I detect that Narwhal by Nature has gifted 10 memberships. And I'm gonna read those out now. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what we're dealing with here. It looks like Rob Ababa, you just got weaseled. Rick Solis, you just got weaseled. Saris D2A, you just got weaseled. Ariand2850, you just got weaseled. Digital KO, you just got weaseled. K Porter, you just got weaseled. He-Man She-Ra, you just got weaseled. Shaq you just got weaseled. Jimmy RR Page even, you just got weaseled. Political Junkie, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Is it January 6th? Is it really? That's when they changed the Congress? Wait, do they official like on an election, on a presidential election year, do they I don't know, what do you call it? Do they do the transfer of power before or after the new Congress is seated? That's wild that it's January 6th. But yeah, thank you, Narwhal, for starting us off with 10 gift subs. Remember, this is the number that counts the bonus goal, how close we are to that. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover another topic with you. And we've got a bunch of topics to cover. You can be voting on them right now in the YouTube stream. So yeah, Taylor Lorenz on the social media addiction. This is just an explanation for what she was thinking that I think led her to debate the Vanguard Boys. We also have, this one's kind of cool, right? A video essay from Art Chad about AI psychosis, AI religion, and AI Christianity, which, I mean, like, I should have assumed it existed, but I guess it's still surprising, right? Christian transhumanism, right? So you've got, you know, people on the tech bros side of things that have in some way embraced a Christian, I don't know, it's aesthetic, if nothing else, based on their idea of the God from the machine that they're trying to build with AI, right? And you've heard, what was it Joe Rogan that said this? Like, hey man, I think if Jesus comes back, what if, who says he's got to come back as flesh and blood? What if he comes back as an AI and you can talk to him, man? You could be like, hey, Jesus, I had a really tough week at work. What do you think I should do on the, and he'll give you the best advice. He'll give AI Jesus, man. I can't do, I don't know. That's my Joe Rogan voice. I don't think it works. I don't think it hits. But anyway, yeah, we got the AI psychosis, and I don't know. I want to cover more of this. I want to cover more of the whole dynamic of, you know, where the rubber meets the road with this new kind of authoritarianism, which I think is technology. I think is, you know, the tech oligarchy in specific, right? And that's what I mean by it coming together. You got the Christian nationalist right that basically propagated MAGA, despite the fact that Donald Trump is nobody's Christian. A ridiculous person for Christians to admire Donald Trump. But I mean, I don't know. What do they classify him as, like a King David? I don't think Christians know about King David. Do they, chat? What do you think? Do Christians actually, I always assume, and I've been proven right most of the time with this, that Christians do not read their Bible, right? Because if you read the Bible, I mean, David, I guess, you know, you root for him against Goliath and shit, but you know, when he becomes king, he's not a nice guy. He's not a nice guy. He's just God's favorite, so he gets away with it. That's like Trump. Look, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess that kind of reading of the Bible where you think that God loves corruption and loves deception and loves like sexual immorality. And I'm not talking about like, you know, he got around a lot. I'm not saying that King David was promiscuous, although, you know, yeah, actually he was. But the point is that, like, you know, he would send somebody out to the battlefield to die so that he could sleep with the guy's wife, right? That sounds like a Trump thing. That sounds like a weird game that Trump and Epstein would play together. What did I just get in my face, Moinoip? What is that? Is that popcorn? Oh my god, I want some popcorn. Corn and pineapple on pizza? Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. There's so much going on in those emojis. And if you want to get those emojis, you can get them on Twitch, right? I don't know if you can tell on the screen. I don't think they're animated. Well, wait, sometimes they are, right? Like the one with me dancing is animated, I think. But if you want those emojis, they are available for you on Twitch for the cheap, low price of $6. Not as low as it used to be lower. You could also get it for free if you have a Twitch Prime, or if you have Prime. You can hook your Twitch or your Amazon account up to Twitch and get emotes for free. Same as anyone else. They're not like, you know, shittier emotes just because you got it for free, right? Don't have a Twitch sub at the moment. Oh, shit. Okay. So those are just, yeah. And there's some free ones too. There's also some free ones. Um, but anyway, yeah, the things that make this number go up is if you do a super chat, which also makes the butterfly number go up. You do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or you sign up for my Patreon, or if you become a sub on Twitch, right? That all makes the number go up. And if the number is at 100 at the end of the stream, then the stream doesn't have to end. I will stick around and cover an extra topic. If we get to 200, that's 2 extra topics. If we get to 300, I don't even want to think about that. At that point, it's like crazy. No, oh my God, Moe, no, don't ever be sorry. Listen, take care of yourselves first and foremost, okay? Make sure you're okay. Make sure your loved ones is okay. Don't be worrying about you know, supporting the stream when you got other stuff that you gotta support in your life, right? And you know, who knows? Stick around, maybe you'll get a gift sub. But yeah, those are some really cool emotes, and oh my gosh, here we go. Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted Twitch subs. Wow, including Moe Noe. That's the interesting thing about Twitch. They actually let you choose who you gift to, so it behooves you. If you're new to my Twitch chat, it behooves you to talk in chat, because how else is anybody gonna know that you're in there and you don't have a sub if you don't speak up and say something? So yeah, being active in chat has its advantages. But yeah, those are 6 people that just got sorry, that's 1 person. Sorry, Moe Noe, you just got jellyfished, and that is oh yeah, 5 that's 5 gift subs for you to the channel, Narwhal. Thank you. So we're all okay. It's all okay. You know, I mentioned that the donos because that's what makes the stream run. But obviously a lot of people out there are, you know, you need to take care of yourself first and foremost. And you know, the people that I you know, people that I need to remind of that are like, you know, the people that... How do I delete my comment on Twitch? I'm not sure. Wait, you should be able to do it as a mod. I think you can use your mod powers. Yo, Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership to Sims 3. Yeah, on Twitch, or on YouTube, unfortunately, you can't choose who gets the membership, but, you know, that's just the roll of the dice. You could gift a membership, and it could be like, I could be like, Ethan Klein, you just got weaseled? Is that a good thing? I can delete it? Wait, only I can delete comments? I thought the mods had the power. Let me know which one, what you want me to delete. And I will do my best. Please put my dono towards Rudyard getting under the beanie. Okay, so I gotta make sure that you all know something or understand something about the Rudyard content, right? He's on Tim Pool's show. He's on Tim Pool's platform. He's on Tim Pool's channel. However, this, like some of the other interesting videos on Tim Pool's channel lately, is somehow not featuring Tim Pool. You have to live with your mistakes. Oh my gosh. There's mod permissions. I thought that mods, yo, that's actually kind of a problem if mods can't. Oh, wait. I think I know what it is. I think you can delete. I think it's like you can delete the chats of people that aren't mods, but you can't, obviously you can't delete other mods comments, because that would just turn into a war. That would, no one would win. That'd be like Fallout, right? No one would win that war. Anyway, but yeah, so maybe it's because it regards your chat as being a mod chat, and so therefore you can't delete it anyway. We can delete. Yeah, non-mod chat's not our own. Okay, so it's a perms thing. I will look into that. I'll see if I can fix that somehow. Or like, I don't know if there's something I can do to just let mods, because it seems like you should be. I've seen mods delete their own, but maybe. Oh my god, chat. It's complicated. It's complicated. All right, I'm talking too much about housekeeping and not enough about content. And yeah, like I said, we're gonna go deeper into the Epstein files with Ryan Grimm and Coffeezilla, right? So what the story behind that is, I guess Coffeezilla had an idea for something similar to the J drive, right? The J drive is a it's basically all of the Epstein files in the format of a Google account. Like, so if you were, as if you were logged in as Jeffrey Epstein, and you look in the drive and there's all the files and all the pictures and stuff, you look into the, you switch it over to email and you see all the emails, right? It's like, you know, you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. You stole Jeffrey Epstein's password, you baddie. But that is, you know, but anyway, so Ryan Grimm had they've been working on J Drive. Coffeezilla wanted to do something similar, and so Ryan contacted Coffeezilla, and when they got a hold of these files, right, this new tranche of files, they actually collaborated with Coffeezilla to kind of, you know, look through everything and try to find, you know, stuff that they should surface, stuff that they should report about, right? So now Coffeezilla is hooked up with Dropsite News. What am I supposed to do here? 39. That's what it's supposed to say. All right, so we're 39 out of 100. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and do some extra content with you. I'm kind of moving, trying to move as fast as I can, getting us to the breaking points video itself, because I feel like there's a lot of this. There's a lot to go into, right? This is going to lead in a lot of different directions, including to Dropsite News itself. Dropsite News itself has done the reporting I mentioned earlier about the connection between Epstein and intelligence, right? And it's a long and storied history that actually involves Iran-Contra. Not just Iran-Contra, chat, but the planes. The planes from Iran-Contra. But yeah, thank you, Crotchy and Narwhal, for getting us started on that. So anyway, let me just go over what we got for bonus content really quick. What about Nicki Minaj on Turning Point? You know, I'd be, for a second there, Zavara, I thought you were talking about Nicki Minaj on Breaking Points. Can you imagine that? Today, Ryan and Emily sit down with Nicki Minaj to talk about her new role as a MAGA influencer. Zavara, do you think she's going to become a MAGA rapper? Do you think we got a Forgiato Blow collab in the future? Do you think she's going to work with, what's his name, Tom McDonald? Yeah, no, she was on Turning Point. Yeah, and she's also been beefing with Gavin. I'm sure you know about this, Zavara, right? Nicki Minaj, how did this all start? How did she start? I'm trying to remember how this all started, but you know, it includes things like Gavin posting bars from Megan, the bars about Megan's Law, right? Directed at Nicki. We got Nicki, you know, getting transphobic, which, you know, is kind of been a thing for her for a while now. I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure how it started either. I'm curious about that. I don't know. We might have some time for that. I don't think I've covered the other part of the Nicki Minaj story is this, right? She's kind of in Anna Kasparian land, right? I mean, it's not like her politics changed fast. She just didn't really, I think she just didn't like, oh, she's grifting for pardons. That could be it. Yeah. She does have family with charges. That's true. I'm not sure where they are in the legal process, but it's definitely a lot of people with accusations and charges and the like in the Nicki zone. But yeah, she showed up at Turning Point. I think she performed, and she also, sat down and talked. We also have, I guess, something that I kind of missed out on. Did anybody see Megyn Kelly at Turning Point? I think that had some relationship to the drama between Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens on one side and Ben Shapiro and I guess Erica Kirk on the other side. You thought she already went MAGA? Well, did you sense the energy? Oh yeah. Like, I feel like I feel like I knew when she posted that thing about her, what was it? Her cousin got like elephantitis in his testes or something. And she was like, it's from the shot. It's from the vaccine. Yeah, the vaccine shit, the Christian genocide in Nigeria. Now it's at full capacity. That's what I'm wondering, right? Because this is the reason I think that she might become a MAGA rapper, even though, she has. Look, I'm not glazing Nicki at all, okay? But compared to Forgiato Blow and Tom McDonald, she does have skills, right? I mean, that's a very low bar. But she does at least pass that bar. But now she might have to go below that bar. She might have to do a little limbo. She might have to limbo down to her new fandom, which is not going to be the Barbs. The feeling I get is that the Barbs have all but abandoned her, right? Nicki, they're Nicki who is what you're hearing from the former Barbs. His balls fucking exploded, man. That sounds like a mess, right? I'm just trying. I'm sorry, I was thinking about balls exploding in a different way. Anyway, chat. Anyway. Speaking of balls, Trump's balls, what's underneath them? What's underneath Trump's ball? Oh, sorry, chat. Sorry, no. What's underneath Trump's ballroom? That's what I'm supposed to ask you. What's underneath Trump's ballroom? What do you think is down there? What do you think he's got going on, right? We've got a video from Dre Dossier hypothesizing, theory crafting, right? I want to make sure you understand this, right? This is not, I don't think this is like supposed to be like conclusive reporting. It's just like there's some weird coincidences about the construction of Trump's ballroom, and Dre's dossier is pointing out what it might indicate, right? Including maybe a data center down there, right? Maybe a hostile, malaligned AI that will take over the world, and that, if you put it right next to the White House, it doesn't have far to go. No, I don't know. Picturing the scene from The Boys season 3. Oh my gosh, I need to catch up on this pop culture shit. Pop culture, what is it? Minions, what are they? The Boys, I know there's Homelander. That's all I know about The Boys, chat. All I know about The Boys is like Homelander is like evil Aryan Superman. He's like Agartha Superman. But yeah, that's a possibility, right? I think we need some memes about what's underneath the ballroom. I think those would be good. Also, what's under Tim Pool's beanie? Well, we're not going to find that out today, but we're going to find out what kind of conversation Rudyard has had recently with not Tim Pool, but like his co-host. Yeah, I was talking about this earlier, right? There's like a lot of shows that don't involve Tim now. I think it almost feels like a TYT thing, except they're all on the same channel, right? It almost feels like, yeah, Tim is just, I don't know, tapped out, and so he's, you know, bringing other people in to do some of these videos, some of these interviews. The one that I've seen that looks hilarious was one where somebody was going to expose wokeness infiltrating, creeping into, polluting the, what is it, the punk scene, the metal scene, and the goth scene, right? Because those things have never been woke. Those things have never been political. Most ridiculous shit you could imagine. Like the new Daily Wire. Look, there's a space for it, I guess. I mean, Turning Point's not going to take... Yeah, Tim Pool's got all kinds of opportunities, potentially, right? He's lost a lot of his juice. He's lost a lot of his aura. He is somewhat of a joke at this point, but it's almost like after World War II, right? Everything was so destroyed. There was a penis explosion in the first episode of season 3. A man turned tiny? What? Wait. He turned tiny and his penis exploded? Maybe I don't understand. Maybe I'm confused. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, what's under Trump's ballroom? What's under Tim Pool's beanie? What has Rudyard been up to lately? Is he okay? We haven't really checked in with him since he posted that like overly personal oversharing. It was like 20 hours, I think, of him just going off and, you know, talking about some absolute nonsense and believing every bit of it. Big old penis explosion. Damn. Her next move post MAGA will be to try to be like a Christian rapper, like No Malice did. I mean, that seems more like, I would hate to see her just become another MAGA rapper, because that shit is truly pathetic. I mean, you know, I kind of insulted Christian music yesterday by saying that most of it basically boils down to a commercial for God. And what's the one kind of music you don't want to listen to? Commercial. Like I mean, with a few exceptions, right? The one chat, can you think of commercial? What is music from a commercial that you actually like? The one thing that comes to my mind right now is that Burger King ad called Eat Like Snake. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember Eat Like Snake? Like where the guy like is so hungry for the was it the Whopper or something? Easy listening at the airport for 12 hours. It was like being in Live Hell. Wait, is that your that's your favorite commercial music? You have saxophone PTSD. Well, you know, like it's like you've been through the 80s, right? I think everybody in the 80s got saxophone PTSD. That's why the saxophone kind of disappeared. That and the Nanny theme song. Oh, I'm trying to remember that one. Jingles are a lost art. True. There used to be a lot of good ones. But yeah, the one that I like the Eat Like, but I don't know. Do I like the song? I think the song was kind of good too. Wasn't the song a banger? It was like a kind of trying to affect some like Barry White vibes or something. It was like a 70s sounding song. But they do get into your head, right? They do definitely. Oh, least favorite. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. That works too, I guess. That's another kind of commercial music that wasn't on my mind. But yeah, airport jazz can be pretty abysmal. The Gap used to cover pop music. Oh, in their ads. Pepsi would pay major artists to do to make original. Oh wait, would they make originals or would they? I think I saw one with Michael Jackson where he redid his lyrics to be about Pepsi. It was like an old 80s commercial with Michael Jackson. Who would have guessed that the girl we described would be exactly what the doctor prescribed? There's a Pepsi commercial with Janet Jackson. Oh, there's a Britney Spears one. The album music for airports is good though. Conversely, wait, the album music for airports? You know what I really hated was when I flew, wait a minute. Yeah, no. It was definitely, when I flew from the US, to like, I flew to Taipei and then to, Thailand, from Taipei. And, so they had, I mean, you know how airports do it now, or airports, or I guess it's some airliners do it, right? Where they've got like a like transatlantic, trans-Pacific flights, they've got a screen in the back of the seat in front of you, and you can just basically click around, and it's got like a whole bunch of movies, a whole bunch of shows, and then just some random stuff too, and then there's some music, right? And I remember, like, you know, I didn't want to watch any of the movies. It didn't have any shows that I wanted either. Wait, you heard trans? Because I said transatlantic. I literally had tears in my eyes from hearing such beautiful singing. There's a Christian song named My Church by Maren Morris that blows me away though. I heard someone sing it at a karaoke and they were really good at it. Well, there's like, Amy Grant had some bangers, right? Does she? I remember my mom was really into Amy Grant. But yeah, they're not, I feel like they're not Christian though. Like, right, I don't know. Amy Grant does some Christian music, but most of what she's got is just like pop. But I always think of I think of like everything that she does as being Christian somehow. Like when she's singing like Baby Baby, I think she's saying it to God. All right, so yeah, we got Tim Pool, we got What's Under Trump's Ballroom, we got AI psychosis, right? And you know, AI's bizarre, strange, and terrible interactions with religion, the attempts to bring either AI into Christianity, which is a thing, Christian transhumanism, or to bring Christianity, especially tradcath Christianity, into the world of tech, into their obsessive Ahab-like quest for AGI, and let's just hope that just like the whale, that AGI takes the tech bros. I still listen to 2 Amy Grant hit songs, 2 of my favorites. Oh, you know what my favorite Christian music is, though? This one's a deep cut. I very much doubt that any of you know about, like, this Christian music, right? So there's this guy named Ronnie, fucking shit, what is his name? Ronnie Martin, is that his name? And like I don't know. he did Christian electronica, like Christian EDM, right? Synth pop, electro pop, and you know, it's really goofy, which is like what, in fact, when I first heard it, like it didn't seem like Christian music at all. It just seemed like really weird electronic music by a guy that's really into like monosynths and stuff. Ronnie Jeremy, yeah, that's it. But yeah, he's like a weird guy and kind of a genius with synthesizers, but he's also very serious about his Christianity. And I've heard stories, chat, that you go to this guy's show, right? Because it's sometime in the 2010s, he was kind of like just marketed along with like all the other, like, I don't know, indie electronic kind of schlop. And so people would get into him without really realizing what he was about. But if you go to his shows, right, first of all, they tended to be in a church, right? Well, that's great. A church has great acoustics. That's a wonderful place to hear, you know, some cool electronic music, right? I mean, that's really cool. So you go to the church and he starts playing, but like you're not allowed to dance. Like he himself will like yell at you. If you dance, you have to sit in the pews and be like respectful and worship Jesus or something. I don't know. It's really weird shit. It's really strange. Like a silent and still rave in a church. Anyway, so yeah, we got AI psychosis, AI Christianity. Hopefully not AI EDM, chat, because that's the last thing in the world that we need right now. Although I'm sure it exists, and also Taylor Lorenz. So go ahead and vote for what you want to see as far as your bonus content. We are 39% of the way there, so a mere 61%. We're more than a third of the way towards bonus content already. If we get there before the end of the stream, I will stick around and I will do the topic of your choice. Remember, I program the first half, you get to program the fun half. So stick around for that and place your votes. And if you support the stream, if you donate, you have the right to put your money where your mouth is. You do that by telling me in chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will turn your donation into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice. Of course, you can also say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying, you know, you're looking at the vote and you're saying, I'll have what they're having, right? Like I would like that to win, whatever that is. If they change it, I'm voting for that, right? And you could also say video games if you want to see more video game streams, which I really do need to get back to. We're in the middle of saving the boss of the Spookies, who's coincidentally named Spooky in Soul Hacker. So, you know, I need to get back to that sometime soon. We had bullfries and butterflies on record as a kid. Like the sound of bullfrogs and butterflies? Or was that a Christian band? Most boring Christian songs are the ones where the chorus and verse are both God is great. Yeah, why don't you, like, they should do like a, I don't know. Like my family always did the prayer, like, you know, when you like sit down to eat, like they would pray, but it'd be like, God is great, God is good, let us thank him for a food. Which is like so cheesy. I wish it had been a song. I could have gotten with like a song, like, you know, they could turn that into a song. It would be so much better to sit down and sing with your family. But either way, chat, we got to get into this Ryan Grimm stuff. So let me bring that up here. Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to look at the Adam McIntyre. I ended up rating out during the Adam McIntyre video that we were watching. We watched one on him talking about, you know, this H3 guy, Tom, that said that he wanted to strangle Adam. But there was a second one about Ethan Klein's manic 4 a.m. spiral over Adam that I think that's where Ethan kind of like turns it around and tries to make himself the victim, even though it's Adam getting threatened. It's Ethan that's the victim because I don't know, Adam added YouTube and said, hey, I would like this video with this guy like saying that he wants to strangle me. I would like this video taken down, and YouTube actually wrote him back and said, yes, we looked at your request and we've taken the video down or demonetized it or something. My understanding is none of that's been done, so I don't know what's wrong with YouTube's really got some problems lately, right? What I noticed is like a gazillion people are on Twitter right now. It is a Christian song, kid song, based on the music series in Agape Land. Okay. But yeah, we kind of left the stream in a strange place. I sort of want to get back to that, but we got so much to cover. So much Epstein stuff to cover, so I'm gonna get to that, and hopefully, we'll get some bonus content. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. I should give you an update on what's winning. What's under Trump's ballroom? That is what people want to know right now. What? Oh my God! Fuck! Oh, that's the old poll. Oh my God. Sorry, I overreacted. Is it the same? Okay, what I thought, chat, was that I had yesterday's poll up, right? But I don't. So first place, what's under Trump's ballroom? Second place, AI psychosis, AI Christianity at 28%. Third place, what if alt history on Tim Pool on his channel, right? I don't think Tim's in, although Tim has talked to Rudyard, so here's what those conversations were like. And then Taylor Lorenz on the social media addiction. This is what she was talking about with Zach and Gavin. She's made a video to maybe better illustrate the point that she was trying to make in that debate. So that's at 17% in fourth place. That's where we're at right now. With how many votes? 29 votes. 29 of you have voted already, so make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. And we're gonna get going on Epstein. All right. I always forget her last name. Emily, is it Jashinsky?
Welcome everyone to a special breaking edition of Breaking Points. We are joined now by the one and only Coffeezilla, who has been working at all hours with our own Ryan Grimm, going through Epstein emails, documents, and all of that. Ryan, tell us a little bit about what you guys have been digging into.
Yeah, so also a little background on this unusual collab. So I think, Stephen, I reached out to you because you were about to do a version of Jmail, I think. So Jmail, which at Dropsite, we're working with them. It's jmail.world. You can also find it through dropsitenews.com. Like, they're basically taking as many emails as they could find and making them searchable in like a Gmail format. It's actually brilliant. So then we started working with them because we had lots of other data sets. We had emails from the House Oversight Committee. We also had Ehud Barak's emails, etc. So loading those in there too. I'd heard you were doing them. Like, let's combine forces. And so you've been working with us, sifting through stuff for a while now. And last night, somebody on our team, basically figured out that that the DOJ had uploaded, you correct me if I'm getting the tech right here, so they had uploaded the 8th tranche of the Epstein files, but had not made it indexed yet. But you could find it by just monkeying around with the URL. So we were able to find it, and then the Jmail team, made it searchable. They subsequently took it down. DOJ put it back up. DOJ has now put up a new version. Anyway, you can find all the different versions over at Jmail. A lot of interesting takeaways. First, I had never seen before the federal investigators talking about 10 co-conspirators. The only one that was prosecuted was Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's one co-conspirator.
It's stunning. I mean, it's truly stunning. Like you said, I mean, they just didn't password protect the data volume. I mean, this is kind of a embarrassing oversight. And so we got to look at it. As you said, I was also trying to put together my own sort of.
And you got oh my God.
Way to pull together all this data, and then we basically got together with the
And you got to wonder, when you see sophomoric mistakes like this made by the Trump administration, how much of that is from what I described earlier, right? The fact that Trump doesn't look for competent administrators, he looks for minions, right? It's all about loyalty. How much of that is, that he just has people that aren't capable, in a lot of places in the government? How much of that is like the boomer of it all, right? When you're talking about something like, not password protecting files that are on the website, right? So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm not trying to go too hard on boomers. Obviously, that word means a lot of things in addition to a generation, but just like not realizing that if you got something on your website, right, as a file, even if you don't link to it, even though if there's no hyperlink, even if it's not indexed, it's still there. And if it's not password protected, anybody can grab a hold of it. So yeah, really silly mistake made by the Trump administration. The other possibility is that, there might be people that just aren't that loyal, can't be bothered, aren't really, trying that hard. They signed up to be a civil servant, a lifetime career civil servant, and now they're being used for things like scrubbing Donald. Can you imagine, chat, working for Donald Trump in the DOJ, and your job is 90% scrubbing his name off of things, right? That cannot be good for morale. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot of possibilities for why this went the way that it went. But that being said, it wasn't password protected. And for that reason, we have this information, right? This is crucial. This is key. This refutes what Kash Patel claimed when he said that there was there were no unindicted, co-conspirators. There were no other, cases that needed to be pursued. There was nothing there. Everything had been, cleared. And the only person that Epstein trafficked for apparently was himself, right? Kind of doesn't make sense. A lot of people thought that for a long time. Now we've got, this email. And again, we got to be careful about stuff that's in here. Cause some of it, like I said, some of it is like the Epstein, the video of Epstein supposedly offing himself obviously is not real. Is not a real thing. So I'm sorry, chat. I got distracted by a thumbnail on the side of my screen. It's Emma Vigland drinking, I believe, a Miller Lite with a straw. That is Majority Report's thumbnail. Maybe we could probably check in. They've covered some of this. We'll check in with some of MR's reporting a little bit later. But let's get through this first, right? You see this email is huge. This is huge, right? This proves, because like I said, who are the co-conspirators? Okay, well, maybe Maxwell is one of them. Maybe the dead guy is another one of them. That still leaves 8 people, right? What happened to those 8 cases? Why were the, if they have reason, if they can show, look, if the FBI investigated these people and they said there's nothing there, there's nothing there, there's nothing there, there's nothing there, that should be really easy for them to produce. Here is the evidence, or the lack of evidence, that led us to thinking that there's no case here, right? If they can show us that, then, I guess they're off the hook. But they haven't shown us that, which makes me think that it doesn't exist, which makes me think that there are wealthy Epstein class people that are still being protected by Donald Trump's administration, and this overall, I don't know what you want to call it, right? We're starting to see something under the water, chat, and it's like Nessie. Like, what is that? What's under there, right? They say that it's just a school of fish or something. I don't know. It kind of looks like a dinosaur to me.
JML team, they're kind of the tech guys behind it. But the TINCO conspirators is the part that blows a hole, in the July 25th memo saying we have no evidence to charge uncharged third parties. But 6 years ago, they apparently had evidence to put grand jury.
Oh, wait, Narwhal, I just got what you were saying. Yeah, look at that. YouTube just took the lead from Twitch. I didn't even notice that.
Subpoena.
I thought you were just making a dent, Narwhal. You actually took the lead.
Out to at least 3 of them. They're talking about 10 of them. Les Wexner's implicated. I mean, where did this go? And why don't we see the part that I was frustrated by is if you're going to show us that you suspected TINCO conspirators and you didn't charge them, then we should see in your data where you cleared them, right? Where you said, hey, we don't have any evidence to actually go after these people. We don't see that. We just see, hey, you had 10 suspects and you only went after one of them, which is Ghislaine. I mean, that's where this started for me.
And even Ghislaine is looking, she's been transferred to a minimum security, really like a hotel, like a resort more than a prison. And she is working on getting that pardon from Donald Trump. She has played ball with the Trump administration. I think the only thing that's stopping that from happening is that Trump doesn't want to do anything else right now that'll make him look more guilty. He's waiting for the heat to die down, but I don't think the heat's going to die down. So, and what happens if Ghislaine Maxwell realizes that there's no pardon at the end of the rainbow? That nice room with the puppy starts to look a lot less nice at that point. And she's in. I wouldn't put it past her to roll on Trump. Anyway, chat. Whisper of a dream.
And yeah, it just went from there.
And if you guys could also explain a little bit about because this stuff is interesting too. If you could explain a bit about how this is the document dump from the DOJ, but also, Ryan, I know you have those DDoS emails. They're like, right now what you're doing with building these inboxes is kind of combining all of these different streams of Epstein documents that you have access to, right? Maybe if you could walk us through a little bit of exactly what's being pieced together here, I think that might be helpful too.
Actually, you go ahead and take that one. I'll be right back while you explain it.
Okay, so yeah, just some background. I mean, I couldn't tell what was going on. I do get the feeling that this might not have been a planned recording. Might have been kind of a last minute thing. They put this out 11 o'clock today. That this came out this morning, and yeah, it looks like Ryan's. I don't know if he's maybe Ryan's taking care of business, chat. Maybe he's got some nature. Maybe the call of nature has affected Ryan Grimm. I don't know. But yeah, he disappears here. Happy holidays to you too, Vamps.
Yeah, sure. So basically, how
from your lips to Xenu's ears, exactly.
Worked is that there's been so many different data dumps from different sources. On the one hand, you've got the House Oversight, who are putting out files that the DOJ is not putting out. Then you've got data leaks from like early Yahoo days. There's been data dumps of Jeffrey Epstein emails. That was first reported on by, I think, Bloomberg, and then DropSite got some, and they started putting those out. And it's just kind of fragmented the universe of information on Epstein, and that's why a lot of people, myself included, kind of had the same idea at the same time of let's find a place to put all of this together, even the court documents. A lot of...
Oh, yeah, the other thing I didn't cover is actually the, I gave you some of the Trump response, but there was a lot of it that was kind of buried in the speech that he gave with Hegseth about the new Trump class. What is it, Chuck? The new Trump class destroyers. He's named the class of certain Navy ships, renamed it after himself, right? The Mad King. The Mad King continues to act as a foolish narcissist.
Those aren't in, the DOJ's kind of document dump. And so there needed to be like kind of an independent place where you can pull it all together and have one searchable database. That's the other problem, is these tools are really bad.
Jimmy Kimmel's doing a Christmas speech on Channel 4. Do they copyright strike? Are they want does like I don't know.
When the DOJ released like their new volumes of data, people were searching names and it wasn't coming up, but those names were in the files. Like even their search functionality was not working at a basic level. And so, yeah, that's basically what this endeavor was to do, is to combine all the data together so that we can really open source it to the public in a way that's useful. Because if you just give a bunch of data that's not processed, it doesn't have context, it's kind of a disaster. And that's what we're seeing. I mean, the fallout of this, it's worth kind of reflecting on, Emily, where we started with this. When we started, obviously they ran on, we're going to release the Epstein files. Then they gave us the phase 1 tranche, which was a lot of reused data. Then they said they're going to have phase 2. Then they said phase 2 is not coming. There is no data. Then it turns out Jason Leopold obviously found that there was what they call a transparency project in March that we never found out about until his FOIA request, and he sued the government to get it. So credit to him for that. But and then on top of that, they called it the transparency project was also called the special redaction project. That's a lot of what we're seeing now was the fruit of this special redaction project, obviously because we have the House Oversight Committee pushing to get those files to the public now, and obviously that's now became law, and they were supposed to comply with it December 19th, although they withheld a bunch of data. And this volume 8, like, one of the questions that's in my head is, had we not figured out that you could just download it from the internet, when would we have gotten this? Clearly it was ready. We got the same files that they released, a few hours later in the panic of it. But when was this going to go out? Were they going to hold on to it for a few weeks? Hold on to this postcard from,
And why is this some of the most insightful, useful stuff that was in the tranche that they weren't ready to release, right? What were they going to do? Were they going to redact more of it, right? Did they just not? Is that the reason that stuff? In other words, is this representative of how useful, how insightful these Epstein files would be if not for the heavy redactions, right? Was this just a thing that hadn't been run through that process yet? I gotta pee. I will be right back. Coffeezilla, don't sue me.
Well, ostensibly Jeffrey Epstein. We could talk
Brian Grimm,
all these kind of incendiary things.
Don't sue me.
Hold on to it and why?
Right. And I want to pause on that because we'll wait for Ryan to get back to talk about the answer to that question. May be more and more, let's say, evidence tying Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein in escalatory ways, meaning, sexually and all of that. So there's a postcard that was found, and we're going to pause and wait for Ryan to get back because I do have one more question on this, which is if you could speak a little bit to the redactions, because you mentioned this, Ryan mentioned this, the incompetence from the DOJ, I think is worth talking about, as you just alluded to. Tell us a little bit about how people realized basically that they could copy the text, paste it into a separate document. And we have, honestly, victims. There was a Jane Doe who talked to the New York Times and said they were horrified because their name is unredacted in these documents. But there are also going to be other people uncovered as the redactions are peeled away by copy and paste, right?
That's right. Well, it's some of the redactions, to be clear. So the way you sanitize a PDF, there's a way to do it where you just put a black bar and you sanitize it and you can't remove that. There's also a way where the metadata of that text is still there, and so you can literally copy and paste it. So some of the files, yes, you're right. They just were basically unveiled by a simple copy paste job. Some people have falsely believed you can do that with every file. That's not the case, but it's just some of them. And you're right. I mean, the mantra of this admin has been, we are not releasing stuff because we're going to be so careful about protecting the victims. But it's like, not only does that not seem to be 100% true, also, there are clearly other people they're protecting. Going back to that 10 co-conspirator email, a lot of those names are redacted. Then you have Todd Blanche saying on Meet the Press, we did not redact any names that were not for the purpose, or that were for the purpose of just embarrassment or like political reasons or whatever. It's only victims. But are you saying that the 10 co-conspirators, like eight of them that were redacted, were actually victims? Like, how does that make sense? You cannot square those things.
All right, so let's then turn to the Trump of it all.
Yeah. And here,
Ryan, did you just share something on the screen?
yeah. So here are the redacted co-conspirators that you're talking about here. The only one that they didn't redact here, it says Wexner, Epstein investigator Russell cleared to participate. And then, yeah, so here, of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, and 1 in Connecticut. Connecticut may be Steve Hoffenberg. That's where he was living toward the end of his life. He was who knows? They had a falling out, so I'm not sure if that could be him. He's no longer alive. That one is a wealthy businessman in Ohio, which appears to be a reference to Les Wexner, unless he had some other wealthy businessman friends in Ohio.
Later they talk about, just real quick, later they talk about some of these people specifically, and they bring up Wexner in Ohio. So it's almost certain that that's the co-conspirator they're talking about, unless there's 2 in Ohio. But they definitely were looking at Wexner. Ryan, I don't know if you feel the same way. It feels to me like they redacted the names that were not publicly known before this drop. And they didn't redact the names that were politically sort of fine to kind of leave out in the cold and to kind of expose that the public kind of already suspected. It's also true of people who've already died, like Jean-Luc Brunel, famous pedophile.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $11. I know I'm a little bit ahead, but I just realized that Reagan is also another president that should be somewhere in there. And what about Gore and Cheney? And Biden, Israel's cheerleader too.
Yeah, I mean, like, Epstein's definitely involved in Iran-Contra, it seems, which, might prompt Reagan to, is a rationale for Reagan to have been involved, but also maybe a reason that the Reagan might want to have tried to distance himself from that. Like, they try to keep the president's hands off the fingerprints off of the clandestine operation as much as they can, even though there's a lot of connection with Reagan officials, right? But yeah, no, this is the Epstein was definitely active during those time periods. And thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
Dead, so they leave him unredacted, right? Wexner, obviously the connections have been there forever, so they leave him unredacted. These other guys maybe weren't previously known. This does feel like the admin is running cover for those people to not expose them. You can say that's right or wrong because they haven't brought charges, but that's not what the bill says. I mean, that's not what the Transparency Act says, right?
Right, and that goes to people's one of the theories that people had of why is Trump, why does he care so much about this? Not just his name in there, but people would say, well, he has a lot of friends and allies that are in there. And so this would support that idea that the Department of Justice and Trump have been trying to protect, people's names who have been in there. Like there was one case where they did release Trump's name, but it was in a situation where that particular document had already been, published somewhere else. So that fits your theory. But it's like, all right, stuff, we'll grab onto as much transparency, credibility as we can by releasing things that are already released, but try to make sure that we don't add to any new information. Although with this latest tranche, they appear to have significantly added to what we know.
It's incredible. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel. I feel like I got the first real glimpse at why the administration has been acting the way they're acting. I have been puzzled by this the entire time. I have been baffled by the way they are handling this. After last night, I finally see a glimpse at what they might be thinking about. I think it's a good time to talk about the postcard, the Larry Nassar alleged, and I think it's important to say that because there are a lot of questions about this postcard, and there's going to continue to be a lot of questions. I think there's a lot of reasons to doubt it, actually. But either way, this administration understands optics. And when you have a postcard, let's just read it off. I don't know if we can. When you have a postcard that says what this says, you know how people are going to feel about this.
Yeah, it's really funny at minimum.
And I
Funny is
actually
not the word.
well, and I just want to just on this question about being a bit careful with this. I also just want to mention, as we were talking, I found that the Associated Press actually reported this back in 2023. And their reporting here is 2 weeks before ending his life, Jeffrey Epstein sat in the corner of his Manhattan jail cell with his hands over his ears, desperate to muffle the sound of a toilet that wouldn't stop running. Epstein was agitated and unable to sleep, and it goes on sort of describing his final days. But this goes to show that the Associated Press had this Nasser email. Here it is.
Well, they knew there was a message, right? But they didn't have the actual.
Wait, is this the one? Yeah, high-profile pedophile Larry Nasser. This is the one that where he's writing to Nasser and saying, you know, this is like the world is unfair. You know, Donald Trump, much like us, likes to, what did he say? Grab, snatch, I believe was the phrase that he used, right? Whereas we're here in prison snatching grub, right? This is, you know, the brilliant writing of Jeffrey Epstein. You know, life is unfair, right? That's the email that we're talking about here. Actual honest journalism is so refreshing. Why would you ever go back to watching the mainstream? Look, Sai, I was thinking about this today, right? With the what's going on? Oh God, I gotta have some time to cover this, right? What's going on with 60 Minutes, right? 60 Minutes, despite being owned by Ellison and you know, being under that news department run by Barry Weiss, has been still doing some good work to the point where Trump even complained about them. And it seems like as a result of Trump's complaints, Barry Weiss has now killed, at least temporarily, a story about CCOT. They had actual video interviews with Venezuelans who had been sent to CCOT describing the horrible circumstances there. And Barry Weiss's excuse is that the story wasn't complete. We need more time to get the Trump administration, you know, take on this story, right? Well, they reached out to the Trump administration already, and they didn't respond to the questions asked. And so, you know, when that happens, you go ahead with the story and you say we asked the Trump administration for its comments on that, but they, you know, didn't. In this case, I think they did get back to them, but they gave them like a non-answer. They gave them a non sequitur, right? You know, like Trump does. You ask him one question, he answers something else completely, and they let you do it when you're famous. Apparently, I think the letter was a threat for Trump. It was not meant for Nasser. It's meant to say, "Look what I can say if you don't protect me," to Trump. Yeah, that's a possibility, Coral Pal. I'm trying to remember. One of these was like actually in I don't know if it was this one. One of them they found in Epstein's drafts, right? Like he hadn't actually sent it out. I don't think it was this one though. I snatched the 60 Minutes Canada episode off torrents. Nice. You're gonna watch it tonight? Yeah. The problem, I would love to watch it with you, chat. But from what I've heard, CBS has been copyright striking pretty brutally. We'll maybe see what we can get. I know the Majority Report covered it, and they didn't like show the video; they just showed the audio. So hopefully we can watch that. Hopefully, you know, it doesn't get their VOD taken down.
They're describing what we're seeing here. It says it appeared he mailed it out and was returned back to him. This is according to an investigator who found the letter. I'm not sure if I should open it or if we should hand it to anyone. He told a prison official. So anyway, that's all. Just to say that
that's the important line. The letter itself was not
delivered,
was not turned over to the AP. So they knew about the existence of a letter.
Oh, okay.
But they didn't.
Can you go back to the letter contents real quick? It's important to read this. He goes, "As you know by now, I've taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies and the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab, snatch." Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm just reading it.
So yeah, Coral Pal thinks this is like a snatch. I got snatch in the head, chat. A shot across Trump's bow. A warning shot, if you will, right? That this would get to the this would be reported back to Trump, and I don't know. Did he really think? Because here's the deal. Like, it seems to me it's a lot more likely that, threatening a president or any powerful people, reminding them that you got information on them, would more likely end up with something like, Epstein being Epsteined. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't Epstein who Epsteined Epstein. I'm pretty sure somebody else Epstein. The question is, at the orders on behalf, at behest of who, right? Was Epstein Epsteined? The reason is it's just so on the nose. This is you're gonna see a lot of this on the nose, right? In terms of Epstein's correspondence, right? I want you to contrast that. I probably mentioned this last night, but contrast that with like the Pizzagate stuff, right? It originated, the Pizzagate stuff, the QAnon stuff, all originated from hacked emails from I think the Clinton. I don't know if it was the Clinton campaign team, but it was what's his name, Podesta, and all those people, right? And the theory there was that when they're talking about pizza, which if you're working in an office, it's something that maybe you order a lot if the boss is going to keep you there late. Sometimes the way the boss tries to make nice for you working too late and not having a good work-life balance is to pay for pizza, right? But in the minds of the QAnon conspiracy theorists, this was definitely code for victims, for underage people to victimize, right? Yet when we see the real pedophile, so if you look at Pizzagate as a myth, right, and we want to see the true historical figure behind the myth, that would be Epstein, right? The real life version of what QAnon was imagining existed in the Clinton campaign was actually Epstein and his network, and they don't use code words at all, right? They don't use any code words. They're just straight up say, don't send me, make sure this girl is too old. Don't send me girls like this anymore. Or in some other cases, this girl is too brown, right? Racist, kind of shit. But like, he would just straight up, say what he meant, in these letters. Poor Coffeezilla, his delicate conservative palate can't handle saying this. Wait, his conservative palate? Maybe I don't know that much about Coffeezilla's background. If I recall correctly, he was not friends with Nasser, so why write him? Yeah, this does feel a little... If he's not friends with this guy, yeah, it doesn't make... FBI is saying the letter is fake. Oh, wait, is this because of the date that it was sent? There's so many... Oh, here it is. Dated August 13th, 2019. Now, here's what Kelly Mayer is noting. Epstein died on August 10th, 2019. So unless this guy was raised on the third day, the date on this letter doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, we are gonna keep your eyes open for that. Good catch, Coral Pal, because there is definitely some fake stuff in here. And I think the reason that it's being left in there with no context is to give plausible deniability. Should we find something that seems like maybe not like a smoking gun, but like a gun that has been recently fired? Like if we find something that really points to Trump, right? Then they can just turn around and say, "But you remember all that other fake stuff in there? Yeah, this is all fake. No, don't worry. But like this could be just fake, right?" Any like out that you give Trump's loyal MAGA base is going to be, it's going to leave that base more intact, and it is starting to crack. Happy holidays to you too, Joel. We are conducting the war on Christmas here. All right. So I love it when somebody says happy holidays, not because I'm afraid to say Merry Christmas, just because I every time you say happy holidays, I don't know, a MAGA chud gets poked in the butt with a pitchfork by Satan or something. I don't know.
Whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, Jay Epstein. Now,
can we pull up something else with Epstein's handwriting? Do we know? Is there anything that do we have a sample of his handwriting that we know is his? Do we? Listen, there's so much fake stuff in that Epstein world. You don't know what's real. We wouldn't want to impugn any innocent people by looking too deep into that Epstein stuff. Merry Christmas to you too, Derp Derp.
this is like, I think regardless of, we're going to talk about, does it seem authentic, does it not? But the fact this existed in the files would make you not want to release it, even if you knew 100% it was fake. Because you know, like, Trump knows how optics work, and he knows this is a disaster, just no matter what. If it looks like a pedophile sent you a letter, or sent a letter to another guy who's a pedophile,
another pedophile
blames you, or like, kind of implicates you. At the
I mean, look, they should have used Mogmail like Final Fantasy. You have to have a Moogle carry the letter
of his life. That always is going to seem bad. Now, I just want to note a few things from this letter. Do you have the part?
Oh, so we know the verses. Yeah, Narwhal, I didn't show you this because it's horrible, right? But Epstein had a practice of writing lines from Lolita. It's a book by Nabokov about a older man that is pursuing a underage girl, right? It's about a pedophile. And it's like Epstein's favorite book. So yeah, talk about on the nose, right? But in this case, we're talking about like on the ankles was where he wrote the lines, right? And I think that we do know for sure that was his handwriting. And you're saying it wasn't cursive, but the writing looks similar nonetheless.
It stamps the letter. Like, there's a part with the postcard piece of it.
Has anybody ever heard there's a song by the Police called "Don't Stand So Close to Me," and they actually reference this book. It's about a teacher that's got I don't know what's happening. Is the student hitting on the teacher, or is the teacher trying to groom the student? It's something creepy that's happening in that song, but what is it? Yeah, no, I think the dude is like, what are the lyrics, right? Don't stand so close to me. Lyrics. Temptation, frustration, so bad it makes him cry. Wait, no. Wait. Oh, here it is, third verse. It's no use. He sees her. He starts to shake and cough, just like the old man in that book by Nabokov. So yeah, that's a reference to Lolita.
Because that's an important part, because it's actually date stamped August 13th, 2019.
Right.
Wait, is it on a grown woman? So Derp Derp, some of the if you look into the Epstein birthday book, are you familiar with this? This is a group of, I guess a group, like a bunch of letters and well wishes for Epstein's 50th birthday that Ghislaine Maxwell collected, to give to him as a book. And I remember one of these pictures is like it's like two pictures, right? The first picture is underage girls and Jeffrey Epstein's giving balloons to them. And the second picture is they're like grown up and they're oiling him up with sunblock, right? So part of what he seems to have done is kept relationships going with people with girls that were underage when he met them, and then supports their career to the point of, you remember the dental chairs that are on Little St. James Island? Apparently, this is one of Epstein's girls, right? I don't know when he met her, but he ends up facilitating her dental school. She wants to be a dentist, and he's got the dental chair there for her to get, I guess, practical hours by doing Alan Dershowitz teeth or something. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, there number of cases where he's kept the relationships up with these girls. It's not like he's not like a magic pedophile that is like, nope, you are 18 now, I'm no longer interested, right? He's not. Yeah, some of the file redactions can be undone by Photoshop. Yeah, people were talking about that earlier, right? We'll try to take a look at that, what people have found under the redactions. So again, yeah, like what is it, a PDF? Oh God, they're PDF files, Chad. Of course they're PDF files. Of course they're PDF file. All of the Epstein class are PDF files. No, they're literally Adobe Acrobat PDF files, right? And there's a certain way that you can save it, I think, where you just get like one layer, and then there's another way where you can see what's under one of the layers, and that's how they did it. It's very boomer, like I said, like leaving shit unpassword protected, very boomer move. And this too, like, right, leaving. Somebody said that it was just highlighted with black or something. But anyway, yeah, you can. By simply highlighting the text. Oh my God, that is like the ultimate boomer move right there. That's unbelievable.
Just 3 days after his death. Now, there's some things to think about here. He could have, it stamps when they process the letter, which means it could have been written. He dies immediately afterwards, and as it's going through the system.
Yeah, you're right. Look, the PDF file slang bear says. Has made looking at a PDF document difficult. Yeah, every time I say PDF, I'm like, yeah, just merge the PDFs, But anyway, before it was PDF, before that was the slang, I was calling it Pedialyte, which I'm sure the company. I'm sure Adobe's not thrilled about this. And I'm sure that the company that makes the what is it? It's just like a it's like a better version of Gatorade for when your kids got diarrhea and you need to give them fluids with electrolytes, right? That's what Pedialyte is. And for a couple of years there, I was like, yo, let me see if I can find this, chat. I'm gonna see if I can find this in the background.
Sent, they stamp it 3 days later. But one problem that I also see is that, it's also worth, there we go. I think we have it up now. Can you rotate that? So we can see what it looks like. Because
there it is.
Okay, there it is. If you see Nova 2220 in the top of that thing, top middle area, that references, I believe, a Virginia mailing center. So what's weird about this is that it should be stamped New York City. This is part of why I'm a little skeptical of this at the moment, is why is it date stamped after his death? Why does it seem to have been processed by a Virginia facility? All of this kind of makes me have serious questions about this email. Now, that's not to say, or not email, postcard. Now, that's not to say it couldn't be, whatever. But I just think people are going to rush because it's politically one side or the other, right? You either love this or you hate this. I think people should be careful.
Wait, let me rewind this. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, we're looking at a address. I just wanted to show you this, an example of what I was talking about. Versus J.K. Rowling drama in a nutshell. Hi, I'm nocommentchick reporting to you from the timeline where J.K. Rowling has photo retweeted Vosh, the Takemeister heard around the world. It all started when J.K. QRT'd Annalise Dodds, the Scottish Shadow Equality Minister. Not that that's a Hogwarts reference or anything, that is her actual title. Anyway, J.K. Rowling's accused the minister of not having a spine for implying that trans women might also be women. To a turf like Rowling's, this was anathema. Vosh hit back at her with Misogyny? Bosch! Why? I know why. It was a Takemeister. This was a Takemeister. Bosch wanted this engagement, and he increased his chances of being QRT'd by including what can only be described as bait, which Rawlings took, raising Bosch's profile. Unfortunately for Bosch, he also repeated allegations that Bosch supported Pedialyte and might himself be a Pedialyte drinker. We'll see how the situation shakes out, but remember, only you can... All right, Chad, I need to delete that before I get a lawsuit. I don't know. He might be a Pedialyte drinker. Anyway, wow, this is aged interestingly for sure. Anyway,
13th, 2019,
Right.
which is 3 days after his death. Now, there's some things to think about here. He could have, it stamps when they process the letter, which means it could have been written. He dies immediately afterwards, and as it's going through the system to get sent, they stamp it 3 days later. But one problem that I also see is that, it's also worth, there we go. I think we have it up now. Can you rotate that? So we can see what it looks like. Because,
there it is.
Okay, there it is. If you see Nova 2220 in the top of that thing, top middle area, that references, I believe, a Virginia mailing center. So what's weird about this is that it should be stamped New York City. This is part of why I'm a little skeptical of this at the moment, is why is it date stamped after his death? Why does it seem to have been processed by a Virginia facility? All of this kind of makes me have serious questions about this email. Now, that's not to say, or not email, postcard. Now, that's not to say it couldn't be, whatever. But I just think people are going to rush because it's politically one side or the other, right? You either love this or you hate this. I think people should be careful in rushing to conclusions and just understand that this is it's obviously incendiary, whatever, but there are reasons to kind of have questions about this.
And another way that this could be fabricated and still wind up in the files is, tell me if my thought process is wrong here. Let's say you sent it from this, Northern Virginia mailing center, but you put the return address of MCC, Metropolitan Correctional. So when it gets returned to MCC rather than back, to whoever sent it, and then it winds up in his collection of papers, and then somebody sees it and tells the AP about it and says, "Hey, in his papers here, we have a letter. We don't know what the letter says, but we have a letter that he apparently sent that was returned to Nasser." So I think that would, to me, that is
Totally.
a completely plausible scenario where somebody saw him die and was like, "This would be really funny if I wrote a letter from him to Nasser, who's the other super famous pedophile at the moment, and linked them all to Trump, and then by virtue of the return address, it winds up in the files." But then to your point, Stephen, if you're Trump, you're like, "Oh God, this is not this is not good," even if you believe it's fake.
And the only thing I was going to add is from that original AP report, it has this line from an investigator saying it appeared he mailed it out and it was returned back to him. I'm not sure if I should open it or we should hand it over to anyone. The only reason I bring that up is just to say at the time you have an investigator who appears to say, or who is saying, it appears that Epstein himself did this, and then that gets into the media through a document dump. So people can take that with the massive grain of salt that I think Ryan just appropriately applied here, which is there are a million different ways. And as I've been going through the files, I can see why. I mean, it's obvious. This was always a cope from the Trump administration, but it's a cope. It's a successful cope because it's a good point, which is that there are going to be things that get released that are going to send people down a million different rabbit holes needlessly because it was evidence that was collected and then brought to the DOJ's Epstein files, quote unquote, and was dismissed.
People are saying the redactions have disappeared. Is this the DOJ trying to just catch up with this is the whole thing, everything that they do to make themselves look less guilty, or try to fix previous mistakes, previous attempts to hide stuff. It just makes them look more and more guilty.
And you don't necessarily see them showing the work as to how they dismissed this, and the other thing. So yeah, I think it's possible that's the case here.
And I also think it would have some MCC jail markings, I would think, like mail that a prisoner.
Thespio says their only tool is a shovel, and they're already in a hole. They are digging that hole deeper, Thespio.
Sends out is going to get read and marked, unless he has his attorney send
Right.
it.
They also did a handwriting analysis, though. I mean, I think we need to ultimately.
There
look at
has
what
been a
they concluded
handwriting?
as well, because that is really telling. The fact it's handwritten.
The FBI
clues.
Right.
You have a bunch of writings of Jeffrey Epstein. Match up the letters. I mean, there's specific tells and there's forensic analysis you can do to easily at least debunk it. To say nothing of like confirm it, because there are some weird things here. I do think it's a funny Sophie's choice for like conspiracy theorists, where the postcard implicates Epstein killing himself, which obviously a lot of people say, well, he didn't for sure. They believe 100% he didn't. But then on the other hand, you have the same postcard with this, very explicit implicating of Trump. Do you believe the postcard? Do you not? Do you insist that he was killed, or do you think, it's definitely an interesting, it's an interesting one. I don't know what to make of it. I think the hardest part about it is it was sent so quickly after his death. I think that's going to fuel theories for years. I mean, because you could technically have it dated afterwards, like it's just within the window of being maybe possible. Although, like I said,
So the plausibility would be the idea that Epstein wrote the letter, he put it in whatever you put it in, or however you send like a letter out of jail, right? And it didn't get postmarked until 3 days later. Is that what Coffeezilla is saying? It's close to it's within 3 days of his death. So
there's a lot of I guess problems with the theory as well.
Yeah, it was September 19th they asked for this handwriting analysis, but I don't think we've found yet the results of it.
I don't think that's public yet. Which they need to ultimately publish that, regardless of what it says. Nobody's at this point, and this is part of the problem with how they've rolled it out. There's such low trust on this issue. They've shot all their credibility. It's gone. Nobody will believe anything.
Look, there's low trust with the government in general around Epstein. There's low trust, with the government and with law enforcement when it regards the Epstein class, people that are rich, wealthy, powerful, and connected. And then there's, obviously a specific lack of trust in the Trump administration, and even more specific lack of trust. Even some of the diehard MAGA people, right, are saying that they don't trust Trump on the Epstein files, right? And that's got to be a very hard circle to square for somebody that has built their image of Donald Trump as being some kind of force against the the pedophilia of the elites, right? And now you find that when he has the chance to release everything, go transparent, as he claimed he would, as Bongino and Patel claimed they would, it's even JD Vance said they would in his appearance on Theo Von. He's actually now getting in the way of the public having the information that especially conspiracy-minded QAnon adjacent Trump supporters would believe. Yeah, this has got to be a wild thing. The only way I can imagine them holding on is this really strange sort of niche perspective that I have heard is out there about Trump. And it's this, that the reason that he's in all these pictures with Epstein, the reason that he seems to be best friends with Epstein, is that Trump is somehow like on a mission to expose Epstein, to expose the elite pedophile cabal. And he has, I don't know have to pretend to be one of them, right? So this is the white hat pedophile theory. And Trump recently put on a white cowboy hat. Coincidence? I don't know. Probably is a coincidence. I'm off the Trump bus as watcher. Yeah, I think even Asmongold's off. Asmongold's not rocking with Trump anymore.
If you don't release it. So it's like when this handwriting analysis comes, like you say you sent it in, if you do not have those records, it's going to be a disaster because people are just going to say, well, it would have proved X or Y or whatever you want to believe.
And now as I'm Googling, I'm seeing like media is like running with this. Like people.com's headline is Jeffrey Epstein wrote a parent note to Larry Nassar. It's like, But you're right. Like if you're this sloppy about how you're releasing it, like, and you're just leaving it up to the public, it's going to get, not that the public is less trustworthy necessarily than these goons.
Well, but it's just
Ryan,
that you could collect any number of random scraps, as you do when you're investigating things. And anyway.
Yeah, but this definitely feels like the thing that they were kind of trying to be like, we do not want this out. This is so bad. I mean, there definitely could be more. I'm not saying there isn't, but this
how about
feels like
this?
the first thing that makes sense. Yeah, this is another one for sure. U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, saying that Trump was on more flight records than previously reported, specifically mentioning that, he was on flights where some of the people present, well, one, it was during a time period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. And then on the second to last sentence, on the two other flights, two of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. That's also really bad. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Yeah, that is bad. The Department of Justice saying Trump flew on the plane more than they thought, and crucially, at the moment where they're, investigating Maxwell for trafficking, and eventually convicting her of it.
And chat, this is the main thing I focused on last night because it's the, of all of Tranche 8, it was the most, or the first interesting document to kind of be surfaced, right? And this is what blows the lid on the whole co-conspirators thing. Remember, Kash Patel has said things that seemingly contradict this, right? That if this is true, that there were 10 co-conspirators, that means that Kash Patel lied under oath.
And okay, who are these two witnesses? What would they say about Trump? That they're not saying that anything happened on that flight. They're just saying he was there, but there were victims on the plane. And also it goes to this, like, I think it so far clears the bar for what people want our public officials to be doing. Like, even if you did not assault these two girls while you're on this plane, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing so many times on this plane called the Lolita Express at a time when these later to be convicted sex traffickers are trafficking women around? And that two of the...
You know what? You could ask, what are you doing about a lot of moments in Trump's life that have become public, right? There's too much smoke at this point, I would say, for there not to be fire. This is what they found in the FBI's unlisted zip file. So, Thespio, I think you're talking about Tranche 8, if I'm not mistaken. Right, this is from Tranche 8, right? So Tranche 8 was a folder that was on the FBI website, right, that they put up in compliance with the Epstein Transparency Act. And, what if you looked on the website, you could see folder 1, folder 2, folder 3, folder 4, all the way to 7, right? There were 7 folders. And, each of these, if you looked at the URL, it would say blah, 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 DOJ, FBI.gov / this / that. And then the last slash was / folder 1, / folder 2, / folder 3. So somebody, went up into their URL and they erased the folder _7 or they erased the 7, they replaced it with an 8. And when they hit return, this came up. What that means is that they've got fucking, I don't want to say they're boomers, but this is a very boomer thing to do. That they have uploaded files to the website that were in no way password protected. And thought that because the files weren't indexed, because there was not a hyperlink on the site that pointed to them, that's okay. We can leave that there for now. If we want to clean this up, if we want to redact some stuff and then put that up later as tranche 8, we can, so it was there ready to go. But you weren't supposed to see it. You certainly weren't supposed to see it yet, right? So, and there's people are also talking about some of the PDF documents that in an attempt to redact. Now, and this one I really think might be some disappointed employees that were tasked with redacting Trump's name off of everything, because what they did is, instead of actually putting the redact box, putting the black box over all the text, and then saving it as one layer where there's no way to see what's been redacted, I'm told that some of these files were just highlighted with black, so that all you got to do is just highlight it to see the text, right? Complete boomer move. Unbelievably incompetent. Or chat, are there people working there who maybe are pissed off at having to cover for Trump? Either possibility is we could entertain.
The victims are on the plane. Like, I think the public is done with, well, nothing happened. It's like, what are you doing there? It's gross.
Well, I think the question is, did nothing happen with everybody? I mean, how's that what I've been saying from the beginning is, I think it's definitely possible that a lot of the people in these files did nothing. I just don't believe all of them did nothing. Right. And that's what I refuse to believe. And when you see there's 10 co-conspirators, you go,
oh my God, Narwhal by Nature just checked. What does it reveal?
Where are the charges for the other people? And actually, you see...
And is it something that we could look at? Because obviously, some of what they've redacted, we're assuming, are like names and identifying information around victims, like victims of Epstein. That obviously we don't want to show. But the way that they're playing with this language is a little bit cagey. And the way that Kash Patel said that there were, no more... there was nobody else in the files that was implicated, other than victims, right? And so it makes you wonder, given that we know that there's 10 co-conspirators now, was he calling some of Epstein's clients victims? Was he classifying them under that? There's some answers we don't have, and we'll try to get to the bottom of them for you.
Interesting, I would almost call it a counter reaction to all the clamoring for more evidence. The fact that...
Yeah, Dan Bongino stepped down, I think, effective January 1st, right?
There's such little that's been done in charging new co-conspirators. There's been a new thread of reporting that's like, well, there's nothing. This is just all a big to do about nothing. There's a big nothing burger. And there's been some journalists who have now been very vocal about saying, you guys are crazy. He just was trafficking by himself. This was his own personal interest and nobody else was involved. So I think the public doesn't buy the side of it where it's like all of these guys are innocent. And also it gives credence to the idea of, well...
Saw the name of prison witnesses. What I mean is it something that we can look at, or is it something that we need to, needs to be gone over before I can show it on a stream? Because obviously, we do want some redactions, right? We don't want to expose victims' faces, victims' names, anything like that. But at the same time, it's pretty reasonable to assume that not all the redactions are really protecting victims. It's reasonable to assume that Trump might be considering himself a victim, as he said on Fox News, right? They ask him, are you going to release the UFO files? He's like, yeah, we're going to do that, right? Cool. You're going to release the JFK files? Yeah, no, we're going to do that, right? You're going to release the Epstein files. At first, Trump says yes. And he's like, well, just wait, there's so much fake stuff in this world, in Epstein's world, right? And I wouldn't want any innocent people to get harmed by it, right? To get, implicated. Right there, I think, and this was before the election, chat. In other words, we had a chance to stop a second term for America's pedophile prez, at least the one that we know of. Maybe there's more, right? But anyway, yeah, if people had taken this stuff seriously before the election and not been so sidecucked, it was obvious that there was something going on with those Epstein files just from that Fox News interview. If you think that the Kamala Harris interview, Moose is not Moose. Or sorry, Moose not Moose. Moose not Mooses. Thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Watcher, is that there's every chance that Clinton is implicated by this, and I mean, look, there's been a lot of people that have been president. I believe 47 of them so far, right? We make this assumption that people that are pillars of the community, people that are connected, people that are connected to the rich and famous, right? That somehow, if there was anything bad about them, it would have come up. That's not necessarily true. And from what we're seeing about how the Epstein class protects itself, there's reason to believe that there might be a lot of these predators out there that that are amongst us and that are, like I said, considered pillars of the community, when in actuality they are predators of the community.
There's these thing called conspirators. Where are the charges? Like, okay, you say you're not involved, but
Bill Gates should be investigated, as long as you're talking about the Microsoft guy and not Dollar Bill Gates. I feel like Dollar Bill Gates did nothing wrong, but yeah, Bill Gates definitely
please go after the people who were clearly
should be investigated.
Enough leads to get grand jury subpoenas. They got to search.
Oh, and good point. Hayate says there's a lot of fake stuff on both ends. Go ignore both sides. No, what I mean. Look, Kamala's not in the files, okay? Bill Clinton is. Right? But what I mean is that shit was up on Fox News. And if you're a Fox News viewer and you voted for Trump, right, you kind of made a mistake by just watching that interview on the network, right? Just like the Kamala interview that was, that had some embarrassing stuff cut out on CBS. Trump had a similar interview on Fox News, and they did the same thing. They cut it out. Nobody sued Fox News over it, right? And Fox definitely hasn't paid out. But I do want to point out that you're right in a way, but maybe not the way you're thinking, Hayate. The fake stuff is in there, is in the files, I mean, right? So the stuff that the DOJ has been giving us apparently includes stuff that they've gone through and investigated and discredited or debunked, right? The example that I would point to is the video that purports to be Epstein unaliving himself. Now, we've all heard that the cameras were off during the moment that Epstein died, and so being able to see whether he was murdered or whether he Epsteined himself, right? We don't have that video, but there's a video out there that looks like Epstein, choking himself, right? That one's been debunked. That one's fake. That one was, I guess, sent to the FBI. So in other words, we've got stuff in there that's being released without any context. And I think that's the dirty thing that the Trump administration is doing, right? If you're going to release everything, right? Including the fake stuff, but put the context into it that, like, this has been, because people ran with this stuff. People were like, oh shit, we got Epstein killing himself, right? We got the video right here. People ran with it. And the more that this happens, the more that people run with stuff that's in there, but that is not real, the more likely that Trump, when there is a smoking gun that pops up, is going to be able to say, yeah, this is more of that fake. You remember that fake stuff earlier? Remember those celebrities that were in there? And, there's nothing on them in terms of committing crimes with Epstein, but, they were in the photos with Epstein. Well, Trump's just like that. So that's why it's there. And that's what it's doing. That's the game that they're going to try to play. I just don't think that it's going to work. Because in addition to, people like Hayate that are still riding that Trump train a year after they should have gotten the fuck off, right? There's people like the Watcher and Twitch chat, and even Asmongold. Even fucking Asmongold at this point is done with Trump, right? If you're such a dead ender that you keep on riding that Trump dick longer than Asmongold, what does that say about you? Like, what's going on in your life? I ask because I'm concerned, right? How has Trump become so important in your life that you're willing to twist yourself into do like logical gymnastics in order to try to deny what's right in front of all of our face right now? We elected a PDF Prez. That's what it looks like to me anyway. We're going to look further down the rabbit hole and see what we find.
For a evidence of a co-conspirator, you have to have some kind. There's a bar of evidence to get that search warrant. You've got to go talk to a judge. You got to get their approval. I mean, how did that lead nowhere? And if it did lead nowhere, tell the public exactly how.
Look, if you don't recognize that there was reason to not vote for Trump in 2024, you are on some kind of train or some kind of dick, something that I don't even want to think about, where that motivated reasoning is coming from. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. And look, just like the Democrats replaced their fucking aging, decrepit, dementia-riddled president, they replaced him with the vice president. The Republicans could have done that too if they'd been serious about it. But it's just like there was too much, you're too worried about eating the cats and dogs to notice that your own dude is like, well, I don't know about those Epstein files, right? It was right there for you. Sus as fuck. Sus as fuck. And yet, it just, wasn't nearly as interesting as what Tren de Aragua in Colorado and Haitians eating your dog and cats in Ohio and the non-existent trans athletes winning gold medals, right? There was a lot of bullshit in that election. There was some important stuff that was talked about too that really Biden and then Kamala didn't handle well, right? Their response to Americans saying that America is no longer affordable after 40 years of a rise in productivity. In other words, you're making more money for your boss, but you're getting paid virtually the same rate. Your pay rate has flatlined, right? That after 40 or so years of that, even with Biden supporting labor rights, even with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, even with the things that Biden actually did right, Americans aren't okay. So yeah, I'm not trying to let Kamala Harris off the hook for a terrible, terrible campaign.
How that happened.
Yeah, and we're still missing a lot of that. The affidavits that accompany the warrant would be, explosive. The federal indictment still, we haven't seen the details of it, nor have we seen the affidavits that accompany it.
Hi, Ate says, why are you calling him my own dude? As if I agree with him. It's not the issue. I see everyone pull this. Oh, you're on his side. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm on my own. I just want to know, what about you being your own side necessitates you defending, pedophiles, right? That's my confusion, right?
That's the stuff that, I think that Trump very much does not want out, because they are charges, they're allegations, and the public will treat them as kind of...
Yeah. If I'm misunderstanding what you're getting at from chat, Hayate, I apologize. I'm looking at 3 chats right now, one from Twitch, one from regular YouTube, and one from Shorts. So, I only have a little time to read and understand everyone's chat. So feel free to clarify your viewpoint if I haven't understood it correctly.
Kind of settled fact. Whereas... But it could be a lot of bad stuff in there. These are things that the federal prosecutors allege. And, we're so used to the news covering what federal prosecutors allege that's what people will naturally do. We as reporters often say, don't take federal allegations as fact. These are allegations. They need to be proven. The public takes them as fact, and federal prosecutors love to just basically make sure that people believe that they are fact. So they're kind of caught in a vice of their own creation here. So that's why I think they're trying to keep those documents. There's no evidence that there are these 10 co-conspirators, but the fact that federal prosecutors, they haven't presented the evidence yet, but the fact that federal prosecutors believed there were 10 co-conspirators. Yeah,
he's referring to the email from the attorney from the Southern District, assistant attorney from the Southern District of New York there.
That's news, and it's huge news, and now we want to know why they believe that.
Which we should mention on this point.
Well, look, if your point is that Bill Clinton's a sicko and so is Donald Trump, I agree with you, Hayate. And no, Hayate doesn't have main character syndrome. I was just responding to their chats. So that if they feel like a main character, it's my fault.
How random stuff that you would hope investigators are scraping into this broader.
Oh no, God! Did I give you too much credit? Are you making the argument now that if there was anything bad about Trump, Biden would have released it because he loves to do lawfare? Is that what you're? I can't tell. I can't tell. Anyway, I'm not going to get one chattered. Apologies if you need to clarify yourself to chat. Feel free, but I'm gonna move the main character to someone else for now.
That
I don't want you getting dogpiled.
would include this bizarre video, Ryan, that you all flagged initially.
Oh, right.
Because you were changing the URL. Right. Tell us a little bit about this, because I think it gives us some insight.
Yeah, for anybody that is tempted to make that argument, right, that like, well, Biden, had the files, operated the DOJ for 4 years, right, something would have come out. First of all, the Department of Justice is supposed to be, and usually is more or less, independent. That's a really important thing. That's something that we've lost under Trump, right? You can find incidents where the Department of Justice should have been more independent, right? But you can't really find examples to where that wall has corroded the way that it has under Trump. So, you might not be aware that, Biden is not supposed to be running the Department of Justice. And secondly, listen, I'll cop to this, all right? When I heard about Epstein dying in prison, I thought it was suspicious. Right? This was under Trump in 2019. This is the last year of, 2019, is that right? It's 2019, right? Epstein dies in 2019. Anyway, it's under the Trump administration. And, I thought it was suspicious, but I thought that, if anything, if there was anything pointing to him being murdered, that the Department of Justice would handle that, right? Even under Trump, I had like some faith, and even at that time, you do see some independence, at least in the first term, for the Department of Justice. This total erosion of the wall between president and DOJ is more, in fact, obviously Trump fired people, had a number of different people at those positions, but I had faith that it was independent enough that there's not going to be like a case of the century in which the accused gets murdered and, it's reported as a suicide. I had too much faith in the system. Yes, even under Trump, right? So when I didn't hear anything that, that there was some investigation or that maybe he didn't kill himself, when the final report was that, yes, he did kill himself, I believed it. I thought, okay, that's fucking weird. That's fucking sus. But yeah, I guess there's nothing, beyond this, right? It was only when Trump started acting weird that I really realized that something funny was going on here, right? And we don't know what it is. We don't know what's at the bottom of the rabbit hole. And in fact, I joked around about Trump being the presidential, the PDF president. He does look very guilty. Right? He is acting very strangely. He is definitely covering shit up, but that doesn't mean that he did stuff to Epstein's underage, the underage girls that Epstein was trafficking, right? There could be a lot of reasons for him doing that. He could be protecting somebody else. A lot of these wealthy, all these people in the Epstein class, and if you look at Epstein, they seem to collect dirt on each other. And when enough powerful people collect enough dirt on each other, you have this web of mutually assured destruction. In other words, if one of the people, casts suspicion on one of the other people, then, they've got stuff they can release on them. So for whatever reason, Trump has been gotten to. Trump is compromised, right? Trump is covering up. And, it's a reasonable thing to assume that he might have been involved in Jeffrey Epstein being killed, if that's what happened. There's just so much that we don't know, chat, and we're nowhere near the bottom of the rabbit hole. But yeah, I will cop to the fact that I had too much faith in the system, and that it was only Trump's just out in the open fear of opening up those Epstein files, as we saw in the Fox News article, or the Fox News interview, and as we saw later with Pam Bondi's aborted rollout of the Epstein files. Remember, she said, we're coming forward with these. This is the first These are this is the first this is part 1 of the Epstein files, right? She gives out these trapper keepers, right? And all that's in them is previously available information. That's suspicious in and of its own, but she says she's going to come back with part 2. Okay, we wait for part 2, right? She starts to say stuff like, they're asking like, what about those Epstein files? Are those coming out? She's like, oh yeah, I got the I got them on my desk, right? And it goes from I got them on my desk to they don't exist. That's why I'm suspicious now. That's why my disposition changed. I can't speak for anyone in the Biden administration or anyone else, but yeah, no, it's not a cynical thing. Look, if it was just Bill Clinton, all right, if somehow no Republicans did anything bad, Alan Dershowitz, chat, kept his underwear on, like he says, right? No right wingers did anything wrong, and it was just Bill Clinton and Noam Chomsky. I think they should be fucking prosecuted. I don't care if there's fucking pedophiles doing horrible shit and getting away with it because of who they know. I want them investigated. I want them arrested. I want some justice for those victims, right?
Insight into the process and into what the contents of this larger dump.
Yeah, so basically, somebody seems to have fabricated a video of Epstein in his cell and then sent it to federal investigators, or somebody sent it to federal investigators, and then through that, it wound up in the files, which then were released. And so you get this video released without context of Epstein in his cell seeming to be like choking or something. But yeah, so
well, I want to jump in here. That is their choice to release this without context. I think it's a huge strategic mistake to just dump these files and let the public like just run with it, because if you know something that we don't know, like why wouldn't you provide some commentary about what it is instead of just trying to let the like just
and Emily, click on that
dump
DOJ
it.
link. I think they took it down.
Yeah, they
Click on that one.
There you go.
That was where the video was. What happens when you pull that up?
What do you mean? What happens when I pull what up?
If you that justice.gov link. What happens?
Sorry. It's right here.
Yeah. So yeah, they took it down. So they took this video down.
Just a
sorry for the awkwardness on Breaking Point's part. I don't think they were planning on coming into the office to record this today. Obviously, Coffeezilla is a live streamer, so he's a pro at this. I think that Ryan and Emily are still kind of waking up, still drinking their coffee here. So yeah, a little bit more dead air. Not really a lot of editing that would have made this more watchable.
Complete mess. Just a complete mess. I wanted to bring up. By the way,
so that's the video. You may have seen this. Is about 14 seconds. It says J. Epstein. And yeah, it seems to be, I don't even know what this is. It's from like 6 years ago. Posted on YouTube back in 2020, maybe 5 years ago. Wait. Oh, it's a 3D render. Okay. I was going to say, that's before the age of AI. At least from what I remember.
What did y'all make of, the prosecutors were clearly getting frustrated with Prince Andrew, who is one of the people obviously being both looked at, but also he was at the time trying to clear his name with some PR. So he...
Amy Pike, I think that comes up. I vaguely remember what you're talking about sounds familiar. I don't remember if it was Coffeezilla and Breaking Points who mentioned that, but I did see something about that today. No podcaster wants to touch that part of the files. So this is a victim, right? Or a purported victim, right, Amy? That ended up dying in a pretty horrific way.
Releases to the public, hey, I'm cooperating with federal investigators. Investigators send each other like these links to the Sun and, basically the reporting on it. And they're like, this guy's not cooperating with us. He's not doing an interview. They reached out to him and they started leaking on their own terms like, no, this guy's not cooperating with us. You have a back and forth between Prince Andrew's lawyer and, the U.S. government, where the Prince Andrew's lawyer is like, you guys said it was going to be confidential. And they're like, you lied to the public. Right. I mean, it's kind of fascinating to see this jockeying for public narrative, right? Between people who are clearly, on the one hand, Prince Andrew's a person of interest. On the other hand, Prince Andrew's trying to get out in front of the story. Obviously, he's been stripped of his title now. Do you think we know everything there is to know about, like, do you think we know everything the Crown knows about Prince Andrew's involvement with Epstein? Or do you think they just did it out of an abundance of caution? Or do you think there is, like, proven allegations somewhere buried in here that we haven't seen yet?
I would suspect that they also have enormous numbers of private allegations that are separate from this.
That's probably true.
Because when they first started reporting on this, I had been separately doing reporting on Prince Andrew and his relationship with this shady bank that was doing work with the UAE, and people were telling me his widely known nickname was Randy Andy, and so, like, I think when the Epstein stuff came in, it was more like, yeah, okay, this tracks. And then he gave that absolutely debacle of an interview where he's like, yeah, I don't sweat. None of this can be true because I don't sweat. So it was just this, like, unending.
You couldn't look more guilty at that point.
Yeah, sure you don't sweat. So I think that's my suspicion, that the family just kind of knew, like, his name's Randy Andy. And he's always, like, running around with, like, inappropriately aged young women or older girls, and so they're like, this is just too much for us. That's my suspicion. So I don't know if they even need to know more than is in this document.
Might be losing you a bit, Ryan.
Oh well. Oh, sorry. Well, that's about all I got.
No, I think he just went quiet and he was hoping somebody else would talk. Oh no, there's something going on with our audio.
Before we wrap, I just wanted to get your final thoughts on this, and maybe also just from the perspective of somebody who's been in the, like, knee deep in all of this for days, with the new documents being, in some cases, like 72 hours. We've had actually a little bit more at this point because it's Wednesday and we started getting them on Friday. But you're also connecting the bigger pieces of the puzzle. I always say my perspective on what's going to happen with Epstein is the government's not going to accidentally or intentionally release a smoking gun document. In all likelihood, any document, whether it's a picture
Oh, did they say CIA when they meant MI5?
or an email that contains a smoking gun, is already gone. It's been destroyed, deleted, and it's certainly not going to get released to the public accidentally. Although with this DOJ, that possibility seems to be higher, because
It would be very on brand.
there's a level of incompetence to all of it. It looks like, to me, another evidence or another example of JFK syndrome, where we get a steady drip over the course of decades of documents that are released and personal testimonies of people involved, and the public then has 900 pieces of 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, and there's always going to be 10 that are missing. And so over the course of decades, as the years go on, the picture becomes more and more clear, but you can never be definitively certain of what happened. That's what I feel like what the Epstein investigation, at least publicly, is going to end up, and that's what I think it's becoming. So I'm curious for your position on that, having, just as you still are, been in the weeds of all of this for days.
I think that's right. I think it's absolutely going to become the next JFK. I think people are going to be talking about this for decades. I think they're going to data drip it out, like you said. I think there's, given their evasiveness, nobody trusts that they wouldn't kind of.
Brian Isaacs, I've already been over this, right? I didn't give a shit for 4 years because I stupidly trusted the Trump DOJ. All right? Because you know who was in charge when Epstein didn't kill himself, probably was killed? That was Trump. That was Donald Trump, okay? And when the DOJ... people don't remember, right? Because the DOJ right now is so politicized. There's absolutely no separation between the presidency and the DOJ, right? Donald Trump controls that shit. Donald Trump has got his people doing what he wants in those positions, investigating, Tish James and James Comey and people that just like there's no he can't even indict these people, right? But under Trump 1, it wasn't like that. The first Trump administration had a DOJ that was at least somewhat independent, evidenced by the fact that, Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr, what is it, Comey when he started, right? These people didn't always do what he wanted and they got fired for it, right? So that shows that there's some independence there. And I stupidly trusted that DOJ, if there was anything else that went on with Epstein other than him unaliving himself, that DOJ would have gotten to the bottom of it, right? I trusted it. I said, I guess there's nothing here. I guess there's not. It looked hella suspicious, right? When Epstein turns up dead. But I believed them when they said nothing to see here. And I moved on like the rest of America, right? And it's only when Donald Trump started hemming and hawing about releasing the Epstein files on Fox News in 2024 before the election that I said, hey, there might be something to this. And I started talking about this. I started streaming about this. I started looking into this, right? But yeah, that's why, nobody's been concerned about this for 4 years. Because, people more or less believed the official story, or the media got bored with it, right? Nothing was going to happen. It's only once Trump starts acting guilty as fuck that you start to say, what is actually going on here? What are they afraid of? It's only when the Trump administration ran on releasing the Epstein files. Remember, J.D. Vance, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, right? All these people said, yeah, we're going to release the Epstein files. Trump was the only one that was slightly cagey about it, right? Pam Bondi announces your release is coming. And then when it comes time to release them, she says, there's nothing to see. There are no files. These are not the droids that you're looking for. When somebody fucking bullshits me like that, gaslights me like that, yeah, I'm going to be interested and want to see what's going on. All right? This isn't a fucking political issue to me. If Bill Clinton is in those files, if Bill Clinton has done fucked up shit to like minors, he should be investigated and he should be punished. Same thing with Noam Chomsky or Jimmy Buffett. Like this is... my dad, the old singer or something that my dad listens to, right? But who shows up in those files? Who's in a picture with Clinton and his wife and Maxwell and Epstein, right? Like, I mean, are some of these people just coincidentally there? Sure, it's entirely possible that Jimmy Buffett was just a backer of Bill Clinton, was a friend of Bill Clinton, and Bill's like, hey, I want to introduce you to my friend Jeffrey. Right? Maybe Jimmy Buffett didn't do anything wrong, but I want to get to the bottom of it. And I don't care who it implicates. I don't care who it uncovers. I think that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein deserve a little bit of justice.
Keep back a few files, right? Under the guise of some rolling production or ongoing.
I think it's time for the Epstein class to face justice. I think it's time to uncover this and see what's underneath and end their impunity, right? Trump has practiced impunity, and he's not the only one. If you're rich, as Trump said, if you're rich, they let you do it. They let you get away with it. The rich have gotten away with way too much. And whether it's Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or Bill Gates, I want to see them face justice.
Investigations, or we had to redact
Victims.
it for XYZ. Yeah, victim reasons. So
National security. Let's not forget about national security.
Of course, it's a national security interest. Epstein's, Lolita Express. So I do think that's
Jonathan Cameron, dude, Trump didn't do anything. Yeah, he didn't release the files like he said he would. That's why we're here, Jonathan. That's why we're here. Because he was all gung-ho about releasing those files until he got a look in them. He saw something in those files that he didn't like. I want to see what's in. I want to see what he saw. I want to see what changed his mind.
That's gonna continue. I mean, I'll bring it all back to public trust. The administration has completely lost the public's.
Don Campbell, why does no one care that the victims have said Trump did nothing wrong? That's not true, Don, because when you say the victims said, you're saying all the victims, and all the victims have not said that, right? I'll give you another example. Virginia Joffrey, no longer with us, took her own life, right? She implicated, before she died, Alan Dershowitz, right? Trump lawyer and, just perennial lolcow, Alan Dershowitz. Look him up if you don't know about this guy's history. He's you know, and you know, he's one of these. He's the guy that claimed that he's like, I did nothing wrong. I kept my underwear on for every massage, right? He's all but told us that he, you know, received massages, you know, at Epstein's place. But right, Alan Dershowitz sued Virginia Giuffre and got her to recant her testimony, right? That's why. That's why. Do you understand? The victims, if they know anything about Trump or anyone else, and I'm not concluding, you know, that I don't think we have enough information to 100% know that Trump participated in the predation of underage victims with Epstein, right? What I do know is that Trump is covering up for whoever did. What I do know is that there are 10 unindicted co-conspirators that we have not heard about, and who Kash Patel all but assured us did not exist. Trump's been lying. His administration's been lying. Pam Bondi's been lying. Kash Patel's been lying. Dan Bongino just quit rather than be forced to cover for Trump. How much more do you need to see?
Belief in them on this issue specifically, and I think that's across the board. I don't even think like straight down the line Republicans believe anything this admin says about Epstein. It's just on this issue, they've lost everyone's...
So Big Leaf Energy is talking about the connection to intelligence. Believe me, we're going to get into that, at least when it comes to the CIA. The Mossad, I don't have as much information about. We do have information, though, to connect Epstein to the CIA. Saying that the Mossad is involved isn't, you know, at all out of the question. I think that's a possibility. We know that Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was working for a number of intelligence services, including the Mossad. So yeah, no, we're just because we're watching Coffeezilla talk about Tranche 8 right now does not mean we're not going to explore at least some of the intelligence connections. Now, I can't make stuff up for you. I'm gonna try not to like theory craft for you, or you know, I'm not QAnon, in other words, right? But I will give you what we've got. And yes, Drop Site News, of which Ryan is a part. Ryan Grimm is on this video too, right? From Breaking Points. He has done some research, yes, connecting Epstein at least to the CIA. And I suspect that there's a lot of you in chat that don't know a lot about the activities of our clandestine intelligence service, right? It's a long story that goes back many years, right? Goes back, you know, we're going to go back to, you know, Ronald Reagan and the Iran-Contra affair right now in the connection that I'm talking about with Epstein. And, you know, if you want to, you can go back and learn about the CIA's connection to the dirty war in Laos, you know, one of the countries that Kissinger expanded bombing into in the Nixon portion of the Vietnam War, right? They have a long history of this kind of stuff. And yeah, it does seem like Epstein was involved in them, and it does explain possibly some of where Epstein got his money from. So we're going to be looking into that. We're going to be looking into Les Wexner. Hopefully we will have time for all of this. There's a lot going on, chat. The fucking internet has just exploded, right? This hit the water, and it's just been like piranhas, right? There's been so much discourse about this, and people looking into Tranche 8, seeing what they can find. It's a lot more useful than some, you know, what the other stuff that the DOJ has posted in terms of, for instance, knowing about the co-conspirators, which I think is a huge breakthrough. So yeah, we got some breakthroughs here, and I'll give you what I can, but I'm not God, to quote Alex Jones. So, you know, I can't create reality for you, but I'll try to help you. I'll try to help you navigate it.
Trust collectively, and that puts them in a kind of a no-win position. But also, as they make these blunders, it seems like the only belief we have is in their incompetence and them accidentally releasing something. But also, they can never really falsify it, because it's like, it's one of those things where, because they've lost so much public trust in the way they've been handling it, because they've been acting so evasive, they put the public in this position of, how can we ever think that we got the full story when you've been acting so strange about it this whole time? And, you know, I don't see that going away anytime soon. Like, I think it's going to be a deep problem. And the fact that in the last administration, we didn't see a lot of interest.
Wait, I'm sorry. Pokeboys says, or perhaps they're using these informants to take down the largest trafficking ring on the planet while keeping them embedded. Pokeboys, you're not talking about Donald Trump, are you? When you say informants, is Trump one of the informants that you're talking? This isn't the white hat pedophile theory, is it? Look, I've heard about this theory. I've heard that there's some right-wingers that are sort of using this idea to cope that Trump only seems guilty. Trump was only part of Epstein's world because he wanted to expose Epstein, right? And so he had to become a white hat pedophile. Listen, he abused those underage girls for the truth, for justice, right? I don't know. I don't know though. I don't know. What are you like? I'm not sure what you're saying when you say informants. Who are you talking about? Who are the informants? Obviously not. Thank you. Yeah. But I literally don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to, I'm trying to touch base with chat and, pick your brains for stuff. But, there's only so much I can do.
Facing these either means, well, where is their credibility too? It's like right now it's just we know this is a weak spot for Republicans who are pushing on this issue. That's what it seems to me to be politically. But do they have the public trust in we're going to come out?
SoCal Bolts fan points out that FBI informants become informants when they get caught. And yeah. So sometimes somebody being an informant is not because they are a heroic person that wants justice. Sometimes it's because they got caught breaking the law. And in order to avoid consequences for themselves, they have turned state's witness, right? What evidence that Trump did that? No, we're not talking about. I'm asking you, Pokeboys.
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Yo, look at that. Look at that chat. You did this. You've engaged with the stream so hard that like it's going crazy. I'm trying to hold on here, chat. But we just got Joel Sivera just gifted 5 community subs on Twitch. Signrise, you just got jellyfished. The Watcher, you just got jellyfished. Anti-corporatist just got jellyfished. 4 unwed cats just got jellyfished. Meow, you also got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. But anyway, I'm trying to understand what Pokeboys is talking about. The redacted co-conspirators. Oh, okay. So there's any number of possibilities, right? But the one thing I want to point out to you, I don't know if you realize this, but the existence of these co-conspirators kind of contradicts what Kash Patel said under oath, right? But yeah, we don't know what we don't know. Look, I'll give you another possibility, right? There's a chance that the FBI looked into these co-conspirators and one by one said, this guy's got an alibi. This woman is, right, there's not enough proof to go forward with a case against her, right? They might have looked into each of these cases and they might have a good reason for not pursuing them. Now, I'm going to throw a little cold water on that possibility because I think that given that this is a Trump administration, given that this DOJ has virtually zero independence from its president, that if there was anything like that, if there was anything that, makes Kash Patel not look like a liar and that, disproves the co-conspirators or explains why they weren't investigated, I feel like they would have released it already. It's such an easy thing to do, such an obvious thing to do. And if you want to, stem the tide of people, theorizing about what's actually going on here, that would be a great place to start. The Trump administration is not giving us that information.
I'm going to tell you actually, the truth about it. If they come out and say, we cleared Trump, if they come out and say that, like the Democrats, they come out and say later, oh, he did kill himself in that cell, are people going to believe it? Or are they just going to say, no, you're lying too?
Ryan, as we wrap here, I'm curious for your final thoughts with the big picture that you've been working on, which is intelligence ties. Anything in this latest round of revelation, are you pulling at any threads here with that bigger picture in mind? You're muted, Ryan.
I think he's having internet problems.
I think the new Wexner stuff, the number of co-conspirators, the amount of evidence we have of his criminality over the years that didn't lead to his prosecution until the very end, is all interesting. Might have just lost you again.
Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the super sticker.
But check out Jmail, check out Coffeezilla's post. If people haven't seen it yet,
Okay, and we looked at that stuff last night. They're again
great resource.
I suspect. Okay, so that's Jmail. Check out this site if you haven't looked at it already. This is what I think. This is what DropSite set up. Oh my gosh, do I have it open somewhere here? Jmail.world/drive. It's the website that we're looking at here. It looks a lot like Gmail, Google Drive, and all that stuff, except when you type it in, you'll notice you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein, right? So this is just the way that that DropSite has chosen. I love it, right? Chosen to organize these files, right? All of the files, whether they're released by the DOJ or the House Dems oversight, or I think the that is the House Dems oversight, right? All the files are here on the J drive, right? Not the Google Drive, but the J drive, and then if you click over to Jmail, remember you click over to Jmail, you see all the emails involved in this case, right? It's searchable. It's searchable, unlike from what I've heard from people, the DOJ website. It is easily searchable and accessible. So check that out if you've got some time to do so. And if you find anything cool, let me know. Let me know in chat. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wow. I was like, wait a minute, is that my email? No, that's Jeffrey's. That's Jmail.
It's incredible.
You can search it by people.
It's a very dark place to spend time, but when you do it, really, I think people usually say something humanizes.
Look at that chat. You got Jmail, you got JPhotos, J Drive. What is that? Instead of like Amazon, it's like Jamazon. I don't know what they're calling the Spotify one, but I'm guessing that's Epstein's playlist, which was also released
with a positive connotation. But this humanizes, I think, Epstein in an obviously horrifying way, to be like going through what appears to be his inbox as it would have appeared. So it's very eerie, but I think also an incredible tool. So thanks to the team that's making all of this possible, and thanks to both of you for spending so much of the holiday season knee deep in Epstein emails.
Ass deep in Epstein chat. That's the title for today's stream. Anyway, let's. Is this the one? God, there's so much that's come out about this now.
Okay, nothing like a Christmas Eve news dump. Today we got yet another document dump in the ongoing release of the Epstein files, and a few things remain true.
How do I get to the Jmail playlist? Look, you can type Jmail. Wait, what is it again? Jmail.world, I think, is the website, right? You can type that into your browser. Or if you are lazy, you can go to Coffeezilla's video, and I think the link is in the video as well. So that's how you get to Jmail.
Gone through our amazing.
And I would show it to you myself, chat. But when I pulled it up, the first few pictures in it were sex toys, right? The first few pictures that popped on screen were like stuff I can't show you on Twitch, unfortunately.
The team here at MS Now has gone through a lot of this as much as they can. I mean, one, despite a legal requirement based on a law that was passed, again, remember this, with near unanimous support to release all the relevant documents by last Friday, only a fraction of that material is available as of yet, even after the news dump today. Two, the Justice Department continues to redact vast swaths of information, and in many cases, those redactions don't seem to have logical explanations, really at all, and we'll talk about that. But despite all of that, this batch probably, of the batches, had the most new information about Jeffrey Epstein, his criminal enterprise, and the many attempts to hold him accountable. Now, perhaps the biggest bombshell in today's dump of files is this July 2019 email exchange between DOJ officials, suggesting that investigators were looking at 10 potential Epstein co-conspirators at the time. That's obviously huge news, since to this day, only one Epstein co-conspirator has ever been charged in the case, and that's, of course, Ghislaine Maxwell. But in this email exchange, the names of most of those suspected co-conspirators are redacted. And it's really not clear why, especially because the law mandating the release of these files does not allow redactions on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. I mean, the whole reason so many people have demanded the release of these files was to expose the people who participated in Epstein's crimes without consequence. And there may be even more information on potential co-conspirators that the Justice Department is still holding on to.
Wait, what is this? Amy Pike says doctors are worse than Epstein, just like doctors in general, like anyone with a PhD, or do you mean MDs?
I mean, another email that appears to be from a federal prosecutor in New York reveals the existence of a 7-page memo on, quote, co-conspirators we could potentially charge. The email also mentions an apparently updated 86-page co-conspirator memo that appears to have been drafted later in 2019, as well as a corporate prosecution memo that is 13 pages. And to be clear, we don't know why that email was drafted. But so far, it does not appear that any of these memos have been released by the Justice Department. And again, exposing potential co-conspirators is a big reason that Epstein survivors have been fighting to release these files. This is not just a story.
Yeah, this is wild. Quite to the contrary of people, of the survivors proclaiming Trump's innocence. Isn't there even one of the survivors was like a Trump voter and is now flipped on him based on him, like, you know, blocking transparency on this?
About what Donald Trump did or didn't know. I mean, of course, that's important. He's the president of the United States right now. But it is about a much larger cover-up of rich, well-connected men who preyed on young women trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. So when I learned about
RCS, that's what it's in the Jamazon. Yeah, if you just click the Jamazon, the J Amazon logo, and it gives you his Amazon deliveries. Yeah, there's some weird shit in there too. I think
was in these files, and some of the big questions it still leaves out there. I was immediately reminded of what Charlene Richard told me earlier this year.
Oh my God. Magnetic Tuartara says, "Be right back. I gotta brush my teeth." You just made me, like, I saw teeth and I was like, oh my God, do I have matcha on my teeth? Are my teeth green? Maybe.
What survivors know but still cannot say about who participated
Epstein bought an oxygen concentrator
in Epstein's crimes. Are these people, when the list
is that like what an oxygen bar has? Like, you know, these bars that you go, like, I don't know, supposedly it has like raised levels of oxygen and it makes you feel a certain way. I don't know.
Release that people would know. Are they people who are famous in some capacity?
Yes.
And are there names out there that have not been out there yet?
Yes.
That you were trafficked to?
There's names of people that are out there that are not on the list.
All of that is a reminder that there's still a lot we don't know about the people who enabled, abetted, or participated in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. I mean, today, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer responded to DOJ's decision to redact the names of those Epstein co-conspirators, saying the Department of Justice needs to shed more light on who was on the list, how they were involved, and why they chose not to prosecute. Protecting possible...
Yeah, that's all we need, right? You know, again, nobody's jumping to conclusions about the unindicted co-conspirators, but like until we get an explanation, it seems fishy.
Conspirators is not the transparency the American people and Congress are demanding. No question about that. I mean, today's file dump also shed light on other aspects of the Epstein investigation with even more bizarre and difficult to explain redactions. I mean, for instance, in one file, 2 unnamed people who appear to be investigators correspond via email about a photo one of them claims to have obtained from the cell phone of former Trump advisor Steve Bannon, who I should note has not been accused of wrongdoing in connection with Jeffrey Epstein. But the email reads, quote, I've been looking through Steve Bannon's phone. Quote, I found an image of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell on Bannon's phone. You can see screenshot attached. Then there's a large redaction covering whatever the sender attached to the bottom of the message. Now, why?
Maybe a picture?
Why is it redacted? We don't know. In another file released today, someone at the Department of Justice alerted a colleague.
So what does that mean? Is Bannon like keeping, I don't know, some kind of dirt on Trump just for contingency's sake?
In 2020 that, quote, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported. Now, of course, we've known for years now that Trump's name appears multiple times on the flight logs for Epstein's private jet, despite Trump's assertions as recently as last year that, quote, I was never on Epstein's plane. We know that's not true now. We've known it. But this 2020 email from a DOJ official sheds new light on who accompanied Trump and Epstein on some of those flights, including one flight in 1993 where the only passengers listed were Epstein, Trump, and a then 20-year-old whose name is redacted. Now, the DOJ official goes on to note that on the two other flights with Trump, two of the passengers, respectfully, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. That's what we know at this point. We also learned from these documents today that in 2021, the Justice Department subpoenaed Trump's Mar-a-Lago club for employment records. We don't know whose employment records they were seeking, but we do know that
Some chance it was Virginia.
Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre had previously been employed at Mar-a-Lago. There are also new revelations about other public figures as well. I mean, one file released today shows an email addressed to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2001, which appears to come from the person formerly known as Prince Andrew. In it, the man who vaguely himself...
the Andrew formerly known as Prince, yes.
Identifies himself vaguely as A, vaguely asks if Maxwell has found him some, quote, new inappropriate friends.
Ooh.
We've reached out to the royal family for clarification on that and have yet to hear back. Now, the documents released today also include images of what appears to be a fake Austrian passport with Jeffrey Epstein's photo under a different name. Another email.
Wait, TDS, Pete Dolloff, you got to help me. Is that when bullshit comes out of your mouth from Trump's dick syndrome? When you've been glazing that Trump dick so hard and just like all manner of cope comes out uncontrollably? All of a sudden you find yourself in a YouTube stream, like, you know, trying to do mental gymnastics for your parasocial daddy. Is that what we're talking about? Trump's dick syndrome?
Chain from the day of Epstein's death suggests that U.S. Attorney's Office was left in the dark for hours after Epstein was found dead in his prison cell. As someone from that office complained, quote, it has now been hours since this was reported publicly. It is extraordinarily frustrating to have to tell Epstein's attorneys that we have less information than the press. There's also an email in which Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, appears to be explaining why his office never consulted Epstein's victims before granting Epstein a sweetheart deal. His office was later found to have broken the law by not doing exactly that, by the way. So we're learning different new things about the Epstein
I'm
case.
sorry, that was Acosta we're talking about? Okay, God, there's so much to keep track of in this case. And I have ADHD, chat. It's not helping. And I don't even think, chat, that Vyvanse is legal in the country that I'm in.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I think if I went to a doctor to treat for ADHD meds, the best I'd get would be Ritalin.
Documents. We're getting
And who wants Ritalin?
some
Not
new
me.
insight into Epstein's criminal behavior, new details about how prosecutors bungled the case against him. But answers to the big questions concerning who knew about Epstein's crimes and who may have participated in them are still shrouded in a lot of black ink. The DOJ is still required by law to release that information, and the members of Congress who wrote that law are holding them to account. This week, Congressman...
Where was I 4 years ago? I've explained this, Gayla, but you just got here, so let me explain it again. I stupidly believed the Trump 45 Department of Justice would have gotten to the bottom of it if Epstein had been killed, right? I stupidly believed that there was actually nothing to see there, right? At the time, I had reason to believe this. The Trump administration, the first 4 years, there actually was some independence from the DOJ, right? Now with Pam Bondi, I can't say that anymore. But yeah, I had more faith than I should have in the Trump DOJ.
Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie threatened Attorney General Pam Bondi with inherent contempt charges if the full Epstein files are not released. And Congressman Ro Khanna joins me here now. He's the lead co-sponsor of the Epstein files transparency.
Oh wait, Stratera, I should look into that. Yeah, I should see. I should see.
Act, which required the Justice Department to release all of the Epstein files by last week. Again, just to restate for everyone, thank you for being here with me. I just kind of highlighted some of the big pieces that stuck out to me.
Yeah, here's what changed. So for anybody who wants to know what changed, why do I think there's something here now when I didn't think that there was something there 4 years ago? It is because of how Trump is acting, which is guilty as fuck in relation to the Epstein files. This started last year during the presidential campaign when he interviewed with Fox News. Fox News asks him, so you're going to release the JFK files? Trump says, yeah, we're going to release those. You're going to release the UFO files? Trump says, yeah, we're going to release those too, right? Then they ask him, you're going to release the Jeffrey Epstein files? And at first he says yes, because he's just, he's been saying yes to everything. And he's like, well, actually, I'm not so sure. There's a lot of fake stuff in that world, and I wouldn't want any innocent people to be caught up in that. That was my first clue. That was my first clue that there was something more to this Epstein thing, right? And ever since then, Trump's behavior, Bondi's behavior, Kash Patel's behavior, the fact that they were so gung-ho about, bringing this stuff out. And then as soon as they got to look at what's in the files, they were like, whoa, no. There's nothing to see here, right? Kash Patel's, statement that there's nothing else to investigate
So peaceful up here, but now there are
is kind of raging assassin. I don't know what fucking silo you're living in, but 70% of the country is anti-Trump at this point. Don't act like this is some niche fucking thing. Like you're the one that's part of you're one of the dead enders, the hangers on, right? Still doing mental gymnastics to try to deny that there's something fucked up going on with Trump and the Epstein files. Now, what is that? I don't know for sure. Could it be that Trump was involved in Epstein files, Epstein's crimes? Sure, I guess, right? That's a possibility. They were, apparently BFFs forever. But it's also a possibility that, there's some other reason that he's covering it up too. And regardless of who's implicated, I want to get to the bottom of it. If it's Bill Clinton, if it's, Bill Gates, if it's Noam Chomsky, right? These victims deserve justice. And they haven't gotten a whole lot of justice. They've got a whole lot of threats and intimidation from the likes of people like Alan Dershowitz to try to silence them. I just want to see this is a revelation. The way that the Epstein class works, what Donald Trump meant when he said, if you're rich enough, they let you get away with it, right? We're starting to find that out. We're starting to find out how this system of, compromat really works. And I'm not saying compromat to imply Russia. I'm just talking about people getting compromised, right? People not being able to tell the truth, not being able to go forward with things because somebody's got leverage on them. Maybe somebody's got leverage on Trump. Okay. It's not proven that he was involved in Epstein's illicit activities with underage girls. But, given Trump's history of, bragging about entering the dressing rooms of underage beauty contest participants, right? I wouldn't say that it's beyond the realm of possibility either. All I'm saying is that there's something fucking rotten in Washington, D.C., and we need to get to the bottom of this. You said, where was I 4 years ago? Motherfucker, where were you 9 years ago when Trump said, drain the swamp? I think it's pretty clear and pretty fucking hard to deny that Trump is the swamp, that Trump is protecting the pedophiles, that GOP stands for guardians of pedophiles at this point. And whether it's Tom Hanks or, whoever, like, let's see what's in those files. Let's see who's involved in this shit. because Trump is not being forthcoming. Nobody in his administration is. This DOJ is even less transparent than the last one. And like I say, I feel like I got fooled by the last one. I feel like I had too much faith in, the institution of the DOJ more than the Trump administration, right? That the DOJ has traditionally been independent of whatever president that they're appointed by, right? I let my faith in that institution make me believe that maybe there was nothing, maybe there was no proof that, this is just a series of strange circumstances, right? Most famous pedophile in the world with a blockbuster case coming up that may very well implicate the rich and famous ends up dead, right? He dies right when both security cameras are off. And just everything that the Trump administration has done in terms of, the showing us the footage that is missing a minute, right? That was edited with Premiere Pro. Like, they're just everything that they do makes me more convinced that there's something up here. There's something rotten in Scotland. Or Denmark, sorry. Scotland was Macbeth.
Incredible team has tried to comb through here. It really raises a whole lot more questions than are answered. But what did I miss there in my run through?
You got the central fact, which is a document came out saying there are 10 co-conspirators of Epstein that weren't charged. And the reality is, talking to survivors lawyers, they're a whole group of rich and powerful men, many of them on Wall Street and finance, some politicians who have been...
Jace Journey says the whole system is corrupt and we can't vote our way out of this. Look, the French monarchy was corrupt, Jays. They didn't vote their way out of that. All right. What I'm saying is that there may have to be a different solution, just like there was then. And, it may not be pretty. Anyway.
Named who were at the Epstein Island or abused these girls or covered it up, and none of those names have come out. Now, there's a simple way we know for those to come out. They're the 302 FBI witness interviews with these survivors. How do I know those names are in there?
William Milner, how did Maxwell get moved to a party prison? Probably because she played ball with Trump and his attorney, Todd Blanche. Remember this attorney that he sent over to talk to Maxwell? This was his personal attorney that was defending him a few years ago from all the cases that never got resolved. We never got a verdict on those cases because the Supreme Court said the U.S. president is beyond the law. That's the kind of shit that has to stop. No one should be beyond the law.
Because the survivors have told me that they told the FBI about these names. The survivors' lawyers were in those FBI interview memorandums. None of them have come out. They're all required to come out by law. And you see now the Justice Department backpedaling and really scrambling. They did not anticipate that MAGA would be so upset with the impartial release.
The 10 co-conspirators really stuck out to me. We saw Leader Schumer also call that out. Oh, let's give you a moment there. We'll give him a moment to come back to get his headpiece.
All right, there you go.
It's all right.
Thank you.
It's a Christmas Eve.
Yes.
All sorts of things happen. I will give you a moment. I just was saying that it really stuck out to me, the 10 co-conspirators. It also stuck out to Leader Schumer, clearly stuck out to you. We don't know who the majority of these people are. Let me just start by asking you this. In the law that you wrote, is there anything that would require the redaction of these individuals from what was released?
No, quite the contrary. When Massey and I wrote the law, it's a 2-page law, we actually said that you cannot consider reputational harm. You cannot consider embarrassment. You cannot consider the fact that someone was not charged. And what we see is that the Department of Justice, frankly, and this is not exaggeration, is more concerned about hurting the reputation of the rich and powerful men who abused the survivors than they are protecting the survivors. When it came to the survivors, they've released the names. In one case, a survivor's name was released in a horrible way, and she then asked why the FBI file which she was mentioned in was not released. They didn't release the file she's mentioned in, though she's requesting it, and they released her name. So they're breaking...
Yeah. So the whole thing about protecting victims, which is a lot of what the Trump administration is hiding behind at this point, right? The numerous redactions, the pages and pages and pages of black squares blotting out images and black lines blotting out text, right? It doesn't really speak to transparency. In fact, that would be the opposite of transparency. That would be opacity.
The law very clearly.
All right, so we'll leave it on that for Jen Psaki. Now, I know some people are probably getting pissed off if you're of the right-wing persuasion. Why are you watching MSDNC? Don't worry. We'll watch the Majority Report, right? That's definitely not unbiased source there. All right, let's see what's going on the Majority Report. I am told, chat, that since this is the last Majority Report of the year, that Emma drank a Miller Lite on stream, complete with a straw. Like that's how the pros drink beer, chat. That's how the
fact that was released last night, this second batch, it being closer to Christmas. That's the kind of thing where
Hypervisor says everything they have done is highly irregular and conflicted for any kind of case that they actually care about getting to the absolutely
dump bad news where people aren't paying attention as much. But
that's the theory. But I think,
are they going to go over the unredacted info? Super hyphy dumb Redart. I'm going to have to go over that before I can show it to you, right? Because, the unredacted stuff might also have actual victim names in it. So, as soon as we can get that cleared, funded by Putin, definitely. This is, what was it? The Edward Gregorian, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Tim Pool. I'm sorry. I got them mixed up with Tim Pool just because Emma embarrassed Tim Pool so badly when she went on his program, right? I tend to get that mixed up, right? Who was getting money from Tenet Media? Yeah,
I agree. It's outdated.
It makes sense. Like,
everyone's on their phone. You think people are putting their phones away on Christmas? I mean, come on.
A lot of this happened over the 4th of July because I was home then too. But that just means you're home and you can talk about it with your family.
Yeah. I think, perhaps it's a media PR strategy, but I don't necessarily know if it meets the social media
diminishing
age.
Returns on that. Yeah,
I would agree. And so some of these documents were available on the DOJ website, and then around 8 p.m. it appears that they were taken down. The Washington Post got the full set of files and has some, really, it has damning things in it about Donald Trump. Some of these documents contain very interesting information about Epstein's death, as well as Trump's many flights with Epstein. And the prosecutors discovered that there were more flights than previously known. But let's read their reporting here. 3 days after releasing a large tranche of Jeffrey Epstein documents that contained few mentions of President Donald Trump, the Justice Department disclosed thousands more files that included wide-ranging references to the president.
Bobby Billoray says, if everything were released, we'd expose our entire Congress minus a few. This is look, I don't think you're going far enough there, Bobby. It wouldn't just be think bigger. It wouldn't just be the Congress. It'd be the rich. It'd be the capitalist. It'd be the people running our economy, fucking us over on both sides of the transaction, right? Underpaying us for the value, the productivity that we provide their businesses, and then overcharging us at the point of purchase, right? On goods that we need to survive, gouging the prices for things like groceries, things like housing, right? I'm not saying that everybody that's rich is, for the record, is a Epstein, client or anything like that. What I'm saying is that this is the Epstein class, and they're used to acting with impunity. They don't live by the same rules that we do, and that's gotta change. That's gotta be confronted before they take so much power that we are at their mercy, because that's coming up, chat. That's what they're trying to do with AI. So yeah, I think it's bigger than Congress. I think it's bigger than politics. I think it is as big as the entire world, and we got to do something about, like, look, when you got, you know, a class of people that live beyond the law, I mean, what do you expect to happen? If you give them, you know, an exception to the law that the rest of us live by, you know, you don't expect them to do shit like this?
The documents show that a subpoena was sent to Mar-a-Lago in 2021 for records that pertain to the government's case against Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's accomplice in sex trafficking. They include notes from an assistant U.S. attorney in New York about the number of times Trump flew on Epstein's plane, including one flight that included just Trump, Epstein, and a 20-year-old woman, according to the notes. So that means that in 2021, the Trump received a subpoena because we know that Virginia Giuffre, who sadly passed away, has said that that's basically where she was kidnapped, trafficked, was at Mar-a-Lago. So we don't know if that's what that's exactly pertaining to, but it could be. The newly released documents also include several tips that were collected by the FBI about Trump's involvement with Epstein and parties at their properties in the early 2000s. The documents do not
Physique, thank you for the super sticker.
show whether any follow-up information took place, or investigations took place rather, or whether any of the tips were corroborated.
Well, that's a big eye looking at the FBI, and I'd like to see, like, our folks like Kana, who's been very good on this. What are we going to do about this FBI?
Exactly.
That sat on this and could have stepped in the 90s?
Yeah. I think we know some of the theories about why that's not the case, both protecting the wealthy and powerful, but also his incredibly likely association with both U.S. and Israeli intelligence agencies.
Better clean it up.
In a statement Tuesday morning, the Justice Department...
And chat, yeah, that's where we're going next. I do want to somehow cover Trump's statements about this, because I think they were kind of ridiculous. Unfortunately, they're sort of buried in his incoherent speech about renaming, I believe, do I have this right? A class of naval vessels as Trump-class destroyers, right? Is that what it is? Anyway, it's in a speech with Hegseth. He talks about this a little bit, but then he does the weave, and he talks about a bunch of unrelated stuff.
Said some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump.
I'm gonna have to pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands, though, of Waluigi.
Characterized as unfounded and false. It's right there, next paragraph from where we were reading.
And I'll be right back.
That's all right. Statement Tuesday morning there. But that's amazing. That's the Department of Justice, as I mentioned, acting as Trump's law firm. Perhaps they edited this. They must have edited it. But that was exactly what the release said.
Oh, Waluigi.
Let's go to this part. Epstein, a wealthy financier and convicted sex offender, died in 2019 while in federal custody awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. His death was ruled a suicide. This part is, like, perhaps, in my view, the most incredible revelation. The files include correspondence among prison officials about Epstein's psychological assessments, with discussions about holding him in a special housing unit until about 2 weeks before he died. We have supporting memorandums from the responding officers who indicated they observed inmate Epstein with a makeshift noose around his neck, one of the emails stated. At one point, the documents indicate prison officials planned to house Epstein in a cell with Cesar Sayoc, a fanatical supporter of Trump's, who in 2019 was sentenced to 20 years in prison after he mailed explosive devices to prominent Democrats and media figures. Let's sit with that.
All right, chat. So this is what I'm showing you that the majority report has got that I haven't seen in other places. Epstein, do you get this? Epstein was placed in a cell with a fanatical Trump supporter, right? What is that about? Anyway, I'll be right back.
for a second.
Yeah, can we just meditate on that for a little bit? I mean, that's the ball game.
That's the ball game in my view. I mean, let alone what we know already, which is that the Wired's reporting on the metadata of the footage that was released that was supposedly of Epstein's cell, or was at least in like the vicinity of Epstein's cell, had multiple minutes taken out of it. They called it unedited footage, released it to the public. Wired did an analysis of it forensically and found that it actually really wasn't that hard to figure out, that they'd edited out multiple minutes in Adobe. And now we have the documents showing or indicating that prison officials wanted to house Epstein with a fanatical supporter of Donald Trump, who I'd imagine was quite involved in something like QAnon, where Jeffrey Epstein was a central figure, in the same cell as a guy that would be the most likely to take somebody out. But that might have been a little bit messy, right? Just to have a supporter do it.
Yeah, a little bit too on the nose. But let's just dwell on this Bureau of Prisons thing, because frankly, it looks to me like a den of thieves that needs to be raided. Because here is Todd Blanche on with Kristen Welker this weekend on Meet the Press. And this was just an interesting thing of me as somebody who likes to think we have a democracy and likes to have elected leaders in charge of like things like prisons, you know, caging of humanity. Here's what she was asked. This is a little exchange on this Bureau of Prisons that wanted to put Cesar Sayoc in with Epstein.
Couple more and we're almost out of time. I do want to ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. Just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time...
So I'm not going to talk about it. You don't get to know.
You don't get to know, apparently. And
we're going to put maybe a guy who is a fanatical, violent Trump supporter in with a guy that would it'd really benefit Trump if he died.
Completely.
Put him in the same cell. I mean, what are we doing here?
And the Wired story, I can't get over. It should be mentioned every time. It should be mentioned every time. It's quite clear for people that don't know, Trump was president when Epstein supposedly killed himself in his cell. That was, I think, one of the biggest revelations from this latest dump. Here's more. This is on the flight records with Trump. The new documents at times provide a window onto what federal prosecutors had been examining, as well as their awareness of ties that Epstein had with Trump. In January 2020, during Trump's first term, for example, an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York wrote an internal email about a review of flight records the day before as part of the government's case against Maxwell, who was convicted in 2021 of sex trafficking. For your situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously had been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case, the email states. There were at least 8 flights, the prosecutor wrote, between 1993 and 1996 in which Trump was a passenger. On at least 4 of those flights, Maxwell was also present. In some cases, the prosecutor wrote, there were passengers who could be called as possible witness in a case against Maxwell. There you go. And so
I think I should pardon her.
Yeah, right. I wish her well. I wish her well.
I'm actually perfectly placed to know that everything on those planes was totally fine.
And here's another horrific file. This is an image of a letter that Jeffrey Epstein wrote to convicted sex offender Larry Nassar, who, for people that do not know, was a longtime doctor for the United States gymnastics team and at Michigan State. and he is serving a multi-decade sentence right now over child porn charges. Many women, girls, like hundreds, at least over 100, say that he sexually abused them. This is a letter apparently that Epstein wrote to Larry Nassar. The text is in the tweet if you don't mind, because I just can't read this pedo's cursive. But it was returned to the prison because he wrote it, or it was sent out around the same time that Epstein died. 2 files released this morning. Evan Hill, The Washington Post writes, by the DOJ show what appears to be a letter Epstein wrote to convicted sex offender Larry Nassar that was returned to sender after Epstein's death and found in the jail mailroom. The file shows the envelope front and the letter's contents. In the letter, Epstein writes, "Our president also shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair." Oh, gosh. My heart bleeds for you, serial predators. I mean, the fact that he found common cause and referred to Trump as our president, it's interesting that he said such a thing.
I mean, you look at Google Trump 2006, where there's like a video I saw of a young woman asking him a question, and he doesn't even listen to what she says. He invites her on stage, gives her a hug, and says, "You're hired."
Yeah.
And says, "That gets me into trouble. I'm like an alcoholic."
Here's another one from number 3 here. This is a transcript of an interview with a limousine driver, and he's speaking about an unnamed victim, it appears, or woman / girl, we don't know, but their name is redacted. Basically, this limousine driver says that they overheard Trump talking about Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to, quote, abusing some girl. The redacted name was unsure who he was talking to, nor who he was referencing, as Blank talked about his time meeting Donald Trump. Blank immediately, it's hard to say, Blank demeanor went stone cold. It seems like this is the limousine driver recounting their conversation with someone else. Demeanor went stone cold as Blank said, "He raped me." Someone else said, "What?" As Blank replied, "Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein." And then later, this person that they're referring to, the limousine driver, says that she was found with her head blown off. And there was no way it was a suicide, according to the opinion of this person. There's more, but let's go to Trump last night, who was having a press conference about the most important issue in America.
This is what I couldn't find you yesterday. I was looking at for this. I found you Trump's statement from last week. I think immediately after the DOJ drop. Yeah, this is his reaction to the latest revelation in
America right now, which is that Trump has commissioned a bunch of new warships for the Navy that he calls a Golden Fleet, and they will be named Trump-class battleships. You can't afford groceries and Christmas presents right now, but at least we have this, and of course the ballroom, which I know is keeping our nation together right now. In this press conference, he's asked about the Epstein files, and he just has a lot of empathy for the people who are being implicated.
I mean, we actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle
Oh, wait, no, I did show you this, right?
it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago, and they're, highly respected.
Oh, Trump, you're making clips. You're making clips. Nadia, do you see this? He's making clips. That's going to get clipped. That clip's going to live forever. people who innocently met Jeffrey Epstein. Now, look, is it possible to, meet Jeffrey Epstein without realizing who he is? Sure, right? But I'm sorry, innocently met Jeffrey Epstein is not what you should be saying if you're this guy and there's this much evidence pointing to, at the very least, a cover-up, if not a deeper involvement with Epstein than we have yet confirmed. Just call them Epstein-class battleships. There we go, the Epstein Memorial Ballroom. We're going to get to that in a minute. Actually, I should check on that. We're at 86 right now, right? That's the bonus meter. That tells me if we get to do a fun half. I program the free half, which you're in right now, and you get to program the fun half. You do it by voting. The vote is in the YouTube chat, in the not the shorts chat, which is long, but the longs chat, which is short. You know what I mean. The regular chat, the regular stream, right? That's where you go to vote for this stuff. And I should check in and see what's winning. What are we likely to get for bonus content if we get bonus content today? It's what's under Trump's ballroom. Yo, wouldn't you like to know? Yeah, we've talked about the ballroom a little bit, not that much. He destroyed the East Wing to replace it with a ballroom, a sort of Mar-a-Lago of the mid-Atlantic coast, if you will. Well, somebody's got some theories about what might be going on underneath the ballroom, right? What is Trump building under there? The answer might surprise you, but only if you end up choosing that one, and only if we get bonus content, which we're 14 points away from getting. So let's get you back to Majority Report and Trump. We'll finish the Epstein content. I want to also show you the what I found on DropSite about intelligence involvement, about CIA involvement, right? People have been talking about Mossad involvement, and definitely, Maxwell's father was involved with Mossad. I don't know if we have anything yet connecting Epstein.
At Narwhal,
yo,
super chatted $15. Rudyard, OFC.
Rudyard, of course. What? +7. Narwhal, by nature, you just blew my conception of the bonus content for today into another stratosphere. What are we doing? We're making Rudyard the hero. If y'all don't know Rudyard, you might know him by his YouTube name, What If Alt Hist. He's a special guy. He's our special guy, and we hope that he's doing okay. No, but seriously, it's a conspiracy theorist, historian kind of guy, and he's they brought him on the Tim Pool show, and I'm curious about how he is, because last time we checked on Rudyard was not doing okay. So anyway, that's where we're at right now. And oh yeah, we're definitely gonna be getting some bonus content here. The question is, how much time will I have to talk about CIA stuff with you? And how safe is that? Is that a good idea for me to even be talking about this stuff? I don't know, Chad. It seems kind of dangerous. But this is where the story goes. So just like the Lolita Express, buy the ticket, take the ride, or something. I'm sure some of the celebrities who ended up visiting his island thought. He only innocently flew the Lolita Express 377 times, innocently stayed in a grand total of 114 weeks on Epstein Island. What? Okay, maybe we're just throwing out numbers here. I'm not sure if that's confirmed, but where he innocently effed 739 girls he did not realize at the time were underage. But yeah.
Respected bankers and lawyers and others. And they'll end up,
yep,
because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you
That is not true.
Normal thing to be talking about polling, even if that was true.
Right.
In the context of what you're implicated in, sir.
Yep.
look at Kentucky. Kentucky is such a
No, keep going, actually. There's more. There's more.
great place, but I don't know. They've got a couple of people in there that are very strange in terms of leadership. But Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein.
The Sun King is off on his mad adventures, building and naming after himself, classes of ships that I'm sure no one ever asked for, right? But to him, this is his AUKUS. Does everybody remember a guy named Joseph Biden? He used to be president. And, he felt a lot like Trump. He felt like he had done a lot for the country, and that, re-electing him should have been, an easy choice to make, right? He did AUKUS, chat. Joe Biden did AUKUS. And he was not shy to tell us every day that he did AUKUS. Unfortunately, nobody cared that Joe Biden did AUKUS, right? They cared about the increasing unaffordability in the country, as well as Biden's declining mental state, as shown by his fateful debate against Donald Trump, when the whole country realized that Biden was beyond cooked. Biden's brain was beyond washed, and that he was not physically capable of running for office.
I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents, and there's tremendous backlash. It's an interesting question because
Ooh, chat, he's doing the frothing in the mouth thing. Is he seething? Is he seething? Is he actually seething? I mean, part of chat is coping. So, between the president and his supporters, we got cope and seethe.
People are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein. But
anybody got a good explanation for that? We've heard him do it before. From time to time, he sounds like that. I heard somebody say dentures. Does he have dentures? Is it his dentures slipping? We're not getting normal Trump today.
But they're in a picture with him because he was at a party, and you ruin the reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans are angry because of the fact that it's just used to deflect against a tremendous success. Look, we have 8.
I just think it's interesting.
My TDS is crazy. You're going to tell me you don't hear that, Perez? You're going to tell me that that's a normal sounding Trump? I hear a little buzz. And I want to know what's going on with our ailing president. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what stage of Bidening he finds himself at today.
Interesting. When he talks about who's angry here, a lot of Republicans are angry. Well, not the base. You might be referring to the Republican lawmakers who,
Sue Fairwolf says Adderall. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. I'm not sure. The drug he's on makes his mouth water. Wait, Adderall makes your mouth water? Dentures and medication? Oh, I mean, I hope my teeth are in place, Omar. Do I sound normal? It's a relative question, right? But yeah, relative to Trump, I would say so. I would hope so.
Thomas Massey referenced their donors recently and has basically said that that is who is being protected here. Political donors and wealthy, connected people who have associations with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh yeah, I heard that, Lord Ronnie. Clinton seems unbothered. He wants the rest of the files released. which is kind of wild because it's not looking good for Bill Clinton either. Maybe he just wants it over with. I don't know. Maybe the drip drop of more Clinton pictures is just driving him nuts. And he just, but yeah, no, Clinton is acting like the Lord of the Files, right? He's like, bring out the files. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be good for Clinton, and I don't think it's going to be good for Trump.
That don't want this to come out. And Trump is expressing sympathy, as he does, with the wealthy and the powerful, because that's literally all he's known since he came out of the womb with, a golden spoon in his mouth. And he is the oligarch identifier. That is who he is. He does not care about regular people. And it's the greatest fraud that he's perpetrated, that he has convinced certain people that he does.
Kelly Voicer X says, I'm on Adderall and I don't foam. Yeah, I don't know if foaming, but isn't foaming more of like isn't that more of like a rabies symptom than a Adderall side effect? Does Trump have rabies? I feel like if Trump got bit by a zombie, he wouldn't tell us, right? He would deny it, even when it became completely obvious. And somehow we'd be expected to treat this zombie as if he was actually the president and not a bloodthirsty, brain-eating, undead ghoul, right? We'd be expected to be like, oh no, Mr. President says that he needs to eat my brain. So here, right? It would be normalized. A zombie president, I feel like in this media atmosphere, would somehow be normalized.
Sargon acting like he's a working class tribune. He's like literally saying it's the powerful bankers and lawyers.
Highly respected people like bankers.
Think of the reputations of the bankers and the lawyers that just happened. They had nothing to do with him except they're in pictures with him at parties.
Also, and presidents like me. I just thought it was amazing that he expressed sympathy for Bill Clinton because they're in the same boat. Do you remember a few months ago when Hillary Clinton was praising Donald Trump? It might have been on.
Okay, how about this, chat? How about this? Trump agrees to leave the presidency. We do a presidential election in 2026, along with the congressional election, and choose a new president. And we get, and chat, for those of you that are already disagreeing with me, this is the good part, all right? We get a reality show of Trump and Bill Clinton. You know what I mean? Put him in an extreme situation. Put him in a series of extreme situations. I want to see Trump and Clinton explore Antarctica. I want to see Trump and Clinton, do some deep sea diving. And you're like with the what is the fish called that has the light over its head? The deep sea what is it called? Is it deep sea angler? Is that what anglerfish? Yeah, like they'd run into anglerfish and stuff. Maybe we could get Biden. Oh no, probably Biden would die. Biden couldn't be, but yeah. But no, here's what I'm saying. I feel like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, they're made for each other. They're made to go together, chat. Donald Trump, let's be real, started off as a reality show. And as a reality show, it was great. It was horrible. Like, you felt horrible about watching it. It was a guilty pleasure, but it was really fucking cool. And I would love to somehow get him back in that box of doing reality TV. This is the one thing he was good at, chat. His whole life, right? Everything he did was a fuck up. Developing real estate in New York, he fucked it up. Running a casino in Atlantic City, he fucked it up. But that show, The Apprentice, right? That was gold. That's got to be up there as like one of the top two, right? It would be The Apprentice and Survivor, right? Top 2 reality shows of all time. Am I wrong? And I just want to get these two together, these two lol cows. Get Keemstar. We'll do lol cow. That'll be one of the extreme situations that we put them through. They have to appear on lol cow live with Keemstar, right? And they fight. They don't get along super well, right? They bop each other on the head like they were the Three Stooges. They do wacky physical comedy because they're two old men that just don't give a fuck. And I think that's beautiful, chat. I think that's what we need. I think that's what would heal the country. We could come together despite our political beliefs. We all love laughing at Clinton and Trump. They are hilarious fools, and they belong on television permanently. That's the sentence that they should get at The Hague, right? Everything you've done, you are now, we're gonna Truman show you. Anyway, Chad, just some thoughts. Let's get back to the story.
Policy or something to that effect. And I remember thinking at the time with this Epstein thing bubbling, I wonder if there are, like, she is making efforts despite, like,
little detente.
Right. I mean, God, the way that you see powerful people kowtow to Trump when they can when they need something from him. I mean, the infamous one is Ted Cruz after Trump called his wife ugly and did a side-by-side post of her and Melania and said his dad killed JFK. Just a few months later, he was Mr. Cuckboy doing phone banking for Donald Trump. Yeah. To have that be full circle with the Clintons after everything he said about Hillary Clinton.
We should have some mechanism in politics where we can choose to move certain politicians from politics to entertainment, right? We're like, I would like to take Ted Cruz, this man, I would like to take his hands off the wheels of power, and I would like to put him on television and force him to interact with a cast of wacky characters. I would like to have that option. I feel like that it's not true democracy, chat, if you can't turn your politicians into reality shows.
And how vicious that campaign was and felt at the time. Well, look at this. Now he's praising Bill Clinton, or at the very least saying he doesn't feel good about seeing these images out there because he sees himself in him. Like, he's genuinely empathizing for maybe the only time in his life.
They got caught for literally the same thing.
Because they're in the same boat of being like elite associates of Jeffrey Epstein. Like, God, I really feel bad for him.
Yeah, it's like we had nothing to do with him. What is
in a boat, chat? Make them sail across the Pacific and the Atlantic. Make them sail the 7 seas. Put them in a small sailboat. Force them to cooperate in order to stay alive. That's good television, right? That would bring back, you know, an industry.
Does Jeffrey keep pictures of you all like splashed all over his desk?
Yes. I mean, and that you resaw, I'm sure, in the release of the files, that blue dress painting that you talk about all the time. For people that don't know, Jeffrey Epstein had an image of Bill Clinton in the blue dress, the infamous one from the Monica Lewinsky scandal, which, by the way, Bill Clinton completely was a horrific.
Oh my God.
Horrific to Lewinsky.
Nadia, you won't believe what you got modded for. Like, somehow it saw in Clinton, the word into exists, and somehow into is an objectionable word to automod.
Bill Clinton was always a liability as regards to his libido.
And you can read some of what Ryan Grimm has reported, that it appears that Israeli intelligence knew about Lewinsky prior to it coming out. You wonder
who maybe told them. Was it maybe
like it saw pussy and into and thought you were saying something inappropriate?
Maybe a close associate of Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, who of course Bill Clinton would talk about. Do you think they would? Oh yeah, I'm not going to mention I'm screwing my intern to the guy that I hang out with and like swim around underground
or
pools
mention it, or
redacted.
Or we know that they Israel spies on the United States.
But I'm saying like that could have been the spy, Epstein himself.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. True. True.
And he's and also he's given up the game as regards to their little strategy with like the get all the pictures out there of the celebrities from the 90s.
Yeah.
He's just acknowledging that, like, well, you get all these people with innocence. So what he's saying is that my people decided to look for all these different pictures of people just that happened to be there, and put those up front, to make sure that people get that message, like, oh, this is just people with Epstein's things. No, there is evidence of a vast criminal network here.
100%. And your point always has been about that blue dress painting, that is like an example of him kind of flexing on the leverage that he has over the president of the United States.
Yeah, the message I got from this was like, he was saying, I own this guy.
Whew. Dark stuff here, folks.
Or maybe even if you want to go darker, he is my Monica. Which, if you remember what Bill Clinton did to Monica Lewinsky's life and reputation to save his own, that it says something, right? It says something that he owns Bill Clinton in the dress. Was that Monica Lewinsky's dress? Is that the... Am I getting that right? The blue dress is a reference to the fabled Oval Office blowjob that somehow involved a cigar? I don't even want to know what the cigar was doing.
A word from some of our sponsors here. This New Year, it's coming up, and I know a lot of people have some New Year's resolutions. You keep some.
Okay, that is definitely an ad read.
Easy to keep. HelloFresh makes it super easy.
Okay, so oh shit, it goes on to the Barry Weiss thing. Okay, so that is actually all I wanted to cover from Majority Report.
We are now 314 days away from the midterm.
Who is this? Stephanie Rule.
And today, another batch of Epstein documents, roughly 30,000 records, well, they were released. That is the most we have gotten.
I pride myself on knowing, traditional media. I'm eating breakfast. I'm eating whatever meal this is. Post-lunch, pre-dinner, something.
So far, one email claimed that flight logs showed Donald Trump flew on Jeffrey Epstein's jet at least 8 times during the 1990s. That directly contradicts Trump's insistence on social media back in 2024 that he was never on the plane. And this release came with a caveat from the Department of Justice about multiple references to Trump, saying the following, quote, some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already. I'll just say, how would the Department of Justice know if something would have been weaponized against the president? That seems like an opinion. We've also learned that as of 2019, the FBI was looking for at least 10 co-conspirators. All of the names were redacted except 3. Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted of sex trafficking in 2021. Jean-Luc Brunel, a former French modeling agent who was found dead in 2022, who is suspected of scouting girls for Epstein. And Les Wexner, the retail magnate behind The Limited and Victoria's Secret. His lawyer said he was not a target of the federal investigation or considered a co-conspirator. Now, Senate Schumer is calling on the DOJ in part to, quote, shed light on who was on that list, how they were involved, and why they chose not to prosecute, end quote. On the House side, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia.
Oh my God, chat. I just realized, I think I lied to you. I told you that I didn't think there was or I didn't know of a connection between Epstein and Israel, Mossad, right? We've got also a drop site article to look at that is about Iran-Contra, but let me just, looks like a fairly short video here from drop site. This is Ryan Grimm's, I don't know, what do you call drop site, right? It's a group of independent journalists, and they get a lot of scoops. They break a lot of stories, right? This is that kind of news. So this one is called Jeffrey Epstein, Israel's freelance diplomat. Or I don't know, this is Amy Goodman. I don't know. Let's try drop sites.
To the Epstein Files, which is a new series that my colleague Murtaza and Ryan Grimm have been publishing at Dropsite News, dropsitenews.com. It's based on a trove of leaked emails from the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. And this is a set of emails that is publicly available. It was leaked by Handala, which is a pro-Palestinian hacking group. And the documents were posted online by Distributed Denial of Secrets, which is a whistleblower and file sharing website. And they have been largely ignored by the mainstream press. These are publicly available emails. Maz, you and Ryan have been just really digging into these emails. We just published the latest in the series this morning of the Epstein Files about an Israeli military intelligence officer who stayed at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment on at least 3 occasions. But can you first explain what these emails are, what they contain, and take us through some of your reporting, starting with whichever one you want, maybe the latest one we published this morning.
Yeah, so just before we went live, we published a story, the latest in the series you mentioned, about Epstein, based on a combination of emails from the Handala archive from former Israeli Prime Minister and Defense Minister Ehud Barak. But the documents are also based on House Oversight Committee disclosures about Epstein, because currently there is a dispute in the U.S. government about releasing what they describe as the Epstein files. Some of those files, and a very limited number, are public. So this story is actually based on both. And what it shows is that an Israeli military intelligence officer, a very senior Israeli military intelligence officer, a very well-known one, actually lived at Epstein's house in Manhattan on multiple occasions between 2013 and 2015, perhaps before that as well, too, but this would be documents we have. And he was living there. He was living there, and he was engaging in transactions with Epstein and Barak. We don't know the full scope of what he was doing at that time, but he was still, among other things, acting as an intermediary between Israeli military intelligence and Barak, even though he left the defense ministry officially at that time, and also acting as an intermediary between Israeli intelligence and U.S. intelligence. He was very close to people close to former Secretary Leon Panetta, others in the U.S. intelligence establishment. So he was very much active. And one thing in the intelligence world, there are very few people, especially at that level, who ever really leave their position. He was doing intelligence work for Israel. He was a very well-known agent, and he stayed in Epstein's apartment on 66th Street in Manhattan. So, that's the latest story. Previously, we've done 3 other stories based on this archive. All of them deal with Epstein's activities on behalf of Israeli intelligence in different parts of the world. We did one story about his work setting up an Israeli security agreement or laying the groundwork for an agreement in Mongolia. Another one showing that Epstein was acting as setting up back channels between Israel and the Russian government. He had close ties both to Israel and Russia, individuals in both those systems. And then finally, a story about his work in Cote d'Ivoire, or him and Barak working to lay the groundwork. And Epstein was actually negotiating, it seems like, on behalf of the Israeli government with the Ivorian government, again, to set up security deals and set up the sale of Israeli security and surveillance technology to the Cote d'Ivoire government. So Epstein was somebody who was, he seemed to be effectively a freelance diplomat or agent acting on behalf of Israeli interests. And this was coming in the context of his relationship with Barak. It's pretty well known he had a relationship with Barak. It's kind of been reported, but the details of what they were doing has never really been dug into in great detail. And what I think we see from the emails is that, Epstein was helping Barak make money when he left public service, as is often the case in the U.S. and European and Israeli public life. People who are very powerful public figures try to go make money in the private sector after. Epstein was helping Barak do that. But in doing so, he was also helping him promote Israeli intelligence-linked security firms and technology firms to foreign governments. So it accomplished a dual purpose. It helped make money, and it helped further Israel's security interests, in many cases leading to formal security agreements signed between the Israeli government and foreign governments in that manner. So Epstein was really at the core of all this. And, everything we know about Epstein, he's been reported in the press, obviously his horrifying sex crimes he was involved in and so forth. What's really not been reported is who he was and what he was doing. He was an extremely important node in this world of intelligence contacts and elite contacts. And he was very invested in the security interests and well-being of Israel. And he acted on that basis through his relationship with Barack and beyond that as well.
For someone who's unfamiliar with Epstein, with these connections, was this an ideological kind of drive for him to be, as you said, like a freelance diplomat for Israel and someone who could connect different people to each other? Or was it based on just financial interests? What's your sense from reading these emails? And also, if you can go through, I know it's a lot of these are very complicated connections with lots of different moving parts, but one of your pieces showing how Epstein and Barack were working to engineer a Russia-led solution to remove Bashar al-Assad in Syria.
Yeah, so it's interesting because our understanding of the story continues to evolve the more that we dig into the files and the more public disclosures gradually come out about Epstein. Obviously, there's a big deadlock in the U.S. government about doing more disclosures. And our stories are partly based on things that the government's released or that have come out in lawsuits. There's still so much to know about this. But, provisionally...
Okay, so I just let this run because there's so much information here. And there's so much going on with Epstein on the intelligence front. And I just want to kind of point out something, right? This feels kind of like a breakthrough, right? This isn't information that we usually get, information, regarding, intelligence activities, but it actually is, we do get it from time to time. There was the Church Commission in the 70s. There was, there have been, what I want to point out though is that the shit that we're hearing about intelligence doing, the way that they're working, and the people that they're working with, right, in like the 90s or 2000s or whatever, it's moved on since then. So they're kind of always like one step ahead. But just remember, they're out there. There's like the people that did the dirty war in Laos, or that organization is still there. And although we know a lot about what happened during the Vietnam War, we don't necessarily, that it's like what exactly is going on right now, right? 1992 Gladio exposure, yeah, we're pretty major. Although it's huge to understand. But yeah, we're always getting it like after the fact,
It's very interesting when you look at the emails. People always ask me, is Epstein a Mossad agent? That's a question which has been circling around a lot for many years. My impression is that no, he probably was not a Mossad agent per se. He was somebody who appeared to, let me put it this way, in his relationship with Barack, you can see from the emails that the power dynamic, even though Barack was extremely influential, one of the most influential people in the Israeli security establishment at that time, the power dynamic is very favorable to Epstein. It's not like Epstein's dying to get Barack's attention. It's really, if anything, vice versa. Epstein was somebody who had far more contacts in governments and the business world at the highest levels around the world than I think any one person can organically have. How he developed those contacts, I think, is something we still need to learn over time. But really, it was Barack who was trying to leverage Epstein for his own benefit. He wanted to help make money. He wanted to help promote Israeli security interests. And Epstein was there to do that. Regarding Epstein's own motives, I think that in the emails, and, again, this is a fraction of all the communications Epstein engaged in with everybody over this time. It's just his ties with Barack, with whom he was very close. But he definitely is very sympathetic to the Israeli security interests. He's very sympathetic. You can see it in his what things he's proposing, the things he's helping Barack do, his own commentary on events. He's trying to help further Israeli political and geopolitical interests around the world. And the context we referred to, the Syria talks, Epstein was specifically helping to organize a back channel between Israeli officials and Russian officials to remove Bashar al-Assad for the benefit of Israel, as he saw it in that time, because the war at that time, 2013, was getting out of hand from Israel's perspective. They were concerned about spillover. They didn't want democracy to come about in Syria per se. They wanted their proposal was that a Russian-backed dictator would come to power instead, and Assad would go aside, and the war would end on that basis. So that was the nature of the back channel. And as I mentioned, Epstein had very close ties with not just Israeli elites, but Russian elites and elites of other countries, including the U.S., of course, as well too. So that was his interest. And also, just to add another point of that, just to get a sense of his views, he also was very much hoping that the U.S. would bomb Iran at that time, and he was hoping that following, the conflict between the U.S. and Syria that they hope would come about, maybe at least briefly, that the Congress would then authorize U.S. attacks against Iran. So he was very much in line with the hawkish Israeli segment of the political establishment, on top of what other views or activities he may have engaged in.
Oh, Murtaza Hussein, I guess, has been on Majority Report as well. All right, so I wanted to is this like a more direct? I hate these videos with like music and text. Epstein worked with Israeli intelligence-linked firms, made crucial introductions. We'll see more about this picture later. Israel intelligence leaders now shape security apparatus in several African countries. Epstein helped lay the groundwork for a deal to help flood Cote d'Ivoire with Israeli surveillance tech. Today, Ouattara continues to enjoy the support of Israeli security firms to help him maintain power. His Israeli-backed police state has squashed civic organizations and silenced critics. This is another story by Dropsite that exposes Epstein's secret links with the Cote d'Ivoire. So I don't even know about what happened in Cote d'Ivoire. Trying to show you Epstein's ties to the Iran-Contra era of intelligence. It's a more recent video of theirs. So yeah, it's one of these videos where they've got like an AI voice reading it, which is probably better than like it's a long article, so we will utilize their pre-recorded voice here. But I also want to bring up the article from Dropsite. It's wait. Oh yeah, this one. It's a really long article. I think the only way that we're going to get through it is to have it open here, have the voice read it, and then I'll pause occasionally. Here we go.
Landed at Les Wexner's base. Dropsite News presents Epstein, Israel, and the CIA. How the Iran-Contra planes landed at Les Wexner's base. When a Southern Air Transport plane was shot down over Nicaragua in October 1986, the world got a rare window into US government covert activity. Southern Air Transport was a small cargo airline founded in 1947. That was the year the Central Intelligence Agency was created, as the US pivoted to a Cold War posture. The CIA owned the airline from 1960 until 1973. Then, It was sold to Stanley G. Williams, the chief operating officer who ran private missions for the CIA.
The downing of the Southern Air cargo plane pulled a string that eventually unraveled the scandal known as Iran-Contra.
The CIA was shipping weapons to Iran, using Israel as a middleman. The profits from the arms were used to fund the Contra rebel army in Nicaragua in a civil war against the leftist government. None of it was legal, and Southern Air Transport was getting too hot. In need of a new mission, the company relocated its headquarters from Miami, Florida, to Columbus, Ohio. The company rebranded by flying imported shipments of clothing from China. But for 3 years in Columbus, the airline was rumored to be involved in smuggling cocaine.
According to veteran Columbus journalist Bob Fitrakis, investigators in the Franklin County Sheriff's Office and Ohio's Office of Inspector General were looking into Southern Air Transport amid rising public scrutiny of the Iran-Contra affair. Sources in both offices identified Jeffrey Epstein as having a pivotal role in moving the planes to Ohio. At the time, Epstein was a relatively obscure financier managing the money of Ohio-based fashion mogul Leslie Wexner. Under Epstein's stewardship of the Wexner empire, the planes that previously carried the CIA's covert weapons shipments were repurposed to deliver clothes to Wexner's retail chains, including Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie and Fitch.
So
Southern Air
the planes that delivered the arms to the Contras are the planes that Epstein is now moving to Ohio.
Air Transport abruptly declared bankruptcy on October 1st, 1998, exactly 1 week before the CIA released its official findings on the Iran-Contra affair, which surfaced all the allegations of Contra cocaine trafficking from Nicaragua. Under pressure from the governor's office, Ohio officials dropped their inquiries, meaning that Epstein's role never became public. How did Epstein end up moving the former Contra planes to Columbus? The Iran-Contra scandal defined the second half of the Reagan administration, and it gave the public a clear look inside the US government's clandestine global operations. Like a spy service Forrest Gump, Jeffrey Epstein can be found there every leg of the way.
Horrible writing, but you get the point, right? That Epstein's all over this thing. In other words, he seems to be very connected to the clandestine activities of the security state in in this Iran-Contra era.
Part 1. Finding Hidden Money. In 1981, Jeffrey Epstein resigned from Bear Stearns amid suspicions of insider trading. He began traveling regularly to London, where he grew close with the family of Douglas Leese, a British businessman with a long career in the aerospace industry. Epstein became Leese's protégé and fast friends with his sons Nicholas and Julian. After World War II, Leese was put in charge of his father's company, Cam Gears, a steering gear manufacturer that supplied Jaguar, Ford, Nissan, and other global auto brands. In 1965, the company was sold to TRW, a US aerospace conglomerate known for satellites and intercontinental ballistic missiles. 1979 was a revolutionary year in the Persian Gulf. Saddam Hussein became president of Iraq and swiftly executed and imprisoned his political rivals. Across Iraq's eastern border, the people of Iran overthrew the puppet monarchy the CIA had installed after World War II. During Iran's revolution,
university students seized the US embassy in Tehran
and took Americans as hostages, leading the US to impose harsh economic and military sanctions on Ayatollah Khomeini's regime.
The CIA planned to fuel a war between Iran and Iraq to ensure neither Hussein nor Khomeini could gain control of the Strait of Hormuz and keep the Soviet Navy out of the Gulf. But the hostage crisis added a wrinkle to their plans. The US was prohibited from selling weapons to Iran, as it would violate the arms embargo and undermine President Ronald Reagan's public position that America did not bargain with terrorists. Instead, the CIA tacitly supported weapons sales from China, and Beijing began shipping armaments to both Iran and Iraq in 1980. In spring 1983, Iran signed a $1.3 billion arms deal with China. These weapons were supplied in part by Chinese manufacturing conglomerate Norinco, using British Hong Kong as the transshipment point. Epstein's British mentor.
Just quick historical notes for people that don't know. The U.S. enacted a coup on Iran's government, replacing their Mossadegh with the Shah, right, leader that Iranians did not, was imposed on them, basically. So the Iranian Revolution was to overthrow that puppet governor that was there essentially to ensure U.S. oil interests in the area. I mean, that was the reason that they wanted to change the government. So, this is where the hostility between Iran and the United States started, and hostages were taken, and that kind of starts off the whole chain of events that we call Iran-Contra. And then when they say British Hong Kong, Hong Kong used to be officially part of the United Kingdom. They made some kind of treaty with China where they reverted control of Hong Kong to China sometime like in the 90s, maybe. And so that's what that means. Anyway.
Douglas Lease owned a company called LORAD, based in Bermuda. Soon after the Iran arms deal was signed, a shell company called Norinco LORAD was formed.
Directive says same shit they tried to pull in Afghanistan with Karzai, same shit they tried to pull in Vietnam.
In Bermuda. A Hong Kong trading company called LORAD Far East followed a few months later. Lee's exact role in China's weapons sales has never been made public. But in 1995, a British MP alleged Lees had secretly funded Middle East arms deals using a Bermuda bank.
It's a 90-year deal between Britain and this was basically the what's referred to as the Chinese century of humiliation, where a lot of China ended up on the bad end of a lot of deals from a lot of countries.
That year, the owners of British retail chain Littlewoods raised alarm bells about Lee's arms trafficking ties. As they were working with LORAD to ship manufactured goods from China, they received a proposal for Norinco to sell washing machines to Littlewoods and weapons to LORAD. 2 years later, in a US civil complaint against the Littlewoods owners, Lees claimed his work concerned highly sensitive projects, believed to be classified by the Department of Defense and other agencies of the United States government. Meanwhile, the CIA prepared its own covert pipeline to ship American-made weapons to Iran. In fall 1980, the FBI placed Cyrus Hashemi, an Iranian banker, under extensive electronic surveillance, recording tens of thousands of conversations over a 5-month span. The tapes revealed that John Stanley Pottinger, Hashemi's attorney, was helping the Iranians circumvent the arms embargo using phony invoices and overseas shell companies.
David Turk says not quite correct on Hong Kong facts. Might want to do a little research. David, I am reading chat, as I am with your statement as well.
The Senate Foreign Relations Committee later found that the CIA...
The point is that she said, AI voice said British Hong Kong for that reason, that Hong Kong at this time was controlled by the UK.
Was involved in planning the arms deals.
If I was going to do an extensive stream on the history of Hong Kong, though, you would be right, which might be really interesting. Unfortunately for you, though, that's not this stream.
Met with Hashemi.
This one's about Epstein.
In Pottinger's office. Pottinger, it turns out, was working together with Epstein in New York. Pottinger had previously served as an assistant attorney general under President Richard Nixon. Now he joined up with another crook, and the two men rented a penthouse office together on Central Park South, according to the New York Times. The Times reported that Pottinger and Epstein were pitching tax avoidance strategies for wealthy clients. The business partnership was short-lived. In 1984, Pottinger was identified in a federal indictment against Hashemi for illegal arms exports, and Hashemi fled to England. Pottinger escaped prosecution after the incriminating FBI tapes of his conversations mysteriously disappeared. He went on to make a fortune on real estate deals in the 1980s and became a New York Times best-selling novelist. He died last year, and his Times obit reports that his final spy thriller remains unpublished. Hashemi died in 1986 after being infected with a rare form of leukemia that was diagnosed only 2 days earlier.
And chat, that's why you don't write a spy thriller about your experience, working for intelligence organizations. That's wild. That's why isn't that the same thing that Vladimir Putin's opponents keep dying of?
His death was later alleged to be foul play. After Hashemi's indictment, another player stepped in to broker access to Iran for the Americans. Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi, uncle of slain Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. In July 1985, Hashemi, Khashoggi, and Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres had met secretly in Hamburg, West Germany, to hatch a plot. With CIA Director William Casey's blessing, the US would ship the weapons to Israel. Israel would sell its own weapons to Iran, and Washington would commit to replenishing Israel's stockpile later. Epstein obtained an Austrian passport with a false name and an address in Saudi Arabia at some time in the 1980s. After his arrest in 2019, US authorities discovered it in a safe in his New York mansion. At a bail request hearing, Epstein's attorneys claimed the fake passport came from a friend intended to conceal his Jewish identity in case of a potential kidnapping while traveling. 7 Americans, including a CIA officer, were kidnapped in Lebanon between 1984 and 1985, and discussions emerged around an arms for hostages trade with Iran. After Peres agreed to facilitate Khashoggi's shipments to Iran, the logistics were handled by Israeli military intelligence. Epstein's close friend and confidant, Ehud Barak, was the head of Israel's Military Intelligence Directorate from April 1983 to September 1985. He left the position 1 month after the first arms shipment was completed. To this day, Barak maintains that he was introduced to Epstein by Shimon Peres at a public event in 2003, after he left government service. Barak has also falsely claimed that he barely knew Epstein. Whether they truly met before 2003 is unknown. The Israeli arms pipeline depended on a fragile trust. The Israelis wanted cash up front, but the Iranians would only pay after the weapons were delivered. Using accounts at the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, Khashoggi advanced...
And before anybody asks, this is not the Khashoggi who was cut into pieces with a bone saw at a Saudi embassy as he went in to try to get his marriage papers, right? This is his father. This is, I think, right, as we were talking about here. I think they're going to fill in the details about the, the history of it all, the Iran-Contra of it all.
Tens of millions of dollars in credit so that weapons could move even when the parties did not trust each other. Gaith Farone, a Stanford-educated businessman close to the Saudi royal family, acquired regional banks and distressed insurance companies in the US to loop BCCI into US financial markets. The CIA shielded BCCI from federal investigators to conceal the money trail to their illicit arms deals. BCCI operated as a Cayman Islands entity structured as a charitable trust, funneling capital into employee benefit funds and philanthropic foundations in the UK and South Asia, which in turn owned a plethora of shell companies. The shells served as parking lots for BCCI assets and conduits for transactions that needed to be hidden from the balance sheets of the bank's local branches around the world. With each successful delivery, an American hostage was freed in Lebanon, and the intermediaries received generous commission payments. Once arms profits had been cycled through BCCI's network, real estate was a method of transforming suspicious cash flows into legitimate sales and rental income, while obscuring the true ownership behind layers of shells. BCCI was heavily involved in real estate lending and property purchases through shells and nominees. Khashoggi himself had massive real estate holdings worldwide, including hotels, ranches, mansions, and commercial properties. Decades before Epstein became a household name, former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben-Menashe wrote a memoir about the Iran-Contra era. Ben-Menashe reported that Ehud Barak feared Israeli politicians or the Americans would discover the slush fund bank accounts where the arms profits were hidden and take the money for themselves. Ben-Menashe claimed that Barak arranged for media mogul Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, to launder the Iran weapons profits through his company's accounts and hide the money in Soviet banks where they could not be touched by the Americans. In 1991, 4 years after Iran-Contra, Maxwell disappeared from his 180-foot yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, while it cruised off the Canary Islands. Hours later, Spanish authorities recovered his body from the Atlantic. Maxwell's media empire was collapsing under a mountain of debt, and he was secretly siphoning hundreds of millions of pounds from his company's pension funds. When investigators began untangling the books after his death, they found nearly £500 million missing, and possibly more. An email obtained from Epstein's Yahoo inbox dated October 15, 2005, suggests Ghislaine Maxwell was trying to purchase information about her father's missing fortune from a CIA operative. Maxwell emailed Epstein excitedly while visiting Bhutan for the wedding of Princess Chimi Yangzom Wangchuk. She wrote, "The wedding was amazing. Also, I was with a CIA operative who said that he worked with Dad. I was so shocked. He said he could tell all, find all and reveal all, for a price." Epstein often made vague boasts about being a financial bounty hunter who tracked down hidden money. In 1987, while
Okay, so yeah, I told you I was going to try to get us to the bottom, both of the intelligence connection. That's coming up later. This is all like pre-story, just kind of giving you a sense of, you know, what the Iran-Contra affair looked like in reality. This, you know, clandestine program that was only revealed, I think, after a plane crash. Anyway, we're gonna get to all that, but yeah, where does his money come from? Well, Wexner, right? First of all, and we're gonna get to him in a little bit, but maybe from this financial bounty hunting activity. It sounds like he is one of these fixers that, you know, the CIA would have used to as like go-betweens, maybe in the same way that Robert Maxwell is functioning here. You could see Robert Maxwell is dirty as fuck, and then winds up mysteriously dead. Again, like there's some patterns. There's some patterns, and I don't think I have to point them out, right? A lot of people turning up dead in mysterious circumstances. And 19. Okay, anyway, let me get back. I forgot I don't have to read this part. It's a break for my voice.
Maxwell was allegedly hiding money from arms deals. Epstein bragged to a journalist about finding money for Adnan Khashoggi in such detail, the journalist thought Epstein might be in the business of hiding it as well as finding it.
Wait, a guy with look, just in England. I don't know what you're going off on here, but no, this is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. We're talking about Robert Maxwell. Yeah, that's the direction is a little. I don't know what kind of connection you were trying to draw there, but yeah, the connection is this is Ghislaine's dad. And yeah, kind of seems to be involved in maybe the same business as Epstein was. Again, this is the part that's mysterious, right? Where did Epstein's money come from is a question that we don't exactly have all the answers to. Yeah, I'll put together what I can today, but we're still looking into this. Hey, what is this? Albert Cumberbatch Klein exposed in flight logs? You're waiting to see Ethan Klein on the Lolita Express?
Logistics man.
Do you think that Epstein was hitting the vape 6000 or whatever that giant vape that Ethan used to carry around was?
When the Southern Air Transport plane was shot down over Nicaragua in October 1986, the Iran-Contra
Epstein is vape
scheme began to unravel. After he was captured, the lone survivor confessed in a conference before the world's press that he was working with the CIA to ferry weapons to the Contras, secretly backing their war against Nicaragua's leftist government. US officials quickly denied the confession.
Okay, so yeah, we wouldn't know anything about Iran-Contra, right? This whole thing that went out. And the part that they didn't talk about was the discouragement, the conversations, I guess, between Nixon's people and the Iranians prior to, I'm getting it mixed up, chat, with something that happened in the Vietnam War here. That's how cyclical this shit is, right? It's kind of like always the same thing. But anyway, we're talking about the 80s. Let's keep this straight. And, Jimmy Carter is president. There is a hostage crisis. And despite his best efforts, President Jimmy Carter unable to get those hostages back, right? Behind the scenes, there's a conversation between Nixon's people and the Iranians, right? To, keep those hostages from getting released because, you were going to, get something out of it if you did. And, then that something manifests as the arms for hostages deal, right? Expedited by Israel. And so now I say that not to tell you that like Epstein is like involved in Iran-Contra, although I guess I can't say for sure that he's not. But that's the planes that's where these planes are coming from that we're going to talk about Epstein moving these planes to Ohio, right? So we're this is the connection to Iran-Contra, not that he was part of it, but he seems to have benefited.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
And honestly, we got to ask ourselves, right, when he says finding lost money or like a bounty, what did he call a bounty hunter for money or something like that? Right, that might be some kind of clandestine activity. That might be something he is doing for one or more intelligence service. Anyway, logistics man. Wait, where did they say? Yeah, there it is. A financial bounty hunter who tracked down hidden money, right? So, maybe this is, I don't know what this is, like doing kind of a contract work for intelligence. Maybe he's not, employed by any of the intelligence services, but he's, some kind of asset, some kind of functionary doing, a job, because it sounds like this is very indirect on purpose to keep Ronald Reagan's lily white hands clean. Because very likely, otherwise his fingerprints would be all over it, right? So, maintain plausible deniability so Reagan in his later years can say, I don't recollect about literally every Iran-Contra question, right? This is a real scandal that, went on. And yeah, we wouldn't know about it except for this plane crash that happened in Nicaragua. This is Eugene Hasenfuss.
Saying the plane was on a private mission. But Southern Air Transport was not only shipping weapons to the Contras, the planes were also carrying weapons to Israel to fuel the brutal war between Iran and Iraq. Just weeks after Hasenfuss's press conference, the airline flew its last Iran-Contra mission from Tel Aviv to Tehran, carrying 500 US-made anti-tank missiles. 1 month later, a Lebanese newspaper broke the story that the Iran arms sales were part of a secret deal in exchange for the release of Americans taken hostage in Lebanon. US officials confirmed the reports, spurring an investigation by the Justice Department. The US Attorney General was forced to step in front of news cameras and acknowledge that profits from the Iran shipments were secretly fueling the Contras. Then, newspapers started making the connection that the same planes were smuggling cocaine from Nicaragua and Colombia into the United States. The story became a major political scandal in the US. In December 1986, reports emerged that Khashoggi received tens of millions of dollars for brokering the deals. In January 1987, Khashoggi's US holding company filed for bankruptcy. BCCI's frontman, Gaith Faron, sold off his bank assets soon after.
Already confirmed in the article that Epstein was part of Iran-Contra. No, I don't think they specifically mentioned his role, if that's what you mean. I mean, the whole article is about his involvement in Iran-Contra, but I think that is after the, or at least what they're telling us so far is, this is involvement after the revelation of that happened from the plane crash.
Meanwhile, the airline also began covering its tracks. Southern Air Transport, which was now flagged in DEA databases for suspected cocaine trafficking, pivoted to famine relief missions in war-torn countries in Africa for the United Nations. Within months, Epstein appeared to be absorbing lessons from the era's covert financial engineering. In 1987, as the Iran-Contra operation was unraveling, he emerged as a key financial advisor to retail and fashion kingpin Leslie Wexner. Epstein became an officer of several Wexner shell companies, while later leading the same family office that ran Wexner's philanthropic foundation. This was an architecture that, like BCCI, placed a charitable vehicle at the apex of a vast web of companies. That same year, Wexner established the New Albany Company, a massive real estate development project to build a new city in a rural area outside Columbus, Ohio.
I gotta ask chat, why is it always Florida and Ohio?
Later in 1987, Epstein reprised another BCCI tactic: sell a story to state regulators to gain control of a financial institution, then pillage its assets. Just as BCCI used Gaith Faron as a nominee to acquire insurance companies, Epstein helped Stephen Hoffenberg persuade Illinois regulators to approve the purchase of 2 ailing insurers by promising a $3 million capital injection from Hoffenberg's debt collection agency, Towers Financial. The money never arrived, of course. After closing the sale, they used the insurer's bonds as collateral to finance hostile takeovers of two struggling airline companies, Pan Am and Emery Worldwide. Towers Financial became a slush fund that subsidized Epstein's lavish lifestyle in New York. After it...
So there we go, right? This is at least part, I mean, they mentioned Wexner and him taking over for Wexner. But then, yeah, this is just, God, I mean, like, I wish I understood more about this, right? You know, buying companies and essentially burning them, to the ground and just, you know, subsisting off of the funds from that operation.
collapsed in 1993, Hoffenberg pleaded guilty to defrauding investors out of nearly $500 million in what the SEC called the largest Ponzi scheme in US history at the time. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. He later described Epstein as his co-conspirator, though Epstein was never charged. The stolen money, however, vanished. In 2002, Hoffenberg alleged that Epstein hid $100 million in offshore accounts. He knew Epstein worked with prosecutors to scapegoat him and other Towers financial executives. Epstein certainly did secretly cooperate against Hoffenberg and gave at least 3 interviews to prosecutors, Vicky Ward reported for Rolling Stone, adding that had the case gone to trial, a source with knowledge says it would have likely turned out far worse for Epstein than for Hoffenberg. In that 2002 interview, Hoffenberg also helped to piece together part of Epstein's past. He told Ward that he believed it was Douglas Leese who had introduced Epstein to Adnan Khashoggi. When Ward asked Epstein to respond to Hoffenberg's claims, Epstein said he didn't know Leese and furiously rejected any association with the Towers' financial fraud. Epstein threatened to sue Ward if her story insinuated his culpability in the Ponzi scheme. And, when Vanity Fair attempted to revive the story in 2007, private messages in his Yahoo inbox show that Epstein drafted letters to Ward's editor, Grady.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these are the letters that were just in drafts, right? We do have the drafts. I guess the email got hacked. So, you know, we can see the drafts, but yeah, he didn't actually send these.
Railing against her peace and threatening again to sue for defamation. In drafts sent to himself by email, he wrote, "I am writing to you to give you the opportunity, while it still exists, to correct a wrong." Epstein may have been counseled against sending those emails. Carter told Dropsite he never received them. One thing is clear. Epstein lied to Ward about his ties to the Leese family. He knew both of Douglas Leese's 2 sons very well. The elder brother, Nicholas, wrote a bawdy letter in Epstein's 50th birthday book, containing anecdotes of escapades in Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur, and Tramp nightclub in London. The relationship between Epstein and the Leeses remained intimate over the years. According to the emails obtained by Dropsite, Epstein was the godfather of Leese's granddaughter, and both brothers affectionately addressed Epstein in their emails as "my boy." In 2007, Julian Leese sent Epstein a collection of family photos, writing, "Always thinking of you and the old days." Julian Leese briefly worked as an intern at Towers Financial after graduating from University of Salford. He told journalist Tom Pattinson that his father had supported Towers Financial by introducing Hoffenberg to people in his circle. In his final recorded interview, Julian claimed his father sold radar equipment, not weapons, and admitted that Epstein occasionally advised his father and was present at some of his business meetings.
So there's another another answer for where did Epstein's money come from. Financial advice, right? That is officially that is his story, right? People that asked Epstein where he made his money, it was, as a financial advisor. And nobody really seems to have inquired much further.
In the early 1980s, he said Epstein and his father had a falling out over Epstein's reckless spending from one of his father's expense accounts. In light of Epstein's immediate pivot to working with shadowy Iran-Contra figures, Julian's interview raises more questions than it answers. Julian passed away in 2024. Part 3. Corruption all over the city and state. While the Towers financial Ponzi scheme was taking off, Epstein had risen to the status of chief financial advisor to Wexner's business empire, built around his clothing company The Limited, headquartered in Ohio. Epstein also became the financial engineer and trusted fixer behind Wexner's massive real estate development project in New Albany. By 1991, the New York Times described Epstein as president of Wexner Investment Company. Epstein's sudden rise baffled Wexner's old advisors, who were pushed out of Wexner's organization one by one. Although Epstein is sometimes described as a con artist who beguiled a naive billionaire, the series of events leading up to Epstein's takeover of Wexner's fortune paint a very different picture. In 1991, the Columbus Police Department was investigating the mob-style assassination of Arthur Shapiro, an attorney whose firm worked for The Limited. In March 1985, Shapiro was due to testify before a grand jury in a major tax evasion case. But the day before his testimony, he was shot twice in the head at point-blank range in his car outside a Columbus cemetery. Barry Kessler, an accountant, was considered the prime suspect in Shapiro's murder. He was later convicted for 2 unrelated murder-for-hire plots and sentenced to death.
I feel like we should be playing bingo with this shit, right? Like every time somebody gets murdered, I don't know, or a drinking game or something like that. Just like
death.
There's some patterns here, is what I'm saying. There's some patterns.
Another Columbus man sharing his last name, John Jack Kessler, was Wexner's partner in the New Albany Company, where Epstein became co-president. On June 6, 1991, a Columbus police analyst submitted an internal memo that suggested Wexner's business was connected to organized crime. The memo identified several Wexner corporate entities formed by the slain lawyer's office, some of which appeared to be linked to Wexner's New Albany property development. Epstein's name later appeared as an officer of some of these same companies when they were dissolved a few years later. In July 1991, 1 month after the Shapiro murder memo was circulated inside the Columbus Police Department, Wexner signed a document giving Epstein power of attorney to act on his behalf in all affairs, effectively handing Epstein personal control of his vast fortune.
And this isn't somebody that was stricken with a grave disease or a sudden onset disability, right? You understand what we're talking about here, right? Power of attorney in all his affairs. Yeah, it's not just like handing somebody like the control of a company or an asset or something like that. It is like, just basically giving someone the keys to like your entire life. That's what Wexner did. This is the guy that owned, what is it? The Limited, oh my God. The Victoria's Secret. He owns a whole bunch of Gap, a whole bunch of clothing companies. Very, very wealthy man. Anyway.
And the right to sign property transactions on Wexner's behalf. The Columbus police chief ordered the murder file destroyed. David Sturtz, Ohio's former inspector general,
leaked a surviving copy of the Shapiro murder file to journalist Bob Fitrakis, who published it in July 1998. Meanwhile, Miami International Airport made plans to demolish the hangar where Southern Air Transport was suspected of smuggling cocaine, a former U.S. Army depot that had been used by the CIA for more than 20 years. With Epstein acting as Wexner's logistics man in Ohio, Southern Air Transport relocated its world headquarters to Columbus to deliver products from factories in Hong Kong and southern China directly to Wexner's network of limited brands stores. The Ohio Department of Development and Rickenbacker Port Authority assembled a generous incentive package to lure Southern Air Transport out of Miami. Rickenbacker, an Air National Guard base, was already a well-established military and intelligence hub when Wexner's company planned to turn it into a consumer airport. The Defense Logistics Agency, just 15 miles down the road, was in charge of the global supply chain for weapons systems. A decade earlier, CIA technicians had quietly met Louisiana smuggler Barry Seal at the same base. The CIA installed hidden cameras on Barry Seal's plane before sending him back to Nicaragua on a DEA sting. The state offered a $6 million low-interest loan and a $500,000 development grant, while the Department of Transportation agreed to pay $10 million for infrastructure upgrades. The Port Authority freed up $30 million in revenue bonds to be used by the project, and the county made the facilities 100% tax-exempt for 15 years. Bob Fitrakis told DropSite and the American Conservative, "While I was writing investigative articles for Columbus Alive, I found myself inundated with people leaking stories about corruption all over the city and state." Sturtz, the investigator who leaked the Shapiro murder file, spoke to Fitrakis specifically about Epstein. After that, he verbally gave me a lot of information about Wexner and Epstein's ties to organized crime and the intelligence community, Fitrakis said.
Anybody else feel like the AI voice's accent is like slowly changing over time?
That's how I learned about Southern Air Transport. The intrepid journalist contacted former Franklin County Sheriff Earl Smith to find out what he knew about Epstein. He learned that Smith's office was investigating drug smuggling at Rickenbacker in connection with the CIA's planes. He knew Epstein was the point person in soliciting Southern Air Transport to come to Ohio, Fitrakis said. Sturtz was dismissed from the Inspector General position in 1994, which he told Fitrakis he believed was connected to his inquiry into Wexner and Southern Air Transport. His successor also resigned after 2 months on the job. After moving to Columbus, the airline did not shed its drug smuggling pedigree. In 1996, customs agents discovered cocaine hidden aboard a Southern Air Transport plane, according to a report in an Alabama newspaper. The airline's public information officer told the paper the plane was delivering fresh flowers from a large,
The very freshest.
flower exporter in Colombia. The
Yeah.
airline asserted it was
Yeah, Colombian, nothing better than Colombian flowers.
not tied to the CIA and would like to know itself where the cocaine came from. By the time the Alabama incident hit newswires, the airline claimed the plane had a mercury contamination and handed the aircraft over to an insurance company. The Columbus...
So wait, they were gonna get busted and they literally faked a mercury contamination to just get rid of it?
experiment ended 1 year later, as more of the airline's sordid smuggling history was dragged into public view. In June 1998, after it had already collected millions of dollars in state subsidies, Southern Air Transport decided to sell off its fleet of Lockheed Hercules planes. On October 1st, 1998...
So it kind of sounds like they operated for maybe, a lot longer than, you're right, than people think.
Southern Air Transport...
In some capacity, remember, this is the whole drug thing is not actually off-brand for the CIA, right? I believe that narcotics were part of their Lao operation in the dirty war that they conducted there, right? This is kind of, par for the course of how the CIA funds things. So, maybe this wasn't maybe they put maybe it was going to other places for other purposes, but when is it that the plane crash took place? I'm trying to remember. (1986), yeah. Yeah, they're still 10 years later, they're still cocaine on planes. So go figure.
Abruptly filed for bankruptcy. Exactly 1 week later, the CIA released its official findings on the Iran-Contra affair, publicly acknowledging the cocaine trafficking allegations. Part 4. A photo with some African warlords.
Isn't that wild? Like, I mean, there have been times when the U.S. rose up and was not okay, with what the CIA and other clandestine national intelligence agencies were doing, right? And for at least a second demanded some kind of change. But isn't this wild? They admitted the crazy story. Oh yeah, they're funding it with cocaine. Like, no, but the CIA, that's like the government and stuff. They wouldn't do that. They would to keep it off the books, to keep it clandestine, to keep it from being known by the public until what, in this case, more than 10 years later, right? This is when they're admitting to the cocaine thing. So yeah, it does happen.
When Ghislaine Maxwell was interviewed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in July, she was asked whether Epstein ever had any contact with intelligence agencies. Maxwell gave a vague response about Epstein's business of finding money in Africa in the 1980s. I think he may have suggested that there was some people who helped him, Maxwell said. He showed me a photograph that he had with some African warlords or something. That's the only actual active memory I have of something nefarious. Not nefarious, but covert, I suppose would be the word. In parallel to Iran-Contra, from 1984 to 1986, Southern Air Transport flew hundreds of trips inside Angola, with some runs connecting the capital city Luanda to Dobbins Air Force Base in Marietta, Georgia. Angola's northeastern diamond mining towns, cut off by unsafe roads and railways, were largely accessible only by air. The airline obtained a lucrative contract from Angola's state-owned mining company to carry equipment to the mining towns and carry diamonds out. While making trips to the mines, the planes were suspected of airdropping weapons to the rebel group UNITA, with South Africa's support. South Africa profited handsomely from the Angolan Civil War. Johannesburg became a booming re-export hub for illicit...
And again, history never quite repeats itself, but it often rhymes. We're, dealing with a similar dynamic going on in Sudan right now, with the UAE being the supplier in this case.
Angolan diamond.
And gold being the what's extracted.
As UNITA-controlled blood diamonds were under UN embargo and could not be exported legally from Angola. By the late 1990s, UNITA earned billions of dollars by smuggling diamonds to Johannesburg, where they re-exported with false certificates of origin and shipped onward to London and Belgium. A UN report estimated that over $1 million worth of diamonds was smuggled out of Angola per day in 2001. Angola was the mirror image of Iran-Contra. As in Iran, Saudi money was the bank for Angola's war. As in Nicaragua, the diamonds, like the drugs, were fueled by an off-the-books arms trade. An associate of Saudi ruler King Fahd testified before Congress that Saudi aid to UNITA was part of an informal deal with Washington in exchange for access to mobile radar surveillance systems. He recounted being told that tens of millions of dollars had been funneled through Morocco to train UNITA fighters, and claimed Prince Bandar had planned to sell oil to South Africa.
So, yeah, this is a Saudi prince named Bandar. I don't know if is the name familiar to anyone? This is a prince who was quite close to the Bush family, as in George W., George H.W., Jeb, like that Bush family, right? To the point where they lovingly would refer to him as Bandar Bush, as part of the family.
The Saudi government has denied these claims. In Columbus,
and when we're talking about CIA ties, the father, H.W. Bush, president from what is it, 1989 to 1993, that was his jam.
Of Southern Air Transport was written off as the result of financial troubles.
The character from American Dad is actually based on George H.W. Bush. Fun fact.
But before declaring bankruptcy in 1998, half of its fleet of Lockheed Hercules planes was sold to Transafrique, an Angolan airline based in the United Arab...
Wait, is Poppy Bush H.W. or is Poppy... Oh, yeah, you're right, it is. Oh, there was also the Prescott, the granddad, with the Nazi ties.
Emirates. Southern Air Transport resumed its missions, supporting diamond mining operations, as Angola's civil war raged on. Decades later, Epstein bragged to journalists about making his fortune out of arms, drugs, and diamonds. Epstein, for his part, only came to the attention of the international press after agreeing to ferry former President Bill Clinton around Africa in 2002 on his private jet. Speaking to Hoffenberg in prison that year, journalist Vicky Ward asked why a man who had thrived in the shadows would risk so much with such a public spectacle. He can't help himself. He broke his own rule, Hoffenberg said. He always said he knew the only way he could get away with everything he did was to stay under the radar, that now he's gone and blown it. Epstein's claim to have barely known Hoffenberg, and Wexner's attempts to personally distance himself from Epstein are undermined by the fact that both men knew Epstein's cardinal rule, a rule he was apparently preternaturally unable to follow. On June 30th, 2008, the Florida State Court accepted Epstein's guilty plea to state charges of...
So do you understand what he means by his golden rule, Epstein's rule being stay under the radar? The only way you can get away with it is to stay under the radar. Imagine this, all right? In every clandestine operation, there is a space which is... protected, right? It's what keeps it clandestine. And as long as Epstein can hide in the shadow of that space, that time outside of time, that space outside of space that the agency creates in order to hide it, to cloak its own activities, as long as Epstein can stay under that cloak, right? He's golden. Nobody sees what he's doing. But the second that he gets cocky, and, you know, kind of drunk with power and kind of seeing how far he can push it. Right. And, you know, I mean, that explains a lot of how this was all hiding in plain sight. That explains the eyes wide shut of it all to a certain degree. Let's finish this up and then we'll get to bonus content.
Soliciting a minor for prostitution. 4 days before, Leslie Wexner sent his friend an email. Abigail told me the result. All I can say is, I feel sorry. You violated your own #1 rule. Always be careful.
So there we go. The tragic fall of Jeffrey Epstein. Somehow I can't shed a tear. I can't shed a tear. A liminal space of kinds, so to speak. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's what. Yeah, there's your connection to Iran-Contra. A little bit of the connection to Israel, though. That's one I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. The picture that I got painted though in the Iran-Contra affair, and remember this is the 80s, right? Is that Israel and the United States hand in glove, right? A lot of people will portray this as a, that somehow this is representative of the United States acting on Israel's behalf. But I think you're missing a lot if you don't recognize Israel as the United States outpost in the Middle East, in a area which, especially at the time, was just crucial for the resource of the day. That what the United States needed more than anything, access to oil, and there you go. You've got a forward base acting on the behest of the global hegemon in Israel, and staying protected, like I said, in that shadowy cloak of the military-industrial complex of the United States. So, with that, chat, I gotta count up the votes, don't I? Let's take a look at this. Let's see what you voted for. Also, the other thing I need to do is maybe consolidate the chats. Chats, are you ready to get consolidated? We're going to try to merge the streams, okay? This is a delicate operation. It may cause some space-time continuum disruption. If so, don't get worried. Just let it happen, I suppose. Anyway, that sounds dark, but this whole stream has been dark. We're talking about freaking Epstein, for fuck's sake. All right, so with that, chat, I'm gonna raid the shorts chat into the regular chat. You're welcome to hang out with us. You'll probably be I don't know. Here, look, you'll probably be carried over automatically. In case you're not, I'll give you the link. I'll post that link in the chat. Maybe even pin it. For good measure. There we go, posted and pinned, and probably when I hit end stream, it'll just bring you into there. If you want to hang out with us, we're going to be talking about, I believe, oh wait, no, What If Alt Hist, his appearance on Tim Pool. So if you want to see a real mad lad, and I not say that not entirely figuratively, in Rudyard from What If Alt Hist, expounding upon his theories of life, the universe, and everything, and maybe talking to Norse gods on ayahuasca. This is the kind of thing that Rudyard gets up to. If that's sounds like the kind of rabbit hole you want to go down after this rabbit hole, then just hang on for dear life, because I'm about to rage. Oh my god, I almost hit the wrong one. Gotta end the short stream. There we go, and you will be rated into the wide stream, and your whole perspective on life will change. See you there. Yeah, redirect. All right, so hang on for incoming wides chat. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna talk about what are we talking about? Oh God, What If Alt Hist and Tim Pool? I didn't expect this one to win, honestly. But here we go again. Tim Pool, he's got several channels. I think the one we want is actually called Tim Pool. I think this is the main channel he posts on these days. We got. There he is. There's the man, Rudyard Lynch. So,
doing, brother? Good to see you.
Can't complain. How about you?
I am doing.
So already, chat, you're getting a sense of the man. You're taking in the measure of the man. This is Rudyard. This is famous YouTuber, What If Alt Hist, right? Whose batshit theories and misunderstood readings make for a blithering, foaming diatribe of inceldom on a regular basis on his channel. All right, he had a little bit of a crash out, did maybe too much ayahuasca, and met several Norse gods, had some fucked up experiences, reckoned with his own trauma, and made a 10+ hour video of that to put up on YouTube before he realized that that was a bad idea and deleted it. And so he's back, hopefully doing better than the last time we saw him. Let's see what he's up to. While white liberals' self-hatred is destroying the West, featuring Rudyard Lynch. This is Tim Pool's channel. I don't know if Tim Pool will be on here. I suspected this is the guest host or the host of one of the sub programs. He's like, I think Tim Pool's trying to be TYT at this point, right? It's funny, for a while he was bigger than TYT, and now, yeah, it's looking like, he wants to have his main brand and then all these little. But look, people still use Tim Pool, right? We didn't get to watch this. I still mean to watch this, right? But the whole fiasco of Milo Yiannopoulos accusing Benny Johnson of being gay as fuck went down on Tim Pool's show, on the Tim Pool show, with Tim Pool and with George Santos as the voice of reason. Like, right? The one trying to calm down both sides, but no, Milo's dead set on exposing Benny as being Benny Johnson as being in the closet, and Benny Johnson said that he would sue, and doesn't seem to be following through on that. So we'll have to check on that one later. Let's watch Rudyard. This is what you voted for, chat. This is what won, and unless anybody else wants to chime in, put your money where your mouth is by letting me know which topic you want to put your donation behind. It looks like we're watching this tonight or today or this morning, whatever time it is, chat.
All right. Well, I know the Timcast audience, you've obviously been on the show. You're regular, I would say, in many ways. But for the people who don't know who you are, which is an infinitesimally small portion of the population, your lore precedes you, legend. But can you give people a quick?
I'm not sure that this man is not making fun of Rudyard here. What do you think, chat? Is he being surreptitiously roasted? I think also a state that's willing to go to psychotic ends like Obamacare in the middle of Paris. A way for the United States to do fucked up things and wash our hands of them. Yeah, I think that's what you're saying, Hypervisor, right?
What you do.
I'm Rudyard Lynch. I'm 24 years old. I run a YouTube channel called What If Alt Hist in History 102, which looks at the patterns in the past to predict the future. Thank you so much for having me on, as always.
Of course. Well, I wanted to bring you on in twofold. I want your reaction to two things. A, your reaction to the Bondi Beach shooting in Australia, what that says.
Magenta, you're still rapping. You're still working on rapping gifs.
About Western society at large, sort of how these immigration policies have affected us. And also I wanted to get your reaction to multiple Republican congressmen coming out in the last few days saying, like, look, not only do we need to introduce a Muslim travel ban, but we need to sort of amplify and ramp up our remigration efforts.
Yeah, we need to get serious about hardcore white nationalist agenda. What say you, Rudyard?
So to start with the first one, Australia's interesting because it's really emblematic that the issues with Western civilization
the painting
are more so psychological and spiritual than they are genuinely political. Because Australia should not be a country that is facing threats from external immigration.
Oh, I thought we were going to say Australia should not be a country for a second there.
It should be the country on Earth, them in New Zealand, which are singularly most immune to foreign threats. That's why Mad Max is set there, because it's understood that if there's a nuclear war,
he likes Mad Max.
Australia will be the last place humans survive.
New Zealand may be more likely than Australia, and Fiji may be more likely than New Zealand.
And oftentimes Australians aren't even bringing in immigrants.
Is he wearing eyeshadow? Is he imitating JD Vance?
Indonesia or China, countries where I would not support immigration from there, but it would be rational. They're hardworking. They assimilate easier than Muslims do. But when you're bringing
What is Vox Populi about? That's if you donate and you're like, I'm donating, but I want to make sure that whatever gets voted top segment wins, right? You're saying, I believe in the voice of the people. I want the people to have what they want. So instead of donating and say, I want to see Taylor Lorenz's latest video, I want to find out, about AI psychosis and AI Christianity, you can say Vox Populi and just say, I'll have what they're having. And they being the voters, which can be you if you vote on the poll on YouTube. Yeah. Overly complicated system. I don't know. Somebody said that I should just it would be simpler if I just did a subathon instead. It does, equate to donations make the stream last longer, which is kind of the same idea.
Immigrants from Pakistan or the Middle East or whatever, that just signifies that in a country like Australia or New Zealand, you just have a civilizational death wish. And I think that's a layer that goes undersaid these days. And I often find that in the Anglo diaspora countries besides America, wokeness is significant.
Is this anyone else's first time hearing about the Anglo diaspora? Anybody heard of the Anglo diaspora before? That's wild. You would say that, Rudyard.
Worse than America. In Australia, they don't really have...
Is he too quiet?
They don't have the opposition.
Let's try.
Force to say no to wokeness.
Ooh.
So it just keeps on eating them up.
They don't have the oppositional force. They're too what are they, whipped? Is that what?
Again and again and again. And it's the same issue with Canada.
Before we get started, we got a great sponsor. It is Beam.
Here's Tim Pool. What is he gonna advertise? What is he gonna sell us?
Dream.
Bean Dream. What is Bean Dream? Oh, Beam Dream. I thought it was Bean. Oh, what is this, like chocolate? Okay, that actually might be good. But there's probably other people you could buy it from besides Tim Pool. Anyway,
the most similar countries on earth, maybe outside of Canada, in the sense that Australians had to.
But there it is, chat. Tim Pool sells it if you want to go through his affiliate link.
Go through a similar sort of ethnogenesis that Americans did. As far as look, they were.
We now interrupt this racism to bring you chocolate and cinnamon.
Initially settled by the English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish, etc. And this had to synthesize into a new sort of ethnic identity because they were removed from the motherland. And
I just want to know, does the racism make them sweaty or does the sweatiness make them racist? I'm not sure how this functions.
Time, obviously, there was no internet communication, so they had to rapidly sort of form into a new identity. But the American ethnogenesis seems a bit stronger. I mean, obviously, there's these questions. There's this debate of what is an American sort of circulating in the American political zeitgeist. But what happened to Australians? Why are they not able to conceptualize themselves? Why are they not able to organize and lobby for themselves? Why are they not able to sort of identify, okay, that person is not an Australian? Because in America, even people on the left, I think, sort of instinctually understand this.
Yeah, it's two different reasons. First of all, is one of my favorite authors, David Hackett Fisher, wrote a book called Fairness and Freedom, and it's an assessment of New Zealand's founding versus America's founding. And it's interesting because these are two settler colonial Anglo societies that were British ancestry, free societies, open. And the thesis the author picks is that America's foundation in the 17th century set it up with a very different paradigm than New Zealand's in the 19th. Where in the 70s...
I have heard historians say that the nature of a like a breakaway colony like the United States or Australia is determined somewhat by the culture and the politics of the so-called mother country at the time of colonization. I don't really have anything to be able to analyze that or, decide whether I agree or disagree. But what I'm just saying is that this is one thing that Rudyard's saying, that a lot of times, he gets shit backwards, or he reads some crackpot author. But yeah, there's maybe, like, I don't know, there's maybe some grain of, possibly some grain of truth here.
17th century, Europe was fighting constant religious wars. It was the development of science, and freedom was the biggest.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamers. Good to have you with us tonight. We are chugging through our latest taste of the fine vintage known as What If Alt Hist, who's appearing as a guest here on the Tim Pool program. Notably absent of Tim Pool. Tim Pool is not here. Some redhead guy is instead, and you know, they're getting racist. Let's just say that. That's what the today's topic is you know, racism.
Biggest issue of 17th century England, where they killed the king. And
But welcome in.
America
How was
has
your stream?
all of these sort of cultural traits from 17th century England, which is why the closest thing to what Shakespeare spoke would be modern American English. We speak an archaic dialect of what English would have looked like 400 years ago. And in 19th century Britain that populated, I love the term antipodes. That's the word for Australia and New Zealand. It's the other side of the earth.
Yeah. I love that.
I always imagined it as like an octopus creature. But the Antipodes, they were populated in the 19th century in the aftermath of the French Revolution, when Charles Dickens was writing about just the grinding poverty of the early industrial revolution, when people were paranoid there'd be another revolution. And Britain 200 years ago, in my opinion, did something genuinely good, that they tried to sort of reroute the society away from French Revolution oppression. And so social justice was a much bigger thing in early 19th century Britain, while freedom was much bigger in the 17th century. And the Antipodes crystallized this notion 200 years ago that fairness and social justice are the most important thing. And in America, it was freedom.
Yeah.
And so what this means is that Australia and New Zealand get stuck in tall poppy syndrome, where if you talk to a lot of people from that part of the world, they'll often move to Britain or America, because if you try to achieve things in those societies, other people cut you down. It's very much, even upper class Australians will try to act like they're working class and they're just here to do Barbie on the beach.
I've never seen that from upper class Americans. I've never seen upper class Americans like driving trucks and wearing boots and Carhartts, right? No, never would this happen in the United States of America.
Beach, and it's a very
never imagine a billionaire president slapping on a shitty hat and eating McDonald's in order to convince the public that he is one of them.
Very sort of low tension culture, and they can't break out of that because, or it's hard for them because there's not a lot of external threats. And a really un-PC element of this that I think is still fundamentally true is America faced a greater threat from the Native Americans than any of the other Anglo-settler societies.
Yeah.
And also slavery in the South meant that a lot of America had to develop a sense of almost...
Yo, MZ, thank you for the super chat. There it is. That's the one thing that I don't hear for some reason. The super chats don't make a sound. I don't know what's going on. All the other stream alerts work.
Nietzschean master morality. Because when you look at the authors that American Southerners were reading 200 years ago, it was the ancient Greeks and the Romans, because they were looking for parallel slave societies where you need to have the warlike sort of masculine edge. And that is an argument that the left will use. But I think there is a degree of validity when you have that sort of culture pop up in America.
I mean, there's also something to be said about the fact that...
I'm sorry, my eyes are glazing over. What the fuck are we talking about? Masculinity from this guy? Are we hearing about like the vigorous masculinity from... It's so... Why? I don't understand incels, chat. Like, it seems like the one thing that might help them deal with life, which is that, hey, you know what? You don't have to live by somebody else's standard of beauty. All right? You're your own person. You look how you look. You talk how you talk. You act like how you act. And that's fine, right? There's a million people out there and somebody's going to like you for who you are. Instead of that shit, right? That's social justice to them, right? That's That's kryptonite. They can't take that. They can't deal with that, right? They've got to be like, well, no, obviously the masculine Chad is the ideal that we all should strive for. And absent being able to masculinize our self and looks max appropriately in order to assert dominance over the foids, we must therefore supplicate ourselves in a most obsequious manner to the alpha Chad and make ourselves sexually available to him. What? Anyway, that's what we're dealing with here. Incel logic, right?
You know, America was
He's nerdy clavicular. Oh my God.
settled by Puritans. I mean, a lot of people have pointed out that Oliver Cromwell, in many ways, is like sort of the OG founding father. And in addition to that, obviously, there was sort of this sense among
There's some Cromwell love in here. Wow.
colonial Americans of the Norman yoke that, you know, the freedom that, you know, we are aspiring to the United States is really just a pre-Norman state of affairs for an Anglo society. That's getting probably too in the weeds for a Rumble live show. But I think
Just say Agartha. Just say Agartha, okay? Just say Aryan and Agartha and drink a white monster, and I'm sure you'll see Charlie Kirk again soon.
there's something to be said versus the Australians, like you're pointing out, where it was, you know, it sort of came about later on in the 19th century is really when it crystallized.
Incel logic is a funny name, says Joshua Keller. Listen, I may have accidentally created Chud Logic's name by telling, you know, by calling somebody's logic Chud Logic in a chat I was in. I don't know, chat. I'm gonna create another leftist streamer that will be like, my name is Incel Logic, ha ha ha, but it's ironic until it's not. That's what happened with Chud. I should have warned the world, chat. I could see the warning signs. I could see it coming.
A lot of those people had already made their way to America. So the sort of stock of settlers that would come to Australia were people that were followed much more in line with sort of 19th century.
What do we want to call it? Like the sex pest to slop tuber pipeline? Yeah, sex pest to slop tuber pipeline.
Social science. In addition to that, I want to ask you, what is sort of driving, because you pointed out at the top, the immigration patterns coming to Australia, they don't really seem to align with what would be conventional thinking as far as like if you're trying to plug holes in your economy. What drives a society to import like people from these Islamic countries where they're very violent countries? We're seeing this in the United States as well. We're bringing in people from Somalia, Afghanistan, these sorts of things. And every number, every metric is indicating these people are not just not assimilating, but they're actually a draw on the American system. I mean, Somalia.
Every number? You think you can quantify your racism? What the fuck, guy? What the fuck?
I mean, CIS has put data out indicating that foreign-born Americans at large are a net drain on the welfare system. They have a larger participation in welfare than Americans. What is sort of the mindset of these people that sort of still insist that, no, this is working, this immigration system is fine, it maybe just needs a few tweaks rather than an overhaul?
James Burnham wrote a book in 1961 called The Suicide of the West. And it's a really horrifying book that an intelligent conservative author writing in the 1950s.
Yeah, he's a 64-year-old, 25-year-old. That's a pretty good way to describe him.
Could predict the end point of this, which was the suicide of the West. And what he wrote is that if you actually look at...
I mean, this is straight racism. It's racism like drizzled with a, I don't know, pseudo-intellectual caramel sauce, maybe? A few occultist, nut crumbles crumbled onto it. Yeah, horrifyingly racist. Yeah, this is like, this is his thing. Horrifyingly misogynist, horrifyingly racist. He's, you know, and giving an intellectual veneer to those without the intellect to see that this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
Moral code of liberals.
But again, the Ben Shapiro, you know, path is to sound and look like what anti-intellectual people think an intellectual would sound and look like. Hence Ben Shapiro, hence Rudyard, hence in some ways Destiny. Chad, Destiny kind of operates along the same principle.
And he said at the time that the liberals were America's dominant ruling class. And that didn't become the sort of party.
Oh, he's a historian, allegedly. I don't think he's got any. I don't think he's got. He's a. I mean, not that there can't be autodidacts that are brilliant, right? But he's not one of them.
Until COVID, the left was able to lie that WASP reactionary Christian fundamentalists were in charge of America. But going back to World War I, the progressives took over authority. And what James Burnham said is that the liberals don't have a coherent moral code. They just support whatever policy makes the West hurt. And they will adjust their own moral code so that the West hurts. And this is their actual moral code. And he said,
they're bad people and they want you to be in pain, and they're all in a conspiracy against you. There we go. Everyone that's not white, that is.
If you establish a society where these are the incentives over the course of decades, you'll have the suicide of the West. And that's their ultimate goal. They will look at whatever the West was 500 years ago and do the opposite. 500 years ago, Muslims were the enemy. It was a patriarchal society. The nobility ran society. It was Christian. And so what the left does, because their aim is the suicide.
You want to party? I'm sorry. This guy wants to party like it's 1599? Is that what I'm hearing? The 1500s.
Western society.
And we suck for not loving that, right? We suck for not wanting to go back to the 1500s.
Then do its opposite. Somalians are about as far away from a Western population anthropologically as possible, which is why we're importing them. And it's a profoundly gross and immature thing that they're trying to do civilizational suicide, and they're not even honest about it.
Yeah.
It's like they're popping back the pills, but they won't even say they're doing it.
Yeah, and this gets at something really interesting.
4chan and human form. That's pretty much the shape of it, Biva. 4chan in human form. The pure ego in knowing nothing about us culturally and now projecting their own wishes on how it should be, backfilling with dubious historical narrative.
I agree with everything. That's fantastic. This is something interesting. The Republican congressman obviously bringing the knives.
Chad, I want to point out, this is, when you say Sawadee Ka, right? This guy has lived in Thailand at some point. Yeah, that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out about him is, look, he's not lacking of education for lack of money, right? He's, he did the gap year instead of college, I guess, or the gap, I don't know, gap 5 years.
Sort of this Islamic immigration. They're saying, well, this is causing a huge problem, and I agree.
Oh no, or was this in high school? I don't remember.
Saying, look, Albanese, he's trying to drag his country. Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, is trying.
Yeah, he wants to get that sweet spot, Emily, where we've essentially justified chattel slavery through racism.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. I feel like I have to explain that no one should take this goober seriously. He's just confident from delusion, not facts. Don't waste your upset on him. Bask in the ambience of a B-swidity if you can.
That's an important thing to keep in mind. Yeah, this guy is definitely a lolcow. He did at one time have a fairly substantial following. But in terms of him having any sort of authority, that all went out the window with the multiple, day-long, maybe diatribe. Like he releases I don't remember how long. I feel like it was 20 hours of content, trying to, celebrate his origins and explain his connection to the divine, his conversations with Odin, and the questions that Odin would ask of him, for the names of the girls that he had masturbated to. Yeah, some really strange shit. Some stuff that really we haven't watched him since because he did not seem all right. He did not seem like he was doing well back then, and so it felt a little weird watching him for a while. I just wanted to see what he's up to. He's deleted that whole whatever the fuck that was. So you know that. I mean, I'm sure it's archived somewhere, but yeah, he's kind of back on his bullshit. It sounds like, right? He just picked up where he left off, kind of.
Trying to drag his country through a struggle session over anti-Semitism, when the anti-Semitism seems very concentrated to one singular population in the Australian public. I don't think that the traditional heritage Australian really thinks about Jews that much. They certainly don't have an axe to grind with them. Maybe a small portion of the population, but I would say they're politically irrelevant. I don't think this is a widespread issue in the Australian public. I think it's concentrated to a very specific portion. I want to make this point. Maybe not, and maybe pick your brain, see if you agree.
I'm trying to remember any Rudyard knowers. Has he gotten anti-Semitic? Have we seen him get anti-Semitic yet?
It's very interesting to me that all across the West, on the right specifically, we are able to mobilize against anti-Semitism en masse, and as we should. Anti-Semitism is horrible. It's prejudice. These are people.
Okay. So yeah, you're gonna get it this way because it's the Tim Pool show and not the Tucker Carlson.
Are facing increasing levels of terrorization and terrorist attacks and these
things. What's Rudyard thinking? But
why is it still uncouth to address anti-white sentiment? Because it seems like with a lot of this immigration policy, like you're pointing to with Somalia, that's really an attack on.
I feel like I've at least heard him do like anti-Semitic dog whistles. It's been a long time, honestly, chat, since I've watched this guy. It feels like, I don't know, what, 9 months or something?
White Americans, they're really trying to displace them.
Maybe a year?
I mean, I've pointed out in the show before, I've gone through the demographics of New York City, how that's been radically overhauled. Why is that something that seems to we're not able to address and say like, hey, this is also prejudice, this is wrong?
It doesn't make sense in the incentives of a normal society because we're not a normal society where it's a lot of sort of weird incentive structures that pile up so that the end result is the destruction of the shared society. And when the founding fathers established American democracy, they were pulling from the Greeks and the Romans and all of these democratic thinkers in the ancient world.
Okay, I think he's got eyeliner. I think I see what chat's saying. Yeah, it does seem like he's got eyeliner.
What their main thesis for how to run a democracy.
He's not like a JD Vance fanboy, is he? Though I don't hear him talk about like mainstream politicians that much. I don't remember him even opining about Trump that much.
Democracy is how do you build incentives so that you don't end up in a system where the interests of the elite are to deconstruct the society to pillage it. And what we did was we made an almost religious structure where doing that exact thing was the moral aim. Where deconstructing the society was the moral aim to do. So we sort of short-circuited ourselves to the worst possible option. And I mean, I can give you the answer. It's just profoundly un-PC.
That's fine. We're on Rumble, so we can let it fly.
We're on Rumble. You're on YouTube too. What did they record this on Rumble? Is he gonna get it? Like, this feels like what somebody says before they get anti-Semitic. I don't know.
In a normal society, you have sort of masculine hierarchical authority.
I got this wrong. We're gonna get misogynist. Okay.
Maintain structures of functioning society because most people fundamentally do not want to be independent. They want to be part of a broader structure where they have community and they have work and meaning and that stuff. And so what happened is that this desire for sort of authority and discipline and structure got transmuted into destroying the society where because when these people are saying white people are bad, like white society has no value, what they're really saying is that white society lacks structure and discipline, and so we're going to keep pushing up against it until we receive this. It's
what the fuck? The closest I've heard to white culture needs more structure and discipline was like from Vivek Ramaswamy in that tweet about Steve Urkel. What is he talking about? That's your liberal? Vivek Ramaswamy? He wants a Dommy Mommy so bad. Oh my God. He just doesn't know how to ask.
Civilizational shit test.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating. Yeah.
What? I'm sorry. Civilizational shit test. Am I supposed to know what that means? A shit test? A stool sifting? What are we talking about?
Do you think that's
we're gonna pan for gold out of this guy's shit? What are we doing? What are we doing, chat?
What's going on in large part? I mean,
Vivek, sorry. Yeah.
The deconstructionist nature driving a lot of this immigration
policy. Oh, it's the deconstructionists doing it.
That was my sense. It does appear to me to sort of come back down a bit with.
It all comes back to Jacques.
Our immigration policy. It seems a lot of this is driven by self-hate as well, where these people that are advocating for this hate themselves, specifically talking about white liberals, and that's what I have in mind here. They have hatred for themselves because we made the point, there's just no way to flush out Somali immigration numbers-wise. The math is just not there. It doesn't make sense. It's not a rational policy. The only thing that seems to me that could be driving...
Chat, I'm so tempted. I won't do it, chat. I won't raise you into Chud logic. We could mog him right now, though.
Matt.
We won't, though, because we don't need to.
And at large part is self-hatred.
The last thing I need is Chud logic complaining I'm bullying him.
Sort of a poor perception of self, a poor sense of identity. And they want to take that out in the American public. They want to take that out in people that do have a strong sense of self-identity.
Oh my God.
The ultimate way to punish these people for doing so is by flooding their communities with people who really despise them.
That's what the liberal wakes up early in the morning and says, what minority, who is the exact opposite of Western civilization, shall I flood the white man with? That's liberalism, chat. Is Chud logic still a thing? Not so much on Twitch anymore. Maybe on Kick and YouTube, I guess. But yeah, not as much of a thing as he used to be.
IQ's not high enough to possess hatred. Will just sort of inflict punishment on them by their presence. And
he's running out of aura.
Part due to their crime rates, due to their drain on social welfare systems.
Hatred doesn't have an IQ cap.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, this is sort of a natural endpoint.
Rudyard, or does it? I'm sorry. It doesn't. Chat.
We don't think anything that's not material exists, but it clearly does. There clearly is non-material things, and so if you have a society that says life doesn't matter, that gives no value for just the human soul and human life, that gives no structure.
Wait, I'm sorry. There clearly are non-material things. Isn't it part of the definition of a thing that it be a thing? Not a concept or not a concept of a thing, but a thing in and of itself. Isn't that
to develop between how to raise children, how to get married, how to support a community, how to have a sense of identity and values. And you build that society, which is just totally sort of built against the human soul, and you're surprised that society commits suicide. That's a normal line of causation, where it's the whole meme.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought he thought the liberal was trying to get Western society to commit suicide. How is that? How is that them being surprised? Why would they be surprised if they're actively trying to bring this about?
Looking at houses or cars or McDonald's, and over the decades, all of them lose their color and all of them lose their sort of human element. So every McDonald's is a steel and glass box now.
Yes. This is why I struggle, and I'm a devout Christian. So
of course you are.
From this, addressing my camp.
Of course you are.
Remedy for the situation is, I think it's a bit. short-sighted to just say the way out of this, the way to provide value is just simply to attend church, because even in the United States specifically, a lot of these churches aren't providing value at a metaphysical level anyway. They also kind of resemble these McDonald's in a lot of ways, these churches that are really just big box enterprise. It's a TED talk and a rock concert fundamentally. So I'm even skeptical that with the current state that Christianity is in the United States, that this would even provide the meaning to people for them to sort of dig themselves out of this hole of despair and whatnot. At least that's my assessment of the current situation.
We lost something very valuable with World War I, and that was the sort of indigenous European rights to pride, where when you go into World War I, you'll see a society where you have
indigenous somehow doesn't merit any sort of respect or consideration when we're talking about people indigenous to the Americas or to Australia or New Zealand, right? But somehow this indigenous European contrivance he's come up with does. He craves the weasels? Wait, what? He said me out. Wait, what happened?
Have people trained in the Greeks, in the Romans, in the classics, and history.
People cringe. Anyway,
the Bible, with these highly elaborate codes of politeness and fashion and art and culture and dress. And when the left says white people don't have culture,
motherfucker, you lived in Thailand. You don't think that like United States culture is the example of what did he say? Elaborate displays of politeness. I mean, come on.
It fills me with such unfathomable rage. Yes, we don't have culture because you guys killed it. This is like an abuser taking away your stuff and then blaming you for not having it. And so
wait, what, non-white people killed white culture? Is that what we're saying?
White people used to have a lot of culture leading up until World War I.
What, by making fun of Steve Urkel? How did what?
And
no,
and we lost that, but that was fundamentally the thing that propelled all of this. Where when you removed that culture, you removed all of these implicit social rules and senses for reality and all these different things. And your
cat is reacting to the weasels.
Went from a society where the two polarities were.
Oh no, he said elaborate display of politeness, but you're right. This whole thing is an elaborate display of whiteness. Is that a theater kid or the PTA? He's got a little theater kid in him. He might not recognize it. I think he was homeschooled, right? Am I tripping? There is Italian and German and Irish culture, but yeah, not a white culture. Yeah. Whiteness is a social construct on top of social construct.
Sort of the European.
It's a thing created to discriminate against groups that we place outside of whiteness, groups that are, have changed over the years, right? At first, Italian, German, and Irish were not considered white, and then some groups earned their stripes for participating in anti-black racism or being perceived as such. Some melted into the vague concept of whiteness, but yeah, it's an arbitrary distinction. It is, like I said, a social construct on top of a social construct.
Warrior and Christianity.
All the fascists have a little theater kid in them, Joe Rogan. I mean, or a lot. Oh,
you removed the warrior culture, and then
the warrior culture,
Marxism. So you have Christianity in the middle, or at least a version that's been sapped of a lot of its vitality. But then the midpoint has moved between Marxism, society needs to die for the revolution, and Christ dying for our sins. Well, the midpoint between these two that was functional was the Crusader. Between the warrior tradition and the Christian tradition. And so you need to shoot the marks. I like to say, people blame the Jews, they blame women, they'll blame various groups.
Oh yeah, we've never seen anybody do that watching Rudyard.
Look at the death of the old America. The Marxists have a plan to murder it. They have the gun. They said they did it. And the Marxists have a multi-step plan on why or how they wanted to kill the old America. And our inability to accept Marxism's culpability in this process, I think, is very dangerous. But
I feel like he's calling a lot of people Marxists who have never really considered or bothered to understand Marx's propositions.
You have to root out all of the Marxist assumptions that we didn't even know we had, and then replace them with pre-World War I era European culture.
Yes, yes. I mean, because as a Zoomer, and you could probably relate to this in some senses, you grow up.
Yeah, the defining characteristic of a Zoomer nowadays seems to be looking like a millennial.
I grew up in a very conservative.
Explain that one.
Family. And so you grow up where Marxism is often addressed and pointed out as the root of a lot of these problems. Like infamously, it will say, well, these Democrats are all...
Vivas says, I have shirts older and better educated than him.
I mean, it's these sorts of things. So you kind of get conditioned to almost...
That shirt disturbs me.
Almost roll your eyes when you hear these things. And so when you're a Zoomer and you start to sort of engage in political commentary and start to interact with politics writ large, you already write off Marxism. You're like, well, that's like the boomer take, right? It actually has to be sort of this hidden esoteric knowledge. But then you really analyze things. And you're like, no, that is actually true.
You hit it with the analysis. I got your point.
True. It's a lot of these Marxist assumptions are driving a lot of this rot, a lot of this destruction. I mean,
as we're watching Brain Rot on Tim Pool, yeah.
I think excellently is the sort of traditional white, like specifically WASP culture really did die in the world wars. You're seeing now where...
Wait, do they want the WASP culture? Why did I think this guy was a tradcath? Is he a...
White Americans are...
It's been too long, Chad. It's been too long.
Kind of flailing in many ways, sort of looking for... Dr. Submarine, he's a poster on Twitter, he made this point where they're looking for sort of a subculture and identity that they can find security and longevity in. And he actually addressed, he said, like, this sort of country music culture, this barstool culture in many ways, has kind of been what white Americans are...
Oh, shut up, chat. Oh, not shut up, chat. I'm sorry. Shut up, comma, chat. I want to, like, look, I'm tempted. Like, I moved to a different country, okay? I can be whoever I want to be. I can have whatever style, within reason that I want to have. I was thinking, how cool would it be if I started dressing like Loretta Lynn? Right? I just want to take country from these motherfuckers so they cannot use it anymore. Right? Yeah, the actual, beating heart of whatever, country is not something that lives in Nashville anymore, right? And it's certainly not something I want to see ceded to these assholes. Like, right? This is not... I could be the coal miner's daughter. I need to get to know, like, that's Loretta Lynn. Okay, wait, there's like other country singers though. I can't I'm trying to remember her name. The one that sings Bed of Roses. And you think that it's about a bed of roses, but then you listen to the song and you find out that Rose was this like sex worker that like took the protagonist in when she was young, and there may or may not have been a relationship between her and Rose, but she's sleeping in Rose's bed now. No, it's not Dolly Parton. I can't remember her fucking name. It's some like really I can look like Waylon. I got the hair. Just need a new wardrobe. Yeah, or like you could do you could get one of those Graham Nash jackets, right? Or not Graham Nash, that's the guy from the Crosby, Stills. Graham Parsons, yes.
Synthesizing around because they feel like, okay, this is something that does have longevity, something that has some legs to it, and they can find security in this. That's why you see, you can go to like Queens, to like an Italian neighborhood, and you don't see them participating in like the Dago culture or whatever. They're like wearing cowboy boots and they're listening to Morgan Wallen and they're tuning into college football.
We just got to hear a slur from before when most of us were born. That's wild.
Because it's like, white Americans specifically are kind of flailing in many ways. They're looking for something grounded that they can sort of attach themselves to.
Yeah, that's very much true. And I think of we had the WASP elite until the 60s, people from Philadelphia, New York, Boston, who ancestors came over in the 1600s, and they were America's elite for centuries. And then we covertly replaced the WASPs with Marxists. And the WASPs lost their edge, where it's a WASP culture is one that tries to maintain the
Is it Tanya Tucker? Is that who I'm thinking of? I think it's this one, yeah.
I'm a man I didn't know.
Yeah, it could be like Tanya Tucker. Fuck yeah. Whoops, wrong. But yeah, chat. Listen to the song on your own. Ask yourself if it's about a lesbian relationship. I can't tell, honestly.
Things of aristocracy.
The lyrics are a little bit vague.
Without any of the edge. I find when you push WASPs, they don't push back. They give concessions.
They just sting you. What the fuck are you talking about pushing a wasp, okay? Look, I had this fucked up experience when I was like a little kid. I remember I went to like a camp and there was some kind of little like shooting range for, I don't know, like some kind of, not like a real gun, but like a gun that they let little kids have. But anyway, there were all these like shells there, right? And I thought they were cool, so I picked some up. I was gonna make like a necklace or something. I don't know what I was gonna do, but like I put it in my pocket, and then all of a sudden I feel the stinging pain, and I'm like, no, that's not. I'm sure. I'm just, that's not. Nothing is stinging me, right? And it just kept on stinging me over and over. And then I like pulled out that little cartridge, and there was like a fucking wasp living in it. There was a wasp living in there. Some kind of weird skinny wasp, right? Not even like a normal wasp. Like the one with the really skinny, like I'm gonna say midriff. What is it called? Like a thorax?
I agree that country Scots-Irish culture is the one that we have that has the potential to actually become a new American sort of culture. And you're a Southerner. I'm from Pennsylvania, and it's interesting to
Southern man,
rural Northerners, where they'll take up Southern culture. They'll listen to country music. People in my hometown in Pennsylvania would gradually get more and more Southern accents. And I have mixed feelings about that.
That's called being a poser, I believe. I believe there's a word for that.
Partly, I don't think Northerners should.
Northerners. It's them Northerners and the Northern aggression. The war of Northern aggression. Them Yankees came down here and they burnt Atlanta to the goddamn ground.
Appropriate Southern culture because Southerners have their own distinct heritage.
And ever since then, chat, I have always depended on the kindness of strangers.
Their own distinct environment. Where I live in Texas, I won't call myself a Southerner until other Southerners call me a Southerner.
Yeah, because you have to be accepted into the hog family. Yeah,
water down that society. And in America, in the North, rural Northerners used to be the sort of fulcrum of all of American society. Hollywood, Wall Street, Silicon Valley. They were founded, maybe not Silicon Valley, but the others, they were founded under the pretension that this was the realization of a general American culture that started in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and upstate New York. And the rural Anglo-North has totally lost its culture. And
where in Pennsylvania is he? I don't know. I'm guessing Butler.
Reliant on Southerners because that's the only proud Anglo society.
Yeah.
And when I see the sort
of... we can see what he means by proud Anglo society. Proud means willing to enslave other people if you can convince yourself that they are another race that is inferior, right? That's pride. That's wow.
Irish, Celtic, country American culture. It's something that if you sort of adjusted it a little.
It's so clear that these guys don't understand what the fuck they're talking about, right? And me with my minimal connection to the area of the country I grew up in. Like I can tell that, right?
It could work for both Northerners and Southerners because you don't need to have the strictly Southern elements, but the things like independence or honor or pride in your own work, those are things that can work irrespective of if you're Northern or Southern or if you're Christian or agnostic. And I like to say that the new hub for conservative,
but not Jewish. That's not
of America.
That one's not included.
Is a region that stretches.
That's a weird one. Agnostic or Christian
from Texas.
How about not? I think did he mean Gnostic? He must have meant Gnostic. He must be a fucking nerd, and I think he meant Gnostic.
Out to Pennsylvania and upstate New York, and it's the fusion of the Rust Belt, the Midwest, and the South.
Yeah,
that's our new core region that we have to pull support and leadership and cultural capital from.
I totally agree. And I think to kind of go back to the main topic, I think a lot of this is reaction to mass migration, where part of what's grinded these sort of subcultures down, like specifically in the New York metro with, your traditional, like more Italian culture, even like your West Coast culture, et cetera, et cetera. I think a lot of this is just a reaction to mass migration because it is sort of muddled these communities where these cultures would have developed. And so people, as soon as they don't have those touch points, they just react to what they can see online and conceptualize.
Bro said muddled.
So I think largely, yes, a lot of this is because of the vacuum that was created following the death of that culture and the world wars, but I think a lot of it also is a reaction to the mass migration, sort of seeking a differentiating factor from these newer arrivals.
Another variable people don't forget, another variable people forget is a huge thing that I see as an anthropologist is in the late 20th century, women, and especially a certain sub-demographic of women in a certain age category, basically lost interest in maintaining their inherited culture. And this is a global trend you see even in places like Southeast Asia or China or in Eastern Europe. And what happened when that occurred was it became very difficult to pass on the culture cross-generationally. And so you saw this cultural breakdown towards the universal globo homo that occurred from...
Oh, there we go, chat. So if you feel like you were we got like, the conspicuous absence of Judaism from his list of acceptable religious paradigms, right? But no, now we got the globo homo, right? So if you don't know what globo homo is, because I haven't talked about it in a really long time, this is almost like the Great Replacement, but for straights? The straight replacement, right? Globo homo, in the minds of the fascist bigot, is the idea that some kind of Jewish cabal is pushing an LGBTQ agenda against Western civilization, right? Against white people, in order to weaken them, right? So that's what he's talking about. Just in case you thought we were going to get through a whole ordeal with Rudyard without getting at least one anti-Semitic dog whistle. You can see he's not, coming out and say it. He's not Nick Fuentes, although I think he has. Isn't he friendly with the? I don't think Fuentes would want anything to do with this guy, right? But I think he's friendly towards him, if I remember. But anyway, there you go. There's your dog whistle.
End of the Cold War until 2008. And so you saw a lot of regional cultures around the world get blown out by that because it's hard to compete with.
To get blown out by globo homo?
Or woke.
You got your back blown out by globo homo? Excuse me?
Or any of these given things.
It was too good.
These are
you couldn't resist it.
Sticky ideologies.
Yes.
That can grab on anywhere in the world. And then once you lose the ability to pass on culture cross-generationally, it's just an issue because the culture loses all fertility.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Chat is demanding slurs. I don't think they like.
Wait, he's done a podcast with the Arkansas commune asshole. Wait, Nick, or are you talking about Rudyard?
I don't know if they like this comment. They're demanding slurs. To your point,
they're demanding slurs.
Why do all these hoes?
Look, they've gotten spoiled by Nick Fuentes. All right, he just comes out and says it.
look like Kim Kardashian now. I think that actually is like a very salient point. So yeah, I think that's fantastic, Rudyard. Thank you very much for hopping on. We are
What a fucking genius. Yeah, Sawadee Ka, Rudyard. That's great. That's great. That's great. But chat, you want to know what else is great? Spending some time with friends for the holiday. And one of the things that my family sometimes does when we spend time together for the holidays, if we spend time together for the holidays, if any of them at any point decide to try to visit me in Thailand during the holidays, right? We like to watch movies together, movies like Home Alone. And with that in mind, chat, I'm going to raid you into someone that is having a 24-hour Christmas stream that I've known for a long time, all right? As far as Twitch, Christina might as well be fam. So we're going to raid into Christina, and I'm going to bid you adieu. First, though, I'm going to shout out my... Oh my gosh, I don't think I shouted out my Patreon. I didn't do that in the beginning of the stream, but you do it in the beginning and ending of each stream, so let me do that now. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMV. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noib. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Timberland Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out. Believe me, a fancy shout out. A fancy schmancy shout out even to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zarazerix. With that, chat, I will bid you adieu. Take care of yourself and each other. Thank you, mods, for keeping us all safe, especially in that crazy short stream tonight. I don't know how much we got up to. People ask me, why do you stream in shorts? I think I had like 500 people or more in there tonight. So I don't know. It's not that I like shorts. It's that shorts likes me, apparently. They've chosen me. So that's why we're there. And thank you, mods, for yeah, because that's the only way that works. There's too many chuds there otherwise. Anyway, much love, everyone. I will talk to you probably tomorrow. I'm going to try to stick with you for the holiday because I know some people do not stream during that. And I got nothing better to do because my family is not visiting me to watch Home Alone, sadly, on these holidays. But chat, maybe next holiday, maybe I can get them out here, or get them out here for our holidays, get them out here for Loy Krathong. Anyway, we'll work on that for next time. Much love, everybody. I will see